main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The 5 heavenly regions are full of different scenes. In the sky, 2 suns were like round golden plates, shining brilliantly. Fang Sui walked on the wide streets of Zhuangxing city, and a strange feeling of dreamlikeness rose in his heart. Traveling to ancient Egypt, from the earth to the Zhuangxing at the other end of the vast starry sky. The experiences of the past few years are indeed too mysterious, and it is easy to make people feel unreal and illusory. On the streets of Zhuangxing, people flow and there are many races. There are strange shops on both sides of the street that Fang Sui has never seen before, selling all kinds of unheard of items, all encompassing, and the wonderful places are difficult to describe even with brilliant writing, which attracts Fang Sui to stop and watch from time to time. When approaching the central area of the city, Fang Sui saw an extremely large and imposing shop. Its building area is huge, with a radius of hundreds of feet, like a station on the mountains. The whole building has an oval shape, with both square and round. That is, it is like an ancient temple, with rounded turns in some places, but full of modern streamlined feeling. This style, which combines the 2 atmospheres of new and ancient, immediately distinguishes it from other surrounding buildings, showing its extraordinary momentum. Fang Sui was curious, thinking that sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, so it would be better to go in and take a look before going to the central area. When he walked to the front door of the building, he saw a plaque with a strange force flowing on it, with the simple words "everything" written on it. The font was flying and meaningful, and there was a sense of mystery and restraint. Although these 2 words are simple, they are full of mysteries when you think about them carefully, and they contain the essence of all kinds of changes. They are vulgar and elegant, and the use is extremely wonderful. Fang Sui saw it, and praised it in his heart. He thought that this store was so arrogant, and named after everything, so what he saw would not disappoint people, so he stepped into the hall. The hall was also exquisitely designed, with perfect use of space. There were countless items displayed, divided into areas such as utensils, antiques, strange objects, and living things, and each area was divided into several small areas. There were many people in the hall, so Fang Sui joined the crowd and looked around with great interest. He saw energy crystals, magic dolls, flying and combat protection items for sale in the hall, each of which had a variety of categories and styles. Fang Sui's eyes were opened in the item area alone. Dungeon 2, Secret of Totem, 9 Heavens Red Copper Puppet, Black Witchcraft Inheritance. After that, Fang Sui found a series of ancient books in another area, and the names alone were very attractive. Looking again, in the strange items area, he found a ring with folding space, which is the legendary space item that can store items. There are also many other strange objects, countless, and Fang Sui was dazzled. Meow. When Fang Sui came to a row of large and small beast eggs with strange patterns on the surface and hidden powers, Buster suddenly shouted, his mouth wide open, almost drooling, and his cat eyes stared coldly at a beast egg surrounded by black mist, named the Magic Beast 10 Life Cat. Fang Sui glanced at Buster. This guy obviously didn't care about food, and wanted to eat the eggs of the same cat demon, to absorb some energy that was beneficial to him. Fang Sui muttered, I don't know how to trade here, but unfortunately I have no money. I'm a poor guy, and I can't buy many things I like. Is there any way to get rid of the identity of a poor guy? He continued to walk around the store, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He stopped for the first time and looked carefully. What he saw was not actually rare, but a metal atlas with the words ZHU Shine crossing U on it. This thing may not be very precious to others, but it is very attractive to Fang Sui. It can let him know which starfield he is in now, as well as the surrounding environment and other related information. Seeing Fang Sui stop, a waiter in the shop came over immediately. She was a beautiful waitress wearing white light armor, revealing slender and strong thighs, with long straight blonde hair hanging down on her high chest. The waitress had a pair of charming eyes, which were watery and quite tempting. She came over and introduced in a soft voice, "Does this strong man like this map of the location of the Starfield secret realm? It details the location of the Starfield and the secret realm in the vast universe. This star map is a secret book copied from the Hunting Alliance of Civilizations of all heavens. The location of the secret realm is clear and there is no mistake. It is most suitable for strong men to explore the secret realm." After a pause, he said, "If you don't want to buy it, you can pay to watch it. One first level energy crystal at a time." Fang Sui said calmly, "Then can you introduce the general situation of this secret map? What information about the Starfields is recorded?" The waitress was obviously well trained, with a smile on her face all the time, and said in a crisp voice, "As everyone knows, our Starfield is the earliest ancient Starfield formed after the beginning of the universe. It is called the Five Directions Skyfield because of the gathering of life and countless source stars. Our purple ring star is located in the northern field of the Five Directions Starfield, where many powerful people emerge. The eastern field of the Five Directions Starfield is called the Immortal Demon Starfield. The western field is the God and Demon field, and the southern field is connected to the boundless chaotic lost time and space. It is a wild area that has not been opened up. Countless powerful people have been lost in it, and it is extremely dangerous. And the center of our four-sided starfield is naturally the most prosperous God's field, which has the title of the origin of all things." Fang Sui's heart jumped suddenly. The God's field that Li Chan mentioned, showed its traces for the first time. It turned out to be in the center of the Five Directions Starfield. At this time, Fang Sui was in the purple ring star in the northern field of the Five Directions Starfield. Fang Sui was penniless, so he naturally failed to buy the map of the secret field. After the beautiful waitress introduced it, he left the large store called Wan Wu in embarrassment. The waitress stood there blankly, her eyes full of resentment. Purple Ring City was really huge. With Fang Sui's pace, it was already close to 10 PM when he finally arrived at the central core area. As soon as he entered this area, the surrounding prosperous scene became more prosperous. Not only were there creatures of various races coming and going, but there were also many people driving gorgeous chariots or riding fierce beasts directly on the road. The streets were extremely lively, with a sense of 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their extraordinary abilities. Entering the central area, on both sides of the ancient street, different forces began to appear, and branches stationed in Purple Ring Star City. Divine Fire Dao, Great Demon Abyss, Sky-Splitting Sword Sect, Lars Demon Temple. These should be forces named after a certain god, and the cultivation methods in them must be similar to the cultivation direction of my god system. Hey, there is also the Star Domain Priest Temple here. As Fang Sui walked forward, he looked around at the major forces and branches built in Purple Ring City. These forces are divided into various categories, involving countless cultivation fields. After observing, Fang Sui found that it was hard to find a famous teacher, and it was also hard to find a practitioner with excellent qualifications. The primary purpose of these forces stationed here was to expand their influence and collect various resources, and the secondary purpose was to attract talents with excellent qualifications to join. In front of almost every force, there was a sign saying recruiting practitioners. Fang Sui thought while watching, this is the same as the major companies on Earth recruiting outstanding talents. It is another level of strength reserve. It seems that choosing which force to join and practice in needs to be more cautious. Once these forces enter, they will first give and will teach deeper methods and resources for practice, and then they will need to pay, and they will work hard for them. It is not so easy to quit. The central area of the Purple Ring Star City is divided into cross-shaped streets. The central intersection of the cross is a giant square with a width of thousands of feet. The buildings scattered around the square are the most powerful dozen forces, each of which is extraordinary. Before entering the Purple Ring Star City, Fang Sui looked down from the sky and saw that the most amazing buildings were concentrated in this area. After Fang Sui walked into the central square, he slowed down his pace and looked around with a sharp gaze. On one side of the square, the first thing he saw was a tall tower, as if it had penetrated the sky wall. Standing under the tower, he could especially feel its imposingness. The top of the tower was probably thousands of feet away from the ground. A platform could be vaguely seen on the top, as big as a suspended land, which seemed to be able to support the rise and fall of the stars and the moon, and it was magnificent. The most amazing thing was that the entire tower was built with a kind of blue crystal-like huge stone, emitting a light blue divine light. It can be imagined that when the deep night falls, the tower will be flowing with a light blue light, which must be beautiful, like stars falling to the earth, and can be seen from far and near in the night. And the power to which this building belongs is so powerful that you can tell from the discussions of the people around that it is one of the first-class forces. It is called the Star Mage Alliance. It is a mage tower that can sense the power of the stars. No wonder it is so tall, reaching for the sky and the moon. Under the mage tower, it is written Star Mage Alliance Purple Ring Star Picking Tower, which is very impressive. Fang Sui said to himself, the cultivation profession here seems to have a subtle connection with the profession mentioned in the myths circulating on Earth. The mage should be the practitioner in Western legends who can control and borrow natural forces, chant spells, and use the means of gods and demons. Obviously, the main direction of cultivation is mental power. If I join them, it would be a good choice. Mage. Ha. Very interesting. Fang Sui kept walking and looked around the square area. He passed by the Temple of the Gods, which was majestic and prosperous with sculptures of gods and demons. The hunting alliance of the civilizations of the heavens with a very busy flow of people in front of the door. The Temple of Black Witchcraft and other large forces on the Purple Ring Star. Building complexes. These places are all extraordinary, just like the palaces left by gods and demons in the mortal world. Magnificent and majestic, rarely seen in the world. Fang Sui has not made the final decision to join any force, and is still waiting and watching. Not long after, he walked around the square, and passed by the star-picking tower of the Star Mage Alliance again. Look, someone has applied to join the Mage Alliance. Get ready to be tested. The Star Mage Alliance's standards for recruiting apprentices are extremely harsh. You need to use your mental power to touch the Starstone and light it up. The brightness determines the level of apprentice you can become, so that you can practice with the corresponding great mage. I heard that in this Purple Ring Star, less than 3 or 5 people can be recruited throughout the year. The discussions of the people around him came into his ears, and Fang Sui looked up and saw that there was indeed a young man in luxurious clothes walking towards the main gate of the Star Mage Tower. This young man has a powerful spiritual power surging in his body. The fluctuations are pure and clean, extremely powerful, and have reached the spiritual level of the Divine Fire Realm. He dared to come out, so he was very confident in himself. There was a smile of victory on his face, thinking that passing the assessment of the Mage Alliance would not be a problem. However, the result was very regrettable. Although the young man successfully used his spiritual power to light up a crystal at the entrance of the Star Alliance, the light was weak, and he could only become a lowest level mage apprentice. The young man was unwilling, and finally chose to retreat. After that, another person came out and tried, but the result was still similar, and he also retreated with a slightly red face. Fang Sui frowned. The difficulty of joining these large forces was still higher than he had expected, so he was eager to try again, and wanted to see if he could light up the crystal that tested his spiritual power. He thought about it, and finally stepped out, and walked towards the main entrance of the Mage Alliance. Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and posting support. Happy reading. Chapter 150 to Sunshine Level, seeking monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Hey. Today's situation is very rare. 2 testers failed in a row, but someone came out to try. It's a human youth. Do you think he can pass it? It's impossible. There may not be many people who can pass it in a year. It's hard to say. This young man dared to come out when he knew that the previous 2 failed. Maybe he has amazing potential. Seeing Fang Sui walking towards the Star Mage Alliance, many onlookers whispered and watched Fang Sui's steady steps from afar. There were 3 mages on duty under the star-picking tower of the Star Mage Alliance. They also looked at Fang Sui with some scrutiny in their eyes, looking him up and down. These 3 mages on duty were 1 master and 2 assistants. The 2 younger ones were mage apprentices, both of whom had the aura of the first level, wearing light grey mage robes, and had smart faces. Those who can enter the Major Alliance are naturally rare talents, so the two of them were more or less proud. According to the regulations of the Major Alliance, those who are below the first level, but have excellent qualifications can become preparatory apprentices. The first level is a formal apprentice, and only after being promoted to the second level can they be called majors. Among the 3 guards on duty, the main and 2 deputy, the remaining leader is a mage who has broken through the first level barrier and reached the second level. He is a little thin, wearing a green one-piece mage robe, and has a middle-aged face. His eyes are calm and even a little gloomy. Seeing Fang Sui coming close and standing still, he said lightly, "Do you want to join my Star Major Alliance and become a mage apprentice?" Fang Sui said calmly, "Can't everyone take a test? Do you have to join the Major Alliance once you pass it?" The middle-aged mage's eyes suddenly brightened, and he glanced at Fang Sui with cold lightning, and smiled. "From what you said, even if you pass the test, it is not certain whether you will join our Star Major Alliance." Fang Sui said frankly, "I mainly want to see how my mental power is. I haven't decided which force to join." As soon as he said this, the 3 mages on the opposite side, the main and 2 deputy, all showed a trace of displeasure, and there were also discussions in the crowd watching from afar behind. Someone whispered, "This guy is so arrogant that he dares to say in front of a formal mage that, even if the Star Major Alliance really wants to recruit him, he may not join." Haha. Every year there are not a few people who don't know their limits. It is also possible that he is deliberately making shocking remarks to leave a way out in case the test fails. In fact, if he can really pass the test and the Star Major Alliance decides to recruit him, he might immediately change his mind and join. While everyone was talking, the middle-aged mage who was in the lead looked at Fang Sui and said directly, "Go. We don't have the habit of letting people test crystals casually here." Fang Sui was stunned. The recruitment regulations hanging on one side clearly stated that, as long as one is confident that he can pass, anyone can try his or her spiritual power level. But since the middle-aged mage in charge of recruitment said that he was not allowed to try, Fang Sui had no intention of getting entangled and immediately turned around and prepared to leave. "We are openly recruiting practitioners with potential. Since someone wants to try, if we don't allow him, it would make our Major Alliance look stingy. Let him try." Suddenly a voice floated out from the mage tower. It was a young woman with a gentle face and a sea blue mage robe. She had fair skin and bright eyes, and walked out of the tower gracefully. "Master Nalan." The 2 major apprentices greeted the woman at the same time when they saw her appear. Only the middle-aged mage in the lead said calmly, "Master Nalan. Today I'm presiding over the entry test for applicants to join the Major Alliance. I will decide who will take the test. If you want to intervene, you have to wait until it is your turn to be on duty, not now." The female mage named Nalan said calmly, "But the rules clearly state that we must allow anyone who comes to take the test. Otherwise, if we miss a talented person with strong mental power, it will be a great loss for us." Haha. A great loss? Him? The middle-aged mage turned his gaze to Fang Sui, who had stood still after Master Nalan appeared, and said coldly, "When this young man came over, he walked forward all the way." Amid the discussions of the people around him, his face did not change, his pace was neither hurried nor slow, and his temperament was still okay. In this regard alone, he has the qualifications to become a mage. What he said made a lot of sense, showing his extraordinary ability to discern and observe. The middle-aged wizard stared at Nalan and continued, "But this young man has strong blood and energy all over his body, and he is obviously someone who has practiced martial arts. Practicing magic requires single-mindedness, which is completely different from the unstoppable and invincible martial arts. Is there anyone who practices both martial arts and magic, and can achieve great success in both?" His words were a comparison between the will and mentality of practice, which made sense, leaving Nalan, the blue-clothed female wizard, completely unable to find any reason to refute. The middle-aged wizard had a smug look on his face. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at Fang Sui with a hint of mockery on his face, and said, "Therefore, I assert that he is a person who is not focused. Since he practices martial arts, he wants to test the spiritual practice of wizards." He added, "According to my analysis, he may have encountered a bottleneck in his martial arts practice, and it is difficult to break through. This is a sudden impulse. He wants to try whether he has the talent of a wizard or even wants to join our Star Magic Alliance and switch to magic. But he is being clever and said he came to give it a try. He left a way out for himself in advance in case the test fails. How could he hide such intentions from me? This young man has a changeable mood and will inevitably accomplish nothing. He is not suitable for practice at all. What do you think? Master Narlan, do you have any different opinions? He had to admit that the middle-aged wizard's analysis, from his point of view, made some sense, but he was too arrogant and did not consider the possibility that he might make a wrong analysis. Mage Narlan looked at Fang Sui and seemed to have a little more hesitation, but after a slight hesitation, she still said in a business-like manner, no matter what, we should always follow the rules and give him a chance to try. The middle-aged mage's previous words, which Narlan, a mage of the same level, said before everyone, were powerless to refute, and he had the upper hand. In fact, he felt proud in his heart, and at this time he did not argue about such a small matter as the test, and waved his hand and said, okay, let him try, and then let him go quickly, don't be an eyesore here. Since the appearance of the female mage, Fang Sui has never spoken. Even when the middle-aged mage asserted that he was not suitable for cultivation, he only brightened his eyes and smiled slightly, but did not say anything. The reason why he has not left yet is because he saw that things have taken a turn for the better. If there is a chance, he really wants to stay and test his mental power level. This is related to the focus of his future cultivation, so he waited patiently on the side. Seeing that the other party had finished speaking and agreed to let him use the test crystal ball to test, Fang Sui did not speak, but took a few steps forward calmly and came to a transparent crystal the size of a human head embedded in a stone base. A mage apprentice came over, glanced at Fang Sui coldly and said, put your hand on the test crystal and don't think about it. The crystal ball can measure your qualifications. He took a half step back and said, let's see what kind of extraordinary qualifications you can test for a genius like you who may not join my major alliance even if you succeed. After saying this, he made a somewhat contemptuous gesture to Fang Sui. Fang Sui stepped forward proudly and decisively stretched out his hand to put on the test crystal ball in front of him. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and the onlookers in the distance also quieted down, all staring at the crystal ball that Fang Sui reached out to touch. The female mage Narlan also looked over with bright eyes. She had been rebuked by the middle-aged mage before. She looked calm on the surface, but she was indignant in her heart. At this time, she had a one or the less thought. What if this young man really had a good aptitude for cultivation? Among all the people near and far, only the middle-aged mage was confident in his judgment. He did not even look at Fang Sui. There was a hint of ridicule in his slightly closed eyes, which seemed to be closed but not closed, and he looked unfathomable. For a long time, the crowd remained silent. Mage Narlan finally sighed in his heart and admitted that the middle-aged mage was right. The test crystal ball that Fang Sui touched with his palm could not be said to have no reaction, but the light that was slightly lit was very slow. Just looking at the speed at which the crystal ball was lit, it can be seen that this young man has ordinary aptitude in mental power, and he is barely qualified to be a low-level apprentice. It will be difficult for him to achieve much success in the path of a mage in his life. After a while, the surrounding onlookers also noticed that the crystal ball was lighting up slowly, and they gradually reacted and laughed. Look, this guy really made a fool of himself. He dared to say that even if he passed, he would not necessarily join the Star Alliance. Ha. But he didn't know that the premise of this statement was that he had to pass before he could say that, right? The mocking voices around him kept coming one after another. Narlan retracted his gaze and prepared to turn around and return to the mage tower. The middle-aged mage looked as expected and leisurely told the apprentice, let this man give up. If he doesn't have the qualifications to practice as a mage, it's useless to continue standing by the test crystal ball. The apprentice not far from Fang Sui responded respectfully, turned around and said to Fang Sui, you have already taken the test, so you should give up. The test level is half level. If you are willing to join my mage alliance, you can become an apprentice vassal. What do you think? Do you want to come? This was undoubtedly in response to Fang Sui's previous statement that even if he passed, he might not necessarily join the Star Alliance. At this time, it was full of sarcasm. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Fang Sui standing in front of the crystal ball without moving, frowning, and saying, "Do you still want to stay here?" Suddenly, Fang Sui withdrew his hand and turned to look at the apprentice and the middle-aged mage behind him. For a moment, his eyes seemed to light up, and the light was extremely sharp, but it was fleeting, and then he showed an indifferent but bright smile. When the onlookers were wondering what Fang Sui had done that was worth laughing about, he had already turned around and walked out. Just like when he came in, every step he took was fast and slow, light and heavy, and there was an indescribable calmness and unrestrainedness. The next moment, someone suddenly saw the test crystal ball that Fang Sui had touched, slowly burning up, and the light steadily increased, becoming more and more intense. After a breath of time, the test crystal ball became comparable to a flame, bright red and dazzling, and the light almost competed with the blazing sun in the sky for a moment, shining and hard to see, scorching in all directions. Wow. My fire magic talent has reached the sunshine level, and the test crystal is as bright as the sun. Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and postings. Happy reading. Chapter 153 Buster returns from his walk alone. Sunshine level? What level is that? Sunshine level is sunshine level. The qualifications for ordinary tests are mostly divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. But above that, there are also Kangsing level, Mangala level, and then sunshine level. It is said that the test crystal can burn, just like a scorching sun. Look at the test crystal now, isn't it? It's already burning. Is there a higher level above sunshine? Well, I don't know, maybe there is. But sunshine level is already very rare, and I haven't even heard of anything above that. The appearance of a sunshine level tester is a rare thing on the entire Purple Ring star. The roar of discussion around continued and spread rapidly. Under the star picking tower of the Major Alliance, the middle-aged mage and Nalan, who were not far from the test crystal, also had surprise in their eyes. Unlike other onlookers, they had a clearer and more detailed understanding of the test level of magic qualifications. Because of this, Fang Sui was able to ignite the test crystal, which made the 2 mages' hearts throb, even more than others, like a raging storm, surging endlessly. The 2 suddenly realized that Fang Sui had touched the test crystal with one hand before, and the crystal lit up very slowly at first, because he was deliberately suppressing the brightness of the crystal and infusing his own breath into it, so until his hand left the test crystal, the crystal lost its restraint, and the power in it suddenly erupted, surpassing the scorching sun. What does this mean? It means that the young man did not try his best in the test. If his hand had been in contact with the test crystal ball, perhaps it would not be just the current sunshine level, but the legendary level after sunshine? This thought flashed through the minds of the 2 mages, and the middle-aged mage's face was extremely ugly. The matter was completely different from his previous analysis. Nalan was amazed. The 2 of them did the same thing. They turned their heads and looked at the crowd, searching for Fang Sui who had left. However, Fang Sui had already used his body skills and disappeared without a trace. He really left like that. On the other side, the 2 apprentice mages were already dumbfounded and speechless. The onlookers also reacted one after another. Someone blurted out, "Oh my god. That young man really left after passing the test and did not join the Star Alliance. This is the first time I have met someone who refused to be recruited by the Star Alliance." In front of the Star Alliance, there was a commotion and a lot of talk. Fang Sui had already left a long distance. He came to a secluded building in the shadow, and a layer of underworld air permeated his body, turning into a simple style robe, with a faint light like flowing water. This is the non-combat form of the Netherworld armor. When worn, it will consume a small amount of nether ki in the body continuously. The benefits are also obvious. It can make the nether ki circulate all the time, which is equivalent to practicing all the time. It has an auxiliary effect on the growth and training of nether ki. Moreover, with the Netherworld robe, the defense is far beyond that of ordinary clothes. After advancing to the Divine Fire Realm, Fang Sui originally had the idea of transforming into a Netherworld robe and abandoning ordinary clothes. Now is the right time. As soon as the netherworld robe came out, the original clothes were immediately swallowed by the netherworld key and turned into nothingness. Fang Sui decided to use the netherworld robe as daily clothes in the future. When fighting, it is also faster to transform into armor. The next moment, Fang Sui once again activated the dark power in his body, and even every strand of his hair emitted a dark and hazy breath, as if he was undergoing a baptism and tempering. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dark mana mist was faintly dissipated from his jet black hair, and a faint dark gold appeared in the depths of his pupils. His entire face did not change, but his temperament and the impression he gave people suddenly changed, with an unprecedented majesty and coldness, which was completely different from before. He restrained all the fluctuations related to the power of fire in his body, and turned to circulate the dark energy around his body. At this time, if the Star Mage Alliance searched for his traces according to his previous dress and the fire talent he showed, they would not be able to find any trace of him. Fang Sui then walked out again, changed himself, and strolled comfortably on the street. In the previous test, he did not use all his strength. He only pushed the fire attribute in his body to contact the crystal ball and light it up. Fang Sui did not use the dark energy with two attributes of darkness and earth. Otherwise, the crystal ball would never measure only a flame sunshine level. In any case, he always measured that his mental power was very good, and Fang Sui was very satisfied. His mental power is quite outstanding. This should not only be due to his own talent, but also, mainly because he practiced two codes, which fundamentally changed his physical potential, and also because every tiny part of his body had been burned by the scorching sunfire crystal. While walking, Fang Sui glanced at his shoulder. There was nothing there, which made him a little uncomfortable. After entering the central area of Zuhuan Star City, Bast said hello to Fang Sui, and then walked away by himself, choosing to separate from Fang Sui and wander around in this Zuhuan Star City alone. This cat has always been very unobservant of orders, and Fang Sui didn't care about it this time, so he let it leave. At this time, the sunset fell, and Fang Sui's first night in the Purple Ring Star came quietly, and the sky slowly darkened. Fang Sui looked up with curiosity. The deep dome was also full of stars, and there was a light purple light band in the center of the entire starry sky. It was formed by the purple air surrounding the Purple Ring Star, interweaving among the shining stars, like a long purple river running in the sky. What's more amazing is that there are 3 bright moons hanging in the night sky here, 1 large and 2 small. One of them is running into the range of the purple light band, emitting crystal purple light, illuminating the earth, making this world more like a divine realm in a deep dream. Fang Sui attracted his gaze, and suddenly felt a little happy. The wonders and excitement of life are nothing more than his experiences in the past few years. After walking around the city center and the surrounding areas, Fang Sui was still interested. Almost everyone here is a practitioner, and everyone is full of energy, so there is almost no difference between day and night. The streets are still very lively, and pedestrians are constantly shuttling. Fang Sui walked slowly in the crowd, thinking, these big forces cannot understand the tricks of joining them after a simple contact. It is better to find a smaller force, to join and take shelter. That is, I will not be bound by freedom, and I can slowly find out the situation of the 5 starfields, and analyze which big force is suitable for me. It is safest to consider it later. After thinking about it, he sent a telepathic message to summon Buster back, preparing to go to the place where the force decided to join for a short period of time and temporarily settle down after half a day of exploration. At the same time as he sent a telepathic message, he also sensed the fluctuations in Buster's thoughts, as if there was a hint of urgency, and he was approaching where he was. This cat is anxious. Is there something wrong? Fang Sui's face changed slightly, and he flashed and ran silently, moving like a fish in the crowd, without any waves, but at a fast speed. Suddenly, Fang Sui stopped at a street corner while walking, and the space at his shoulder was slightly rippled. A cat with a dark aura around it appeared, swept its tail, and sat down lazily. Since Buster was able to manifest the appearance of a cat-headed girl with a body of wisdom, when he turned into a cat again, his body was no longer hazy as before, and there was no obvious difference in appearance from a normal flesh and blood life. This cat is fine. It is still lazy as usual, and there is no injury on its body. Why did it rush back in a hurry before? After Buster sat on Fang Sui's shoulder, the cat's eyes looked coldly in the direction of the way. Fang Sui also turned his eyes over. In the distance, there was an ancient ship that was more than 10 feet long and seemed to be made of bronze. It was suspended in the air and swept over. The power of the ancient ship was amazing. Not only did white clouds appear under the hull, floating like a fairy, the scene was gorgeous and noble. The most amazing thing was that there were 2 bronze chains as thick as human arms in front of the ship, making a clanging sound. The chains were cursed and destroyed, and there were actually 2 monsters like boat trackers tied to the other end. The 2 monsters were 3 feet tall and in human form, but they had a pair of skin wings on their backs. Their bodies were blue-black and looked evil and ferocious. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, flickering and glittering like searchlights, emitting dazzling light in the early night. This flying treasure ship flew in the air over the noisy long street, just like a fairy ship descending from the sky, attracting the attention of countless creatures on the street. Fang Sui blinked his eyes and thought to himself, showing such momentum on the street, using monsters to pull the ropes, and riding the boat to drive the air. This is considered a high level of pretense. TSK, a level. When Fang Sui's thoughts full of evil taste flashed through his mind, the ship actually flashed with complicated spells all over its body, and suddenly its appearance changed drastically, turning into a several foot-sized, magnificent 2-wheeled bronze chariot, still supported by auspicious clouds. The monsters ran and pulled, and the clouds and mist rolled, and in the blink of an eye, they came to Fang Sui several feet in front of him. This carriage is pulled by the legendary fierce creature Fire Fang. It's so impressive. This is the symbol of the Yun family, an ancient cultivation family from the eastern fairy demon realm in the 5 directions heaven realm. I heard that their family has produced a mythical strongman in the holy realm. All descendants of the family, once the blood power is opened, can be promoted to the divine fire realm at the beginning. It has a deep foundation. As the chariot with a boat first and a car later came out, many creatures who were originally walking on the street gathered to watch, and the discussion came one after another. Fang Sui frowned when he heard it. It seemed that it was not small. Turning his head to look at Buster on his shoulder, this carriage was obviously brought by Buster. Could it be that this cat caused trouble? Under Fang Sui's gaze, Buster rolled his eyes disdainfully, curled his tail, lay down steadily, closed his big black gemstone eyes, and looked like I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. The carriage stopped several feet in front of Fang Sui, and a compelling fire force came to his face. The Fire Fang monsters pulling the carts at both ends, glanced around with fierce eyes, emitting strange rays of light, and their eyes emitted flames. The sound of their panting was as heavy as thunder, and every time they breathed in and out, a blue wave of fire was formed, which was extremely intimidating and powerful. On the carriage, a curtain embroidered with a white cloud slowly parted to the side, and several people walked out of the carriage. Fang Sui was slightly surprised when he saw it, and turned to look at Buster, his face full of smiles that he could not stop, and he almost laughed out loud. Please give me a monthly ticket. At the beginning of the month, I would like to thank the 3 book friends on the celebrity list of this book last month, who gave the most rewards, Dallywind who recommended it constantly, and who posted and voted, as well as the votes and rewards of others. Subscriptions and other support are not shown on the side pages, but I would like to thank everyone sincerely. Happy reading. Chapter 154 Star Domain Knights, seeking monthly tickets and recommendations. There were 4 people who came out of the carriage. The leader was a man and a woman, and the other 2 were also a man and a woman, who seemed to be maids and guards, standing behind. The man and woman in the lead were both in their 20s, handsome and beautiful. The man had a square face, heroic brows, eyes like lightning, sharp and piercing, a high nose bone, and a layer of strange hair on his face, which was obviously the result of practicing some strange skills. He was wearing a bright yellow long gown, and his body was much stronger than that of ordinary people. There was an indescribable calmness in his behavior. What was particularly amazing was that the aura fluctuating outside the man's body was unfathomable, and it had faintly exceeded the scope of the first level, as vast as the abyss. The woman next to him was beautiful and charming, with delicate features. She wore a fiery red long skirt and a white short shirt. She was dressed lively and noble, and her eyes were bright and energetic, with a bit of domineering arrogance and pride. The two of them look a little similar, so they should be brother and sister. The maid behind them was wearing a light green long skirt, and she was less than 20 years old. After she came out, she looked down at the people on the street, then retracted her gaze, and didn't look sideways. The remaining guards stood behind the leading man, like a shadow, with a hazy face that made it impossible to see their true appearance. Fang Sui stood calmly, looking at the people who appeared on the carriage with extraordinary momentum one by one. The rest of the people were fine, but the little maid saw Fang Sui's unscrupulous gaze, and immediately snorted softly, turned her eyes away, and didn't look at Fang Sui again. The reason why Fang Sui turned back to look at Baster with a smile on his face when he saw these people appear was that the leading woman was holding a big cat in her arms. The cat was grey and black in color, and its body was almost half the size of the woman's body. It looked like a little leopard and looked very ferocious. There is a strange brand symbol on the forehead of this cat, which looks like the phantoms of dead souls tumbling in it. Obviously, this is a war pet with extraordinary power. But now the fierce power coefficient in the eyes of this big grey cat converged, and instead revealed a strange light, staring straight at Buster without blinking. This scene made Fang Sui laugh uncontrollably. This big grey cat is here too, pursued Buster. Hey, is the cat on your shoulder yours? The woman walked out of the carriage, stretched out her white and slender jade hand lovingly, and gently stroked the grey cat's head. Her face showed no joy or anger, and she asked Fang Sui in a cold voice. Fang Sui looked at Buster, and saw that he was indeed chasing this guy. He turned around and said, yes. He thought with interest, could it be that Buster left earlier to go and hook up with this big grey cat? Later, he didn't like the grey cat, and backed out temporarily, so he was chased here. You are an idiot. Fang Sui's thoughts were sensed by Buster. It was immediately annoyed and stopped sleeping. It instantly turned over from Fang Sui's shoulder and sat up, and rudely called Fang Sui an idiot. When the master and the cat were communicating with each other, the woman patted the big grey cat lightly, and then said to Fang Sui, my cat is an ancient alien soul-devouring cat. Look at your cat, which is surrounded by a dark aura, and can move in the air. It is obviously also a rare alien species. Sell it to me. Pairing with my cat will definitely produce an extraordinary beast pet. Fang Sui could no longer restrain himself and laughed. It turned out that the big grey cat opposite wanted to pick up girls, and the master came to help it chase a wife. Panting, she said, if my cat wants to be with your grey cat, I won't stop it, but I will never sell it. Buster had curled himself up like a furball, and would never look at the grey cat with a fixed gaze, which made Fang Sui laugh even more. Now that he understood the other party's intention, and it wasn't Buster who caused the trouble, Fang Sui turned around and left after he finished speaking. Wait. It's difficult for my soul-eating cat to breed, and it's rare to see a female cat of the same kind, so I can't let it go easily. Are you sure you don't want to sell your cat? The woman persisted, and at the end of her words, there was a slight rise in her voice, with a faint chuckle, as if she didn't believe Fang Sui really didn't want to sell his cat. Fang Sui turned around and separated the crowd of onlookers, saying without looking back, I told you I won't sell my cat. The woman stood on the frame with a coquettish voice, pursing her lips and saying, everything has a value, not to mention your cat. I offer 50 first level energy crystals, and you won't sell it? Just from the surprised expressions of the people around, it can be known that the price offered by this woman is extremely high, far beyond the expectations of ordinary people. Since Fang Sui went to the huge store called Everything, he has figured out the trading methods here. There are two types. One is more primitive, which is to exchange things for things. If both parties agree, they will exchange equal value. Another type is to use energy crystals as the currency for transactions. Energy crystals are a kind of crystal that has been nurtured by absorbing the power of heaven and earth for a long time. They store extremely rich energy. Not only can they be used as currency for transactions, but they can also be absorbed by cultivators and can play a role in assisting cultivation. The scorching sunfire crystal that once transformed Fang Sui's body is actually also considered a kind of energy crystal, but it is extremely precious and rare in the world. Energy crystals are also divided into multiple levels. Just like modern currency, which is divided into 1 yuan, 10 yuan, and 100 yuan, the higher the level of the crystal, the more abundant the energy contained in it, and the rarer it is. The woman offered 50 first level energy crystals, which was far more than the price of ordinary magic beasts. It was very amazing. After all, apart from the potential, Buster was only first level at this time. Like the many magic beast eggs that Fang Sui saw in the shop of the Hall of All Things, the highest price was only 10 first level energy crystals. From this, it can be seen that the price offered by the woman was actually several times higher than that of a normal first level beast pet. Not for sale. Fang Sui kept moving forward and responded. The woman was rejected, her face did not change, and even the posture of lowering her head to stroke the grey cat did not change at all. She continued, 100 energy crystals. The voice became calmer. Fang Sui kept moving forward like flowing clouds and water. A bad idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If he sold Buster to this woman and earned 100 energy crystals from her, it would not be bad. Then he could send a telepathic message and take Buster back in an instant. This is a shortcut to get rich by getting something for nothing. Fang Sui muttered in his heart. Of course he would not really do this. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he went away in a blink of an eye. The voice of not selling came back again. At this moment, the young man who had never spoken since he appeared and stood beside the woman spoke for the first time. 10 second level crystals. Fang Sui had not responded yet, but the crowd around him had already exclaimed in surprise. 10 second level crystals can be sold for a second level war beast. It should be noted that there is a huge gap in the level of life between each stage, and there is a fundamental difference. Therefore, it is a big deal to buy a first level Buster at the price of a second level magic beast. The surroundings suddenly became noisy, and someone whispered, "This ancient clan family is really profound. They can take out second level crystals and buy a first level beast pet as soon as they open their mouths." The relevant discussions were boiling, and everyone looked at the Buster on Fang Sui's shoulder with fiery eyes. It is estimated that some people have already had the bad idea of snatching Buster and reselling it. Not for sale. Fang Sui's voice came back for the last time. He and Buster disappeared in the crowd in the distance. The young man in the car narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. This man is so ungrateful. Miss, don't be angry. Let's go to the Hall of All Things to entrust it. Maybe we can find other exotic cat pets. The maid next to him glanced at the direction where Fang Sui left from a distance, frowned, and said with a hint of disdain. After the leading woman reached out and stroked Buster away, the rather dejected big grey cat said with some surprise, "I'm not angry, but it's a pity that Big Grey finally found a kindred spirit, but failed. This man won't sell a cat pet for 10 second order crystals. I don't know if he doesn't know the value of energy crystals, or if he's just pretending to be noble. He's not pretending to be noble, on the contrary, he's very smart. His cat seems to have a bit of divinity, and its value is far more than 10 second order crystals. I made the offer just to test his reaction and see if he knows the real value of the cat." The cat. The young man spoke in a slow and calm tone, and when he spoke, an unusually sharp light flashed in his eyes. The woman and the maid behind her widened their eyes at the same time, extremely surprised. The woman let out a low cry and said, "Does that cat have divinity? Divinity means it has the potential to become a god. This is amazing. Many ancient star beasts cannot have divinity. Brother, you are not mistaken, are you? Is there a cat god among the gods? I have never heard of this." The maid was even more skeptical. At this time, the creatures of various races gathered on the street. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, all dispersed. The young man turned around and walked into the carriage, saying as he walked, "This vast universe has countless mysteries. What gods are there? I'm afraid that the artifact pantheon in the pantheon of the gods may not record them all. Is there a cat god? Who can say for sure? What about the cat? I'm actually not sure." As he spoke, the guards behind him, who were as vague as a shadow, quietly disappeared. 3 bright moons, 1 large and 2 small, were shining brightly at the same time, and the cold light enveloped the vast earth. In the night, Fang Sui came to the edge of the central area of the Purple Ring Star City, where a medium-sized force called the Star Domain Knights Hall is located. The Star Domain Knights Hall is adjacent to the All Things store. Although it is not as large as the Temple of the Gods or the Hunting Alliance of the Heavens, or even weaker than the Major Alliance, it is also a very prosperous medium-sized force. Fang Sui finally chose this place, and prepared to join it temporarily, because of the rules of the Knights Hall. Joining the Knights Hall will not be restricted in freedom. People in the Knights Hall can even join other organizations at the same time, which is very suitable for Fang Sui at this stage. He can move forward and backward freely, and he can make changes when he has a more suitable choice in the future. The Knights Hall inherits the pattern and characteristics of many buildings in the city, and it is also novel in shape. The entire building is staggered and well changed. The pointed towers are like peaks reaching the sky, brushing the sky, and looking at the moon, forming a vast building complex. In front of the main entrance, there are two huge knight sculptures standing on the left and right, holding magic spears, with the momentum of piercing the sky, solemn and imposing. As soon as Fang Sui approached the temple gate, he could see on the walls on both sides of the temple gate, there were exquisite and realistic pictures depicting knights of various races riding giant beasts, conquering the vast sea of starry sky, the jungle of the earth, the abyss of fire and other dangerous places. Under each picture, there is also a text description, explaining the glorious and long history of the Knights Hall. Fang Sui looked at the pictures of the Starry Sky Giant Beast Knight, the Death Demon Knight, the Eastern Dragon Knight, the Western Dragon Beast Knight, the Nine-Headed Flying Snake Knight, and more unheard of magical beasts. Are these legendary beasts all in this five-sided starfield? Fang Sui's face was thoughtful, and he whispered to himself. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 155, a new page, seeking monthly tickets and recommendations. In front of the main entrance of the Knights Hall, a whole team of warriors in knight armor stood proudly, each with a gleaming eye, full of energy, and emitting a mountain of pressure. Different patterns were engraved on the chest of their bright silver armor. This indicated the specific classification of the knight's profession. Some patterns were a lush green tree, indicating that the owner of the armor was a first-level jungle knight, skilled in horseback shooting and hunting. Another person's armor was engraved with a cracked flaming abyss pattern, and he was an abyss knight. Another person had a stream engraved on his chest, swelling and dancing, and this was an ocean knight. The leader among the knights was a tall alien warrior with human appearance, but a body of nearly 10 feet, as strong as a mountain, wearing heavy armor, only revealing his head, with reddish brown hair, casually scattered, and eyes like two magic lamps, shining brightly. This leading knight was already approaching middle age, with a blue sky pattern on his chest, with two white clouds floating. He is a second-level Sky Knight, and his ultimate advancement direction will be the most powerful Star Knight in the legend. Legend has it that a Star Knight who has advanced to the limit has the power to swallow stars and catch the moon, and travels across the starfields of the sky. The reason why the current Knights Hall has fallen into the middle class power is because the most powerful Star Knight in the knight profession has broken the inheritance and has not appeared for thousands of years. What do you do? Seeing Fang Sui approaching and looking around, the leading knight asked. His voice had a sonorous and deafening fluctuation, and when he spoke, it was like the sound of metal clashing, which made people's ears buzz after hearing it. Fang Sui heard the words, retracted his gaze from the mural in front of the hall, and walked towards the direction of the stationed knights, saying as he walked, I want to join the Knights Hall. The leading knight looked Fang Sui up and down and said, join? Are you human? Yes. Fang Sui said. The knight leader said, humans are limited by their natural physical conditions, and are slightly weaker. It is difficult for them to cooperate perfectly with the giant beasts in the knight training, and their achievements are mostly limited. However, in the history of the Knights Hall, there have been outstanding human knights, although they are rare. Do you want to apply to join my Knights Hall after careful consideration? Seeing Fang Sui nod seriously, the knight leader pondered and said, okay, you can try. Follow me. After the knight leader finished speaking, he asked the others to continue to guard. He turned around and led Fang Sui to the magnificent and majestic hall of the Knights Hall, which was built with huge stones. As soon as he entered the hall, a burst of noisy shouts suddenly rushed into Fang Sui's ears, and what appeared in front of him was actually a huge beast riding arena. The entire arena was circular and awe-inspiring, with a radius of 2,000 or 3,000 feet. The giant circular arena in the center alone was nearly 1,000 feet long. There were countless seats arranged in a stepped shape around the arena, and there were also huge pillars that reached the sky and towered into the clouds. On top of the giant pillars were platforms with seats. They were special seats for nobles. Sitting on them, one could overlook the entire Colosseum, as if standing on the clouds. This night arena was somewhat similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum on Earth, but it was more magnificent and imposing, like a battlefield of gods and demons. There was a murderous aura that permeated every inch of the Colosseum. Anyone with a weaker courage would be terrified and unable to move. At this time, the Colosseum was filled with countless creatures of all races. The atmosphere was boiling and warm, unimaginably noisy, and the sound waves were rolling. These people were watching the fierce fight between two fierce beasts on the fighting stage in the arena. Fang Sui also cast his eyes on the fighting stage in the center of the arena. There was a giant bear-like beast and another earth dragon beast that looked a bit like a pangolin, fighting each other, and every collision caused a vibration that shook the earth. The Knight Commander who led Fang Sui said, "This Colosseum is owned by our Knights Hall. After thousands of years of fighting, it has accumulated a fierce murderous aura, comparable to a real battlefield. It is our beast riding training ground during the day and open at night for beast fighting and performances. A bloody killing is held every 3 days. The scene is even more exciting and full of seats. It is a major source of income for our Knights Hall." Fang Sui agreed, his eyes still watching the fight between the two giant beasts on the stage. His heart was infected by the atmosphere of the crazy shouting of countless creatures around him, and he also had a bit of excitement. After a while, Fang Sui followed the Knight Commander through the Colosseum and walked into the inner area of the Knights Hall where outsiders were not allowed to enter. After walking through a long passage, the noise in the Colosseum was blocked at the back and could no longer be heard. Fang Sui's eyes suddenly brightened, and he entered a hall. Although this place is not as large as the Colosseum, it is also about 300 or 400 feet in radius. The whole space is dotted with a faint golden glow. The ground is paved with a smooth and clean stone, which is noble and majestic. There are also a lot of people in the hall, shuttling back and forth. In the center of the hall, there is a huge array crystal wall, which clearly projects a series of battle images. It is the battle scene of the newcomers accepting the promotion to Knight assessment. Many people are watching under the crystal wall, and from time to time they make comments on the battle scenes presented in the picture. The creatures in this hall are all knights from all over the Purple Ring Star. They come here to accept Knight missions, earn energy crystals, or take the Knight advancement assessment. If you want to join the Knight Hall, you must also apply here. I wish you good luck." This burly Knight Commander obviously had other things to do, and brought Fang Sui along the way. After explaining it, he turned around and left. Fang Sui thanked him, and walked around in this hall called the Knight Hall. He walked around, and figured out the steps to apply to join the Knight Hall. First, he needed to register personal information, and then take the assessment. Fang Sui then went to one of the areas to register personal information and waited. Because there were so many people, he had to queue up. Fang Sui stood at the end of the line, thinking to himself, the cultivation atmosphere in the Five Directions Star region is so prosperous that it is unimaginable. This should be the perfect and flawless ideal social form described in the book, where everyone is like a dragon and strives for self-improvement. From what I have seen and heard since I came to Zihuan Star for one day, almost everyone is practicing. Here, the Divine Fire Realm is just a starting point, and it is not uncommon. It is really incredible. While Fang Sui was thinking, a creature in front of him was also looking around boredly. He found Fang Sui standing behind him, and suddenly turned around to look at him, which scared Fang Sui. From behind, this person was nearly 15 feet tall, with bulging muscles all over his body and a green complexion. He looked exactly like the Hulk in the movie Fang Sui had seen before he crossed over. When he turned around at this time, his image was very surprising. He actually had only one huge single eye. The one-eyed alien's huge eye actually moved vertically, and the light was as bright as a searchlight. It looked at Fang Sui and said, "You, a human, also want to become a knight. Can you subdue the giant beast to be your mount?" The primary assessment here is very difficult. There are only two methods. One is that you need to have a mount yourself, and you control your own mount, to fight against the assessment beast provided here. The winner passes. He continued, the other way is that you don't have a mount, but you can rely on your own strength to defeat the assessment beast, and then you will have a chance to choose a monster to be your mount. Human, which way are you going to choose to take the assessment? To join the Knight's Hall? The one-eyed Hulk spoke frankly, and he had no bad intentions. His voice was rumbling, and could be heard from far and near. Fang Sui smiled, and instead of answering, he asked, which assessment method do you plan to choose? The giant's huge one-eyed man was shining with a strange light, and he said proudly, I don't have my own mount, but I have great strength, and I can definitely pass the assessment, and become a junior knight. He asked again, what about you? Fang Sui said, I have a mount, and I will apply to control my own mount, to fight with the assessment beasts, provided by the Knight's Hall. Oh, you have your own mount? What does it look like? Bring it out, so I can see. When the giant heard that Fang Sui had a mount, his face was immediately full of envy. Fang Sui grinned, and thought to himself, there are so many people here, and this is where the Knight's Hall works. How can they summon a mount? This one-eyed alien is a bit stupid. At this time, the people in front had already lined up, and it was the Hulk's turn to step forward and start registering personal information. The person in charge of recording was a waitress who was quite charming. She glanced at the alien who looked like the Hulk and said, show your identity card. Race. Two-headed giant race. The Hulk said. Fang Sui was surprised when he heard this. This guy only had one eye. How could he be a two-headed race? Where was the other head? The waitress was not surprised at all. She asked again, how to choose the knight assessment? No mount, assessment alone. When the two-headed Hulk was done, it was Fang Sui's turn to record his personal information. The process was exactly the same, but when it came to the assessment project, Fang Sui chose to drive the mount to participate in the assessment. Having a mount is quite rare among newcomers. Not only the other people waiting for the assessment, but also when the Hulk talked to Fang Sui earlier, they all looked at him. At this time, the waitress who was responsible for recording personal information also looked up and said, you must know that there are clear rules about the definition of mount. It is not that, as long as you have a war pet, it can be called a mount. It must be a beast that can be ridden. Do you understand it? Yes. Okay, go to room 9 and prepare to take the assessment in a quarter of an hour. There will be an assessor to review your entire assessment. Fang Sui agreed and turned away under the gaze of the people around him. A quarter of an hour later, in a closed stone chamber that was 100 feet wide and sunken into the ground like a skylight, Fang Sui stood calmly, quietly waiting for the appearance of the assessment beast. Black air filled his hand, and the book of summoning was hazily derived. The book slowly opened, and suddenly there was a roar that seemed to come from the depths of the netherworld, crossing the interface, and the surrounding void became darker, as if there was a layer of black fog covering the entire stone chamber. The book of summoning was still turning, and when it finally stopped, it showed a new page that had never appeared before. This was a new page of netherworld summons added to the book after Fang Sui advanced to the Divine Fire Realm. On the surface of the page, under the churning and flowing of endless black air, the outline of a fierce, hideous, and unruly netherworld creature was faintly revealed. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, The Underworld Summoning Creature. When Fang Sui stood quietly in a small room in the Knight's Hall, holding the Book of Summoning in his hand, On the north side of the Purple Ring Star City, in an endless and magnificent mansion, the two young men and women who wanted to buy Buster were burning incense and playing chess in the smoke. Suddenly, a woman's sweet laughter sounded, and she said proudly, "Brother, you actually lost a game. I'm a little tired. I won't play today." She sighed again. "It's quite boring to walk out this time. It's time to go back to our East region. The various forces in the North region are intertwined, and there is always a lack of tranquility. I can't adapt to it." The man nodded lightly without changing his expression. The woman had already stood up, holding the stupid big grey cat, and left gracefully. Only the man was left in the room. He said calmly, as if talking to himself, "Have you found out?" In the shadow behind a pillar in the hall, a vague shadow appeared. It was the guard who stood beside the man on the carriage earlier. "I have found out. He just appeared in the city this morning. Now he went to the Knights Hall and is undergoing assessment. It seems that he wants to join the Knights Hall." Knights Hall? Any other news? The man's voice was low. The guard replied, "The name registered in the city is Fang Sui. His cultivation level is only the first level. He is a small figure with no other background. Knights Hall number 9 room. Except for Fang Sui, it was quiet here. No one else could be seen. But Fang Sui vaguely sensed that someone was watching him in the dark, but he just didn't show up. It should be the Knights Hall staff who supervise the assessment process." At this time, the ground of this closed room, which was like a patio, suddenly had light flowing and interweaving. A thick and huge figure with a violent breath was about to appear in the teleportation array pattern flashing on the ground. Obviously, this is the beast used for the assessment. Fang Sui's spirit was lifted. His eyes suddenly became sharp. The black hair in the summoning book in his hand was strong, and the pages seemed to have sealed a world, and the dark breath was like a long river and a vast sea, surging. Outside the fighting room, in the Hall of the Knights, many people gathered around, focusing on the projection of the crystal wall array pattern in the center of the hall. "Everyone, look at the fighting room number 9. The young man who took the assessment is preparing to summon his own beast, right? The way is very rare," with an extra book in his hand. Someone saw that the situation in Fang Sui's fighting room was a little special in many pictures, and said something. Just as Fang Sui was about to start a battle in the fighting room, a cold and lonely thought wave suddenly came from Buster on his shoulder, saying, "My lord, I went out alone before, because I sensed the aura of mysterious object, and wanted to go and take a look, but I ran into the Yun brothers and sisters. That Yun Xianji is holding something in his hand that can see through my origin. I suspect he has seen through my original aura, and I'm afraid he won't give up." A restrained gleam flashed in Fang Sui's eyes, and he said, "Well, is that man called Yun Xianji? We'll talk about this later." Just as Fang Sui finished speaking, a deafening roar was heard in the fighting room, and the ferocious beast in the teleportation array revealed its true appearance. At first glance, it looks a bit like a cow, but it is 3 meters long, with black and red patterns all over its body. It has no fur on its body, but a layer of dense scales, with layers of evil power surging. Its huge hooves are like millstones, and its limbs are strong and powerful, like large pillars made of cast iron. When it steps on the ground immediately makes a cracking sound, as if it can't bear its weight, and is about to crack. This shows how amazing the strength and weight of this beast are. This creature also has 4 oblique and curved horns on its head, pointing to the sky, like cold knives, flashing cold light. Treading beast. The people watching in the Hall of the Knights recognized the origin of the beast. The treading beast is a beast with infinite power, but it does not release the magic power of long-range attacks, so it cannot be called a magic beast, but a first-level beast that is good at relying on brute force to collide. The ground-treading beast is the most suitable beast for the night assessment. Whether it is for the examiners with or without riding beasts, in front of such a rough and thick skin, but with strong collision force, enough to knock over the mountains, I'm afraid that they must fully demonstrate their strength in order to win in the end. This is exactly the intention of the Knights Hall to choose the ground-treading beast as the night assessment level. It can allow the examiners of the Knights Hall to fully see the strength of the testes. As soon as the ground-treading beast appeared, it immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Its 2 huge eyes, like a pair of blood-red lanterns, covered Fang Sui from a distance, revealing a fierce and cruel irritable light. The next moment, the battle suddenly occurred. The ground-treading beast stomped the ground with its huge hooves, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum. Boom. Boom. In the muffled sound of dung, the momentum was amazing, like a mountain moving sideways, rushing towards Fang Sui. At the same moment, in the summoning book in Fang Sui's hand, a creature from the underworld crawled out of it, and landed in front of Fang Sui. What kind of creature is this? So hideous and frightening? The crowd in the night hall suddenly saw the creature from the netherworld summoned by Fang Sui, and they all said in surprise. It was indeed a hideous creature that most people had never seen. It was shaped like a scorpion, black in color, and glowing like water, but its narrow and cold eyes flashed with dark blue light. What was amazing was that this scorpion-like creature was about 3 feet long, with its tail hook raised high, as strong as a dragon, and its bone armor was extremely frightening. It also had 2 huge, disproportionate scorpion claws in front of it, similar to crab claws. Clang, clang. The claws opened and closed, making a sound of metal and iron, and sparks burst out. This scorpion appeared in the Book of Summoning after Fang Sui advanced to the Divine Fire Realm. This was the first time Fang Sui summoned it out of the world. It was so huge and ferocious, and its image was so terrifying, that Fang Sui himself was a little surprised. In the introduction of the Book of Summoning, it has a title called the Scorpion Rider in the Undead Army. It is the most ferocious scorpion among the species in the netherworld. The Scorpion King in the Ultimate Evolution Direction is a powerful creature in the netherworld at the level of the Undead Commander. The reason why Fang Sui chose the Knight's Hall as a temporary shelter is also related to the Scorpion Rider. Otherwise, why would he choose a force that has nothing to do with him and join it to waste time? At this time, the scorpion appeared in the world, fierce and powerful. It used its 6 limbs to exert force, suddenly stood up, with its upper body suspended in the air, its claws waving, hissing, showing an extremely ferocious fighting posture. Before the thought could be turned around, the ground-treading beast lowered its head and explored its horns, rushing to the front of the scorpion with a thunderous momentum. At this moment, there was a cold light in the void that no one could accurately capture. It flashed and passed by. It was one of the front legs of the ground-treading beast, which was clamped by the scorpion's claws. Crack. The sound of broken tendons and bones rang out. Then there was another mournful roar. One of the front legs of the ground-treading beast, which was as thick as an iron pillar, was actually broken by the clamp, and blood spurted out. The ground-treading beast fell to the ground with a bang like a mountain overturning. At this moment, a faint light flashed in the void again, as if a dragon was curling its tail. Another sound of bones breaking was heard. This time it was the tail hook of the scorpion, which brought up pieces of phantoms and pierced out like lightning. A crescent-like faint light flashed at the tip of the tail hook, and the huge head of the ground-treading beast rolled to the ground. The battle was over as soon as it began. In the past night assessments, there were also creatures with outstanding talents, who used violent and overbearing methods, and could defeat the ground-treading beast without any effort. But it was rare to kill the ground-treading beast so cleanly and neatly in a flash like the scorpion. Therefore, after this scene happened, the creatures of various races watching in the hall of the Knight's Hall were really surprised and amazed. In a corner of the assessment site, where Fang Sui was, a middle-aged knight appeared silently. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the majestic demon scorpion that was lying quietly after killing the ground-treading beast. After a while, he said to Fang Sui, "Your demon beast is full of cold and dark aura. It can kill the ground-treading beast of the same level in seconds. Its combat power is quite rare among first-level beasts. How strong is your control over it?" The words of the middle-aged knight were not a casual question, but were very particular. It should be noted that the netherworld demon scorpion summoned by Fang Sui is a cold and ruthless creature at first glance, which is different from ordinary beasts with flesh and blood that can slowly cultivate feelings with the night. Such cold-blooded species usually lack spirituality and wisdom. Therefore, if Fang Sui cannot control this scorpion at will, no matter how strong its combat power is, Fang Sui cannot rely on it to become a qualified demon scorpion knight. Then, although he passed the assessment this time, the level of the assessment will be greatly affected. Fang Sui smiled and did not speak, but sent a command to the demon scorpion through telepathy. Suddenly, the scorpion's 6 legs were propped up on the ground in a ridiculous way, and it turned around like a dance. Finally, its head tilted back, and it flipped in the air. With a loud bang, countless people in the Knights Hall laughed. It turned out that the scorpion was lying on its belly, with its 6 legs and 2 scorpion claws dancing wildly, looking extremely funny. Suddenly, the scorpion turned over again, and returned to its normal state with its back facing up. Fang Sui took a step forward, and climbed onto the scorpion's back calmly. Suddenly, the scorpion moved like a ghost, moving horizontally and vertically as it wished, showing incredible flexibility. In the dark room, only 2 blue lights in the scorpion's eyes could be seen when it moved. Because of the fast speed, they stretched into 2 blue dotted lines and intertwined everywhere in the room. Fang Sui's display undoubtedly best demonstrated how well he could control the scorpion. The knight smiled after seeing this. When Fang Sui collected the scorpion and stood still, he said with satisfaction, "Very good, very good. It has been a long time since I have seen such excellent test results. From now on, you are one of the beginner knights of my Knight Hall. Starting tomorrow, you will be assigned to the #1 beginner knight team and can practice and study in my Knight Hall. What is the name of your mount?" "Magic Scorpion." Fang Sui said. "Okay. Your beginner knight title will be called Magic Scorpion Knight," the middle-aged knight said again. Half an hour later, Fang Sui appeared in an independent small courtyard inside the Knight Hall building complex. This will become his temporary residence. Fang Sui was sitting cross-legged in a room in the courtyard at this time, communicating with Buster with divine thoughts. "You just said that Yun Xianji would not give up. What is the reason?" The next moment, Buster transformed into a wise girl, with cat eyes glowing, showing a mysterious magic that Fang Sui had never seen before. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 157. Months fled by in a flash. In her dark pupils, an inky aura radiated outward, like a curtain covering a few feet. The entire room became pitch black, and then the dark curtain, like a calm lake, began to ripple, as if a mirror world was reflected inside, stretching and folding to form a picture. This surprised Fang Sui, and he looked closely, and found that the picture seemed to be displayed from the perspective of a certain creature, constantly shaking, as if the creature was moving, so what it saw was also unstable. Fang Sui was surprised and said, "Buster, you reflected the void with your eyes. What is this that appeared?" Buster shrugged his ears smartly and said softly, "This is a magic method to deprive soul fragments. Simply put, it is to replace my breath in the soul of a certain creature, like a seed. When I need it, I will open this seed, and with the help of the creature being cast, I can perceive what it sees and hears. The picture that the Lord sees at this moment is the seed planted in a certain creature by me activating it, and it is reflected from its perspective." Fang Sui thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to understand something. A strange expression appeared on his face and he said, "This animal whose soul was planted with seeds by you can't be that big grey cat." A trace of annoyance flashed in Buster's bright eyes, and he blurted out, "I don't like cats." After that, he realized that he had been fooled. Sure enough, he heard Fang Sui quickly reply, "Well, then do you like lions?" Buster became more and more angry. At this moment, a voice was heard from the projected image, which was the perspective of the big grey cat. "Miss, the bath fragrance we brought from home is almost used up. When will we set out to return to the East region?" Fang Sui thought, this is the voice of the little maid. Well, brother seems to have something else to do. I will go back after I'm done. The voice became weaker. Then the perspective of the big grey cat finally stabilized and stopped shaking. It should have stopped somewhere and stopped moving. At this time, the perspective of the big grey cat was filled with mist. A slender figure appeared in the mist, taking off her clothes gracefully, revealing her dazzling white skin that exuded the color of fine porcelain. "Oh my god, Buster, I understand. So you like human women of the same sex? Using a grey cat to spy on women taking a bath. This is not good. Boring." Buster rolled his eyes at Fang Sui and continued, "I used the soul changing technique on the big grey cat. Originally, I wanted to spy on Yun Xianji. Later, the stupid owner of the big grey cat, who was taking off clothes, saw me and thought that the big grey cat and I were getting close. That's why she brought the big grey cat to chase me. I say it again. This cat god doesn't like male cats. Well, you like male lions and human women. I remember that. Fang Sui said leisurely. Meow. I don't like lions and human women either. Buster's eyes were full of shame and annoyance, but she was smart and didn't argue with Fang Sui about this issue anymore. She changed the subject and said, Yunxianji is a predator and very dangerous. These words really successfully diverted Fang Sui's attention. He asked, Predator? It's an extremely rare title. It can also be understood as a profession that practices terrifying secret arts. They specialize in killing and deprivation to strengthen themselves. They are sinister and ferocious, Buster explained. Fang Sui still didn't quite understand and asked, how do you know he is a predator? Buster's dark eyes moved, revealing a look of reminiscence, and said, I said earlier that it was because I sensed the breath of an artifact that I wanted to confirm it by myself. That artifact is in Yunxianji's hand, and it is called the hunting mirror. My original body has divinity, and even a super strong person cannot see through it, but the searching light emitted by the hunting mirror can. So Yunxianji can know that there is divinity hidden in my soul. And every creature that holds the hunting mirror will naturally become a predator. Fang Sui listened quietly and asked slowly, what is divinity? Divinity involves a field beyond the scope of cultivation. To put it in an easy to understand way, it is a unique attribute of the powerful life that the world calls God. Divinity can also be understood as a kind of inheritance, which contains a fragment of a god's cultivation experience, which is extremely precious. As Buster spoke, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes, and he said, according to my inherited memory, the hunting mirror was a divine object that could hunt gods and demons long ago, and its power was endless. Logically speaking, even a 5th or 6th level strongman could not activate the hunting mirror. Although Yunxianji is strong, he has never reached the level of mastering the hunting mirror, unless there is a problem with the hunting realm, or even damage, and the power is greatly reduced, then it is mastered by Yunxianji. But how could something of this level of the hunting mirror be damaged? Buster said later, almost talking to himself, as if there was a great doubt in his heart that could not be solved. At this time, the big grey cat took advantage of the master taking a bath, and under the control of Buster's telepathy, it suddenly left the misty bathroom silently, and moved between the rooms and ridges of the palaces. After a while, when it stopped again, it had already come to the outside of a palace, and pricked up its ears, to eavesdrop on the sound inside. I have my own plan for this matter, just do as I say, go down. A low and powerful male voice sounded in the palace. Fang Sui knew it was the voice of the young man who came to buy the cat before, Yunxianji. Unfortunately, the big grey cat came to the outside of the hall, and only heard the end. What was Yunxianji saying? That he had his own plan. The next moment, something strange happened. A ghost-like, silent and creepy hand stretched out from the hall. It had no arms. Just a hand flew out in the air, grabbed the big grey cat's neck, and dragged it into the hall. It turned out to be the big grey. What are you doing here? This hand was Yunxianji, who had a fierce look in the hall. He found the trace of the big grey cat and grabbed it. At this time, the hand that grabbed the big grey cat suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was just a drop of blood bead surrounded by vitality, which fell into Yunxianji's eyebrows and disappeared. This Yunxianji is so powerful that a wisp of breath and blood essence can transform into a flesh and blood hand that is hard to tell whether it is real or fake. What kind of strange magical power is this? It is far beyond the scope of the first level. The moment the thought flashed through Fang Sui's mind, the image projected in Buster's eyes disappeared suddenly, and the magic of controlling the big grey cat was temporarily lifted. She was afraid that the means of monitoring by the big grey cat would arouse Yunxianji's attention. Then Buster closed her eyes and remained silent, sensing silently. After a moment, she opened her dark eyes, exhaled and said, fortunately, nothing happened. Yunxianji didn't think too much. This big grey cat is still useful. Buster looked at Fang Sui and said, since Yunxianji is a hunter, he will definitely covet the divinity in my body. If he can absorb my divinity, it will be of great benefit to his practice. Fang Sui said, "Do you know what level of strength Yun Xianji has now?" Buster said, "Yun Xianji should have obtained the hunting mirror not long ago, and if he wants to practice according to the ancient techniques passed down in the mirror, and eventually grow into a hunting god king who can hunt gods and demons, and transcend life and death, there is a prerequisite, which is that he must destroy his original practice and rebuild his foundation at the beginning." Fang Sui's eyes flashed. "You mean, Yun Xianji destroyed his original practice, and is now starting from scratch? Well, he is covered with a strange light, deliberately making it difficult for people to see his realm, but I guess he is no more than the 3rd level now, and should be at the 2nd level," Baster said confidently. "The gap between each level is a fundamental change, which is almost impossible to make up. The 2nd level is far beyond what we can handle now." Fang Sui frowned. He originally wanted to use the Horus Eagle to spy on Yun Xianji, but he changed his mind at this time and thought, Yun Xianji's current strength is far above mine. If he is discovered, it will be a surprise. It is better to pretend that he doesn't know, which will also confuse the enemy. After a period of peace, Fang Sui was in the Knight's Hall and fell into a busy practice. From the beginning of practice until now, when he joined the Knight's Hall, he really began to understand the complete practice system. During this period, Fang Sui went to the Knight's Hall every morning to listen to the teachings of the strong men under the Knight's Hall. In the afternoon, he could browse the books and ancient books in the Knight's Hall at will to learn about the history, geography, and culture of the 5 Directions Heaven realm, as well as the relevant information of various races and creatures. At night, it was Fang Sui's time to practice on his own. He learned a lot of information that he had never heard of before, including many realms of practice, and the Knight's Hall gave detailed answers to this. In terms of the realm of practice, this strong man talked about the 1st level all the way to the 7th level, calling the 7th level a mythical level, with abilities so powerful that it could rival gods and demons. And there are obviously higher levels after the 7th level, but according to the knowledgeable old knight of the Knight's Hall, after the 7th level, it is no longer something that ordinary practitioners can see. It is an extremely mysterious holy land. Even the old knight is not very clear about what it is like after the 7th level. During this time, Fang Sui also learned other relevant knowledge about the 5 Direction Star Domain. This area is extremely vast. Although it is called the 5 Direction Star Domain, in fact, the universe is 3-dimensional, horizontally and vertically, up and down, and 10 directions coexist. Any domain of the 5 Direction Star Domain is vast and boundless, far beyond the limited concept of star domain, and there is no boundary at all. There are many mysterious ancient places that have never been explored and discovered. The current 5 Direction Domain is not simply prosperous. In the endless chaotic time and space connected to the South region, just 60,000 years ago, there were evil species headed by shadow creatures that plundered the origin of all living things as a way of evolution. They were born from the wild chaos that no one could cross and had a great war with the creatures of the 5-star regions, causing countless life source stars to collapse, the entire star region to collapse into nothingness, and countless mythical level strongmen to fall. Time passed in the process of Fang Sui's eager grasp of various knowledge. 3 months passed in a flash. These were 3 months of rapid progress after Fang Sui truly understood the great system of cultivation. On this day, in the quiet room where Fang Sui lived, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, running the power around him. It was as if some kind of secret realm of cultivation had been opened inside and outside his body, showing all kinds of wonderful and strange phenomena. Seeking monthly tickets. Seeking subscriptions. Seeking recommendations. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 158 Bloody Killing. Seeking monthly ticket recommendation ticket. Sincerely request to subscribe. Thank you for your support. In his body, not only is there the blazing sun of the Sea of Consciousness, but also the dark moon of the underworld mountain rising and falling, catering to the magical changes of the heavenly secrets. Moreover, at this time, this magical scene actually spread outside the body. In the room where he practiced, a hazy shadow of a blazing sun and a dark moon appeared respectively, changing with the day and night between heaven and earth, appearing in turn, and slowly circling around Fang Sui. This scene of the sun and the moon surrounding him is exquisite. Fang Sui, who is surrounded by the sun and the moon, is like the center of a starfield. The shadows of the sun and the moon are like a formation connecting the key of heaven and earth, which vaguely pulls the core power of the heaven and earth, and infuses his body with blessings. After Fang Sui came to the Purple Ring Star to practice, there was another benefit, that is, there were 2 suns in the sky during the day and 3 moons hanging at night, which was undoubtedly a great help to the Sun Golden Sutra in the Book of the Dead Souls, that could echo the key of the sun and the moon in heaven and earth. It is precisely because of the above reasons that Fang Sui's cultivation speed in the past few months has leaped forward like thunder and lightning. He has clearly sensed that the power in his body is gradually approaching the next level of cultivation. Time is like water, always flowing. When another dawn came and the dark night receded, Fang Sui slowly opened his eyes and ended this practice. In an instant, a ray of divine light appeared in his eyes, like the sun breaking through the clouds, flowing outward, and the light was strong. Then his eyes opened and closed, and another round of cold moon's divine light flashed in his eyes. The 2 colors of light alternated 9 times, before returning to normal. At this moment, in the ocean of Fang Sui's mind, there was an inexplicable sense of freedom from all constraints. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is wide for fish to jump. In the end, all the strange phenomena inside and outside his body disappeared at the same time, leaving only a black robe of the underworld, with a faint light like water, and a sense of simplicity returning to nature. Fang Sui walked out with bright eyes, and communicated with Buster in his mind. I have been busy practicing in the past few months. How is Yun Xianji doing? Buster squatted lazily on Fang Sui's shoulder, and in the shining light of the morning sun, he gently shook his soft and shiny black hair, squinted his eyes beautifully, and transmitted his thoughts. Since you entered the Knight's Hall, Yun Xianji has stayed in Purple Ring Star City for a full 10 days. Later, when you were practicing in the Knight's Hall, he also left Purple Ring Star City and disappeared for a while. He added, I'm only at the 1st level now, so I can't control the big grey cat over a long distance. I don't know where Yun Xianji and his sister took the big grey cat during the period of disappearance, but recently he returned to Purple Ring Star and is now walking around other cities. Fang Sui pondered in his heart, but he did not stop walking. In a blink of an eye, he had left his residence and walked towards a hall in the Knight's Hall. At this moment, a deafening roar was heard from not far away, and a voice called out, "Hey, Fang Sui." Following the voice, a huge and imposing figure approached from afar. This figure was green all over, and was as tall as 15 meters. He was a two-headed giant, a one-eyed big man who had met Fang Sui when they were in the queue. This big man also successfully passed the assessment. That day, only he and Fang Sui were able to enter the Night Hall and become junior knights. Obviously, this guy was as strong as he boasted to him. It is said that he is the only barbarian who has competed with the assessment beast head-on in recent days and finally won. At present, this one-eyed green giant, like Fang Sui, is training in the Night Hall's #1 junior knight team. He came over with a vigorous momentum, his huge eyes flashing with a strange light, staring wide-eyed, waving his strong arms, as if to emphasize the tone of his words, and said proudly, "How is it? Did you gain anything from your practice this time? I'm about to break through to the late 1st stage." Fang Sui smiled and said, "Then congratulations to you. A breakthrough in practice is the best good news. I should be able to break into the middle 1st stage in a few days." The two talked as they walked. The one-eyed green giant said again, "A bloody killing battle will be held in the arena tonight. Are you going to watch the ceremony?" Fang Sui did not answer but asked, "I heard that recently some people have been killing the knights of our Knight's Hall or their mounts in the bloody arena. Well, this is a competition between major forces. It's not our turn to worry about it. But you have to be careful about another thing. I heard that outstanding practitioners from major forces have disappeared inexplicably recently. There is a horrible rumor circulating in the city that this was done by shadow creatures who sneaked in. If this is true, it will be difficult to deal with. It is said that shadow creatures can turn into nothingness and even travel through the void, making them hard to guard against. It is rare to see this one-eyed big man showing worry, which shows how notorious the shadow creatures are. Even this heartless guy subconsciously revealed a kind of fear. Fang Sui said calmly, these are old tricks that have happened countless times in history. It is not uncommon for us and the shadow creatures to assassinate each other in the long years of battle. The sun in the sky rose higher and higher. Her golden face generously sprinkled the light that enveloped the entire earth and nourished all things. The figures of Fang Sui and the other two moving forward seemed to blend into the brilliant sunshine, going farther and farther. A quarter of an hour later, in a hall of the Knight's Hall, Fang Sui, the one-eyed green giant, and 3 other aliens from different races, a total of 5 people, formed the Knight's Hall number 1 primary Knight team. Except for Fang Sui, these 5 people have one thing in common, that is, they are all extremely strong, with broad shoulders and thick backs, showing a burly stature that can carry mountains and seas. This is related to the profession of knight. Sometimes you have to do it yourself to subdue or contact some giant beasts. Therefore, those with excellent knight talents are usually physiques and great strength. People like Fang Sui are exceptions under accidental circumstances and are rare. At this time, the number 1 beginner knight team, including Fang Sui, was listening to a middle-aged knight talking about knight combat skills, the specific classification of knight professions, and the selection, capture, and taming of knight mounts. Usually, a knight should not have more than 3 mounts in his lifetime, 1 main and 2 auxiliary. If there are less than 3, it will be extremely difficult to fight in all environments. If there are more, it will be difficult to ensure the supply of resources and growth will be slow. The middle-aged knight's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word was heard by Fang Sui and others. The middle-aged knight then talked about which beasts in the starfield of the heavens were the most powerful and belonged to mythical species, and which beasts were suitable to be mounts. This was the most novel and interesting content that made people very interested. Fang Sui and others listened attentively, and their minds were filled with thoughts and various magical beasts and creatures as the middle-aged knight spoke. After nearly 2 hours, the morning practice ended. As Fang Sui and his group walked out, a young man from a foreign race who looked like a human, but was half a head taller than Fang Sui in the number 1 knight team said mysteriously, "Have you heard about it? The All Things store fished out a strange thing from the depths of the Sea of Disaster on the Purple Ring Star. It seems to be related to a certain ancient civilization that has disappeared. It is said that there are great secrets hidden in it. Now it has been transported to the Hall of All Things, attracting creatures of all races to explore it." As soon as these words came out, they immediately aroused the interest of the other guys. In the past few months, there were only 5 pitiful people in this number 1 beginner knight team. They met every day and naturally knew each other. When they heard that the All Things store had a mysterious thing, they immediately gathered together and discussed wanting to go and see it. Such strange things were happening every day in various places in the 5 Directions Star region. Although Fang Sui was very interested, he was not so excited that he was anxious to see it. He just listened quietly, and then he heard the Cyclops and other guys change the topic and talk about mounts. "Hey, a while ago, we were organized to go to the floating mountains to capture mounts. I successfully subdued a first-level Earth Dragon. What did you gain?" It was still the alien named Xinjialuo who spoke first, who asked first. The other aliens responded happily and talked to each other. It was last month that the Knight's Hall organized the number 1 knight team to go out and capture mounts, and everyone gained something. Fang Sui himself had the Book of Summoning and the Scorpion as a mount, so he did not join the team at that time and chose to stay in the Knight's Hall to practice. After talking for a while, they decided to meet in the evening to watch the bloody killing held in the Knight's Hall arena, and then they dispersed. Night fell as expected, and the bright moon rose in the starry sky. At the same moment, the sun was dark and the moon was bright in Fang Sui's body. The moon and the lower abdomen of the Kisi emitted a gentle and clear light, illuminating the divine land in his body. There was also a kind of clear and cold light shining in his body. Just like in the human universe, there were stars brewing and being born, which was very wonderful. Several people from the number 1 Knight squad gathered together and came to the wide arena of the Knight Hall. The arena was already bustling with people, and hundreds of races gathered together. The number of people was like the sand of the Ganges, and it was difficult to count them specifically. As internal staff of the Knight Hall, Fang Sui and his party naturally had some privileges. Several people came to a giant pillar in the arena, touched the array pattern on the giant pillar, and the light flashed under their feet. They successfully appeared on the top of a giant pillar. This is an exclusive seat for internal staff of the Night Hall. It is high above and has an excellent view, facing the giant arena below. There are nearly 100 seats in this platform, half of which are already occupied. Fang Sui and his party chose a seat and sat down with laughter. Everyone looked around curiously, looking around. Amid the noise of people coming and going in the arena, the host of the Night's Hall stepped onto the center of the arena and announced the start of tonight's bloody killing battle. The so-called bloody killing is divided into two forms. The first one is different from the simple beast fighting held in the arena. In addition, there will be intelligent creatures on the stage, fighting fiercely with ferocious monsters until death. The second one is a challenge similar to gladiatorial combat, which involves relatively complicated situations. There will be many creatures of various races on the stage to compete, fighting each other, and never holding back. The victory or defeat of the killing battle also involves the opening of the betting market and other aspects. Therefore, every time the bloody killing begins, it is a grand event in Zuhuan Star City, and people gather. Affected by the atmosphere in the venue, several companions around Fang Sui seemed eager to try and wanted to go on stage to participate in the gambling battle between first level practitioners to earn some energy crystals. After discussing, they turned to look at Fang Sui and asked, "Do you want to participate in the same level battle tonight?" Fang Sui shook his head and said, "No, it's rare for me to have free time, so it's good to watch here." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange and turned his head to see that several people were sitting on the exclusive seats at the top of another Shiansu platform next to him. Fang Sui looked at it and his face changed slightly, quite surprised. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 159 The Provocation that came to the door, asking for monthly tickets and recommendations. Under his gaze, more than 20 people appeared in the teleportation array on the top of the Shiansute. The leaders were all young men and women. Walking in the center was a straight-limbed young man with a somewhat feminine face and a slightly narrow face, but he appropriately highlighted a kind of decisive and ruthless temperament rarely seen in ordinary people, and he looked very attractive. He wore a black robe, and a layer of black hair was faintly surrounded by his body. He looked straight ahead, and walked silently under the crowd. There was a woman on each side of the young man, both of whom were beautiful and charming. One of them wore light brown leather armor. The other one had fair skin and wore a light silver knight armor. Her eyes were bright and her long hair was loose, which was particularly eye-catching. The other people in this team were also extraordinary. Each of them had a sharp light in their eyes and a surging aura. They were all ordinary and rare strong men. What was a little strange was that 3 of these people actually hid their faces in the shadow of a dark one-piece hat, which looked very mysterious. If this group of people were just powerful and dressed in mysterious and sinister clothes, it would not be enough to surprise Fang Sui. What surprised him was the weak and thin maid following the leading man and woman. Although the maid's appearance had changed, Fang Sui still recognized her at a glance. She was the girl who was wanted to be killed by the Queen of Hunt on the Mother of Life, but later her eyes were bleeding, and she suddenly broke through the protective wall of the Mother of Life. Under the protection of an alien old man, she fell into the Great Rift Valley of Venus and disappeared. Not only did this girl not die, but she also came to the Purple Ring Star and became a maid for some reason. Calculating the time, it has been more than a year since the girl jumped into the Great Rift Valley of Venus. Seeing her suddenly appear was indeed beyond Fang Sui's expectations. The crowd sat down in their seats one after another. The mysterious girl stood behind the leading man and woman, looking straight ahead, like a well-behaved maid, but Fang Sui had a feeling that the girl already knew that he was watching him and knew his identity. This feeling came inexplicably, but it was extremely clear. It's the people from the Black Warrior Palace. They're here again, and there are so many of them. Many people from other Knights' halls were sitting in the seats around Fang Sui. When they saw someone appear in the adjacent Shiansute seat, they were whispering. The so-called Black Warrior Palace is also a cultivation force in the 5 Direction Star Domain. The reason why they are called Black Warriors is that they are not only proficient in the evil arts of darkness, but also act as killers, act in secret, and often do unspeakable things in secret. The Black Warrior Palace and the Knight's Hall have always been opposing forces. As early as the mythological war period that circulated in the five-direction star domain, the god of knights and the god of black warriors were two opposing gods and had fought many times. Continuing to the present, the Knight's Hall and the Black Warrior Palace are not only different in beliefs, but also the hatred that has been maintained for many years has accumulated more and more. Therefore, when they saw the people from the Black Warrior Palace appearing in the adjacent seats, many Knight's Hall practitioners immediately felt that something was unusual. The Black Warrior Palace appeared in such a large group, and it was obvious that they must have come for something. When the people around Fang Sui were talking in low voices, the light of the teleportation array flickered on the stone ground not far from where they were sitting. Ripples appeared in the space, and two figures appeared. They were the two middle-aged knight instructors who usually taught Fang Sui and others knight combat skills. After the two knight instructors appeared, they glanced and walked straight to where Fang Sui and others were. After getting closer, the two sat down without any courtesy. One of them said with a solemn expression, "We have received news that the Black Warrior Palace has summoned the elite beginner Black Warriors in the major cities of Purple Ring Star to form a team. They will take turns to provoke our Knight's Palace in the major main cities. They are coming here tonight, and there must be something bad going on. You should be careful. The targets of their challenge are none other than the outstanding beginner knights like you. There have been knights in the other two main cities who were caught off guard and challenged by the people of the Black Warrior Palace, and some beginner knights have even died." He added, "The bloody killing that will begin in the arena later, as long as they are of the same level, they can challenge each other. I estimate that the people of the Black Warrior Palace will take the opportunity to cause trouble." Xinjia Aluo, One-Eyed and others are all from strong fighting races with muscles growing in their heads. Although they know that their opponents are well prepared, they are not afraid when they hear the words. Instead, they are eager to try. They turn their heads and look in the direction where the people of the neighboring Black Warrior Palace are gathered. It happened that the other party also looked over here, and the two sides' eyes collided. A faint undercurrent of murderous intent spread in the void. Another knight instructor also said with a serious face, "The three guys whose faces are covered in the one-piece hats in the other two main cities have a mysterious origin." According to the news from the night halls of the other two main cities, these three mysterious figures are the strongest among the people gathered in the Black Warrior Palace. One of them once took action in the challenge of the night hall of another main city and killed a well-qualified beginner knight in a few moves. At this time, someone had already appeared on the fighting stage below, fighting against a strange beast with colorful wings, but a body like a lizard. The fighting process was similar to the bullfighting seen on Earth that Fang Sui knew, except that the fighting between the two sides was more intense and involved life and death. And the strange monster in the battle was not as weak as the bull in the bullfighting competition. It had full attack power, roared like thunder, and could attack from far and near, and was very fierce. The killing on the stage was in full swing, and the surrounding spectators roared and cheered passionately. The whole arena was incomparable and the atmosphere was boiling. In a blink of an eye, the first fight was over. The person on stage won and killed the monster, but his body was covered with wounds. It was a tragic victory. After that, there were 3 consecutive fights, all of which were intense and bloody. In one of them, the monster won and ate its opponent alive. Fang Sui said, "Where do the people who fight on stage come from?" There are 2 types. One is death row prisoners, and the other is people who volunteer to sign up to earn energy crystals and are confident that they can win. Our night hall is responsible for providing the venue and collecting fees, and then selecting the final person on stage from the applicants. Of course, if the registered creatures are not qualified, the person on stage needs to be sent by our night hall. A night instructor explained. After 4 games, it was almost midnight. The 3 bright moons in the sky intertwined in the center of the dome, shining together the brightest and clearest light in the deep dark night, as cold as water, brushing the earth and mountains. In the clear lakes, the spectacle of March reflected on the lake's surface appeared. The atmosphere in the arena gradually reached its peak after 4 fierce battles. At this time, the host of the Knights Hall came on stage in the center of the arena and announced loudly that tonight's bloody killing had entered the climax. That is, the intelligent creatures challenged each other to kill each other. The rule is that the two challengers need to be of the same level, and the challenged can refuse, but if they agree to come on stage, they must decide the winner before they can stop and allow killing. The winner of the two battles can get 1/10 of the bets of the match. This is a very amazing rate of return, 1/10 of the bets placed by the entire audience, and the value is so rich that it is indeed worth risking your life. This is an opportunity to become famous overnight and become a billionaire at the same time. No wonder it is so bloody and does not limit life and death, but there are still many participants, and it has been prosperous for a long time. As the host's voice fell, the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly boiled. Hey, the first person to come on stage to participate in the killing challenge is actually from our Knights Hall? Fang Sui also narrowed his eyes and looked at a young man who came on stage. People like Fang Sui who entered the Knight Hall were all extremely talented and had excellent test scores, so they were assigned to the number 1 Knight team. If there is one, there will naturally be 2, or even 3 or 4, but there is no 5, because not so many people can pass the test. There are 4 entry-level Knight teams in Zoho and Star City, with Fang Sui's group of 5 being the strongest. The other 3 groups have at least 5 or 6 people, and at most more than 10. The young man who is now on the stage is a member of the number 2 Knight team. Like Fang Sui, he is also a rare human knight in the Knight team. Seeing this young man appear, Xinjialuo frowned and whispered, "This young man is called Channing. He has ordinary qualifications, but he is very hard-working. He has entered the 2nd team from the 4th team. It is said that he has a great hatred, so he has tried every means to practice hard, just to grow up and go back for revenge. He is now appearing in the killing field. Is he risking his life? Does he really need energy crystals, or does he want to take the opportunity to train himself?" The people in the Black Warrior Palace on the other side had indeed planned it. When they saw Channing appear, a Black Warrior immediately sneered and teleported on the stage, asking to fight with Channing. Channing seemed to feel the opponent's strength, but after a little hesitation, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. Fang Sui thought to himself, Channing is so adventurous and radical that it has affected his rational judgment. I'm afraid it will be bad. The 2 sides on the fighting field suddenly shouted lightly and started fighting. After just observing the attack and defense of both sides, Fang Sui and others felt that it was not good. Under the fierce attack of the Black Warrior, who was like a storm, wielding a long sword surrounded by black mist, although Channing was very tenacious, he could only take a defensive position and retreat step by step. He could not fight back, and was definitely not the opponent. TSK. Just as Fang Sui and others were thinking about it, Channing on the stage had been split into a sword beam by the Black Warrior, which drew a strange and exquisite arc and pierced his chest, and he fell on the stage with serious injuries. Channing was defeated so suddenly and quickly, and countless spectators were not satisfied, causing boos from the audience. The tall and strong Black Warrior, with a grim smile on his face, did not give up. He raised his broadsword and looked at the place where the people in the Knights Hall gathered, with a sinister look on his face. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and Channing's head was cut off and rolled down on the stage, dying with his eyes open. The whole place suddenly quieted down, and more people turned their eyes to where the Knights Hall cultivators were. Everyone could see that this was a naked provocation from the Black Warrior Palace. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, chanting, "The Dragon Knights under the vast starry sky, the Giant Whale Knights in the vast ocean, the Demon Knights in the abyss of fire. They are fearless, the Zinx in fire burns the sky and the earth, and the Knights are brave, and will never retreat." This is the inherited battle song of the Knights Hall. At this time, a Knights Hall strongman chanted it in an ancient and deep voice, echoing in the ears of all the people in the Knights Hall. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 160. That person is naturally Fang Sui, asking for monthly tickets and recommendations. Xinjialuo beside Fang Sui stood up suddenly and said with a surging fighting spirit, "I'm going to fight with the people from the Black Warrior Palace." The other people also looked indignant and stood up one by one, all ready to go on stage to fight. Fang Sui said calmly, "The Black Warrior Palace is deliberately provoking. If we don't move, they will find a way to actively invite us to fight. If we move first, they will have a targeted attack, and it will be much easier to deal with us. It will be more beneficial for us to let them send people first. It's better for everyone to wait." The one-eyed man said indignantly, "But they just killed someone from our Knight's Hall. Shouldn't we get him back immediately?" Fang Sui said simply, "They think so too." The knight instructor sitting on the side looked Fang Sui up and down, and agreed. Fang Sui is right. The other party came to our door, and is well prepared. If we act impulsively, it will be easy to make mistakes. At this time, on the fighting stage below, the victorious Black Warrior Palace left proudly, and other people came on stage instead. In the following period of time, there were constant fighting on the stage, with some winning and some losing. Almost every loser ended up dead. During this period, Fang Sui also saw a young master from the Temple of the Gods, a famous force in the Northern Territory. The young man performed a magic that had never been seen before. When he performed the magic, it was as if he had borrowed the power of the gods to descend on the world. The entire stage was shrouded in a strong golden light. A golden light gate faintly appeared in the sky, and golden divine light rushed out of it, shining on the opponent, turning the opponent into nothingness. This attack really amazed the whole audience. Everyone was dumbfounded and talked about it for a long time. The young master of the Temple of the Gods easily won 1/10 of the energy crystals in the audience, and left the stage with a full load. After that, there were several more challenges. The atmosphere of the battle became more and more intense. Masters from all walks of life appeared on the stage, and showed amazing methods. Fang Sui remained motionless, watching the battles on the stage with his eyes burning, but the other knights could no longer sit still, and someone had already come on stage to challenge the Black Warrior Palace. The leader of the Black Warrior Palace calmly sent people to the stage to fight. The knights challenged twice, but ended up losing both times. When another battle was over, a black light flashed on the stage, and a person wearing a one-piece hooded suit appeared, shrouded in darkness, and his true appearance could not be seen. This person was one of the 3 most mysterious people in the Black Warrior Palace team. After he stepped onto the stage, his eyes, which were covered in thick shadows, emitted 2 faint rays of light. He looked up at the seats where the people from the Knight's Hall were gathered, and said in a cold and emotionless voice, "The Knight's Hall is really getting worse with each generation. None of the previous ones were decent. They were all idiots who took the initiative to seek death." He added, "Doesn't every Knight's Hall have a number 1 team? Get one out for me." Fang Sui thought to himself, the other party finally took the initiative to step onto the stage to challenge. This person is secretive and his appearance is unknown. It seems difficult to tell the truth from him. In fact, from the abnormal tone of his voice and the almost no emotional ups and downs when he speaks, we can infer clues about his character. He is a person with a sinister and calm mind. Based on this person's fighting style should be based on being feminine and secretive, with erratic movements, and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack and kill. He thought again. To deal with such a person, it is safest to use clumsiness to defeat cleverness and strength to win. So it is most appropriate to let the big guy go out to fight. However, before Fang Sui could say anything, Xinjialuo beside him glared and said, "I can't help it. This person from the Black Warrior Palace is so arrogant. I'm going to teach him a lesson." Before Fang Sui could stop him, Xinjialuo activated the teleportation array on his seat amid the cheers of the others. He disappeared in a flash, and appeared in the center of the arena the next moment. He pointed at the Black Warrior in a jumpsuit and shouted, "Xinjialuo, a beginner knight, is here to fight you, life or death." Fang Sui frowned slightly, and thought to himself, Xinjialuo's words were full of impatience. As soon as he opened his mouth, his temper was exposed. People knew it as soon as they heard it, so they had to provoke him to make the first move. This fool was anxious to make achievements, so he naturally tried his best to defeat his opponent in the shortest time, and show his bravery. This fell into the opponent's calculation. The fiercer his attack, the harder it would be for him to last. If he could not defeat the opponent before he was exhausted, he would be in danger. This guy hadn't even started fighting, but someone had already figured out half of his background and put him at a disadvantage. While Fang Sui was thinking, the mysterious black warrior opposite Xinjialuo sneered, "Finally, someone from Team 1 has appeared. Xinjialuo, you are from the ancient mountain royal family, right? I heard that the people of the ancient mountain royal family don't have much brains, only stupid strength." Xinjialuo was furious when he heard this and roared as if it were thunder and lightning and said, "I must kill you today. You will know how powerful the ancient mountain royal family in the Knight's Hall are." After saying that, he suddenly tore off his light armor, revealing a body of muscular bronze. There was a natural mountain-shaped pattern on his chest, and at this moment, a force flowed out, spreading all over his body. In an instant, Xinjialuo's skin color turned into the same dark brown as the earth, and his body swelled rapidly. His height, which was already nearly 10 feet, reached a level similar to that of the one-eyed green giant. He swung a pair of heavy fists as big as millstones, and launched a set of fierce boxing techniques like a violent storm, attacking the opponent. The mysterious black warrior sneered, and just as Fang Sui had guessed beforehand, his body was erratic, and he did not take Xinjialuo's attack head-on, but just dodged blindly. Xinjialuo made several consecutive strikes, and failed to hit his opponent. He became more and more angry, and attacked like crazy, as powerful as a god of war, and his offensive was like a raging wave, one wave stronger than the other. All the people in the Knight's Hall beside Fang Sui stood up and shouted, cheering for him. Unfortunately, although Xinjialuo's attack was fierce, it was difficult to achieve success. Occasionally, when he touched the opponent, he was lifted up by a long river of black air in the opponent's body. Time passed. Gradually, Xinjialuo's attack could no longer be as strong as at the beginning, and his breathing seemed to become heavier. In the stands, Fang Sui stared at the two warring parties, suddenly sighed, and slowly stood up and walked forward. "What are you doing? Let me tell you. When Xinjialuo wins this game, it will be my turn next. You can't rush." Seeing Fang Sui finally stand up from his calm state and walk forward, the one-eyed green giant was a little puzzled and spoke. Fang Sui walked to the edge of the viewing platform, overlooking the battle on the fighting stage below, and turned back to say, "I'll go down first. If you want to go on stage, line up behind me." After speaking, Fang Sui actually took a step forward, walked out of the viewing platform in front of him without any signs, and fell straight down. "Ah!" The people who saw this scene all exclaimed together, surprised by Fang Sui's unusual behavior. In addition to the people around him, there were only a few people in the entire arena who noticed Fang Sui walking out of the viewing platform and falling from the sky. One was an old man from the Knight's Hall who was sitting in a higher position. Another was the mysterious maid who had escaped from the Mother of Life and was standing in the crowd of the Black Warrior Palace, and the other was the male leader of the Black Warrior Palace. When these people saw Fang Sui jumping out of the edge of the platform, they all had strange lights flashing in their eyes, as if they had grasped his purpose. At the same moment, a cold voice sounded on the fighting stage below. "Xinjialuo, it's time to send you to sacrifice to the god of black warriors." These words were naturally spoken by the black warrior who was fighting against Xinjialuo. At the moment the words came out, he also let out a long and cold laugh, and stretched his hands, as if out of thin air, and a strange long sword, that was less than the thickness of a finger appeared silently in his hands. Without any gesture, his figure seemed to be able to shrink the void, and in an unpredictable flash, he suddenly approached Xinjialuo. Xinjialuo's eyes were as bright as torches. He did not dodge or avoid. He punched out, and hit the opponent's rapier. With a strong and huge force, he wanted to break the opponent's rapier. However, the rapier in the Black Warrior's hand showed the ability to change from real to virtual. At the moment of collision with Xinjialuo's fist, the rapier suddenly turned into black smoke, without any force. After Xinjialuo's fist hit, the wisp of smoke condensed again, and turned into a sword again, stabbing Xinjialuo's forehead. Life and death moment. Xinjialuo's face changed color for the first time since the war began, and he felt the crisis of being shrouded by death. His mind was full of thoughts, but it was a pity that he had practiced night combat skills for too short a time, and could not activate the mount he had just obtained. Otherwise, with the mount connected to his own power, he would be able to derive a knight's shield and easily block this blow. In a flash, the opponent's rapier had reached his forehead. Xinjialo could already sense a mysterious power in the rapier, seeping into his forehead. At this moment, his death seemed inevitable. But the change happened suddenly in the next moment. Above the two warring parties, a figure fell silently and swiftly, like a falling meteor. He kicked the black warrior in the air, and blocked the sword that was originally destined to win. Then the figure that fell from the sky, like a weightless goose feather, lightly stepped into the air, kicked out, and pierced the black warrior's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous collisions rang out on the fighting stage. The figure that fell from the air, his feet were like lightning, stabbing alternately. In the short time it took for the spectators to close their eyes, countless, dense and rain-like attacks had been kicked at the black warrior holding the rapier. The figure's footsteps were sharp, and every time he kicked out, they were like bird tracks or fish tracks. The mysterious trajectory seemed to contain some kind of truth between heaven and earth, and also contained the mighty power of rivers and seas. Every time he kicked out, there would be a loud sound that shook the void, like a heavy mountain falling. Even the void was pressed to reveal ripples. Under his attack, the black warrior retreated repeatedly, and suddenly appeared hasty. The next moment, the figure in the void suddenly stopped attacking, and landed lightly on the stage. The black warrior took the opportunity to retreat several feet away, and looked at the figure falling from the sky with doubt. That person was naturally Fang Sui. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 161. Battle of Punishment. Subscription request. Suddenly, there was an extra person on the fighting stage between the two warring parties, interrupting the fierce battle. This shocked many onlookers. It was absolutely not allowed for someone to go on the fighting stage during the battle, which violated the rules of the fighting arena. Who is so bold as to dare to go on the stage before the two sides have decided the winner? How did this person get on the stage? When someone was fighting, the array pattern for teleporting to the stage was banned, so he couldn't get on the stage. That person obviously didn't use the teleportation array pattern to get on the stage. It seemed like he fell directly from above. The noisy discussion filled the entire fighting arena. Many people whispered to each other to ask the reason, and some people made loud noises, expressing dissatisfaction and demanding a quick resumption of the battle. Suddenly, a voice that overwhelmed the whole arena rang out, saying, "This person fell on the stage and sneaked up on our warrior, who was about to win. He had the intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to kill. He should be severely punished." The Knights Hall is the organizer of the fighting arena. What do you think? Everyone looked up when they heard the voice. The voice came from the Black Warrior Palace. It was another mysterious Black Warrior who was also shrouded in darkness. He stood at the edge of his viewing platform, looking down and accusing Fang Sui. When the voice of the Black Warrior Palace fell, the whole audience fell silent, waiting for the Knights Hall to respond. Those who break the rules will be punished. We will not protect them. Everything will be done according to the rules. A Knights Hall strongman sitting on a high place, with an iron face and impartiality, said in a deep voice on behalf of the Knights Hall. At this time, another voice sounded in the field. It is right to be punished for breaking the rules. I have prepared before coming down, and have no intention of escaping. This voice was actually made by Fang Sui himself, who was standing on the stage. Under the attention of everyone, his eyes opened and closed, like two bright moons breaking through the dark clouds. His pupils were as deep as black gemstones, and his spirit was awe-inspiring. He looked up at the leader of the Black Warrior Palace and continued, "It is true that I fell on the stage and broke the rules, but your people said that I had the intention of sneak attack and killing, which is completely nonsense. If I wanted to kill him, I would not have stopped before. The Black Warrior is dead now." The whole audience became even quieter, and breathing could be heard. Everyone saw how powerful the Black Warrior who fought against Xinjialo was. If Fang Sui had not descended from the sky, he would have killed Xinjialo by now. Therefore, Fang Sui said that, if he had not stopped, the Black Warrior would not be alive until now. To everyone, it was a bit arrogant. What a big tone. Just you. On the viewing platform where the people of the Black Warrior Palace gathered, it was still the Black Warrior who had previously demanded the punishment of Fang Sui, who spoke with contempt. Fang Sui's deep eyes lit up like burning fire, and he said, "If you don't accept it, come down and give it a try and you'll know." He ignored this person and looked at the leader of the Black Warrior Palace again and continued, "You can see clearly whether what I said is true or not. If anyone doesn't believe me, I can fight with the Black Warrior on the stage. If I can't kill him within half a minute, I'm willing to bear double the punishment for going on stage without permission. How about it?" What surprised everyone was that after Fang Sui finished speaking, the leader of the Black Warrior Palace, a handsome young man with a narrow face, had a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't refute it. Obviously, this shows that the leader of the Black Warrior Palace also believes that Fang Sui, with his sudden and violent power that came from the sky, has the possibility of killing the Black Warrior on the stage in a short time. After a moment, the young leader of the Black Warrior Palace finally spoke. "The secret skills practiced by the Black Warrior on our stage are far beyond your imagination. What you said about not stopping, he would be dead by now. Although there is such a possibility, it is not great. If you hadn't taken the initiative to land from the sky, you should have been the one to die when his methods were unleashed. In any case, you must be punished for going on stage without permission." Fang Sui said, "I know the consequences of trespassing, because I dared to go on stage." After a slight pause, a rock-hard light appeared in his eyes, and his eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the Black Warrior Palace and said, "Who will come down to fight me?" The noise from the audience rose again, and someone asked anxiously, "What is the punishment for going on stage without permission?" It's very simple. If you go on stage and interrupt others' competition, you will have to bear double punishment. In other words, he will have to continue fighting on behalf of Xingqiaoluo, and what? If he is just fighting on behalf of Xingqiaoluo, the punishment is too light. Haha. Not only does he need to replace Xingqiaoluo and take on Xingqiaoluo's original opponents, but the Black Warrior Palace can also increase the number of his opponents. It is not as simple as just facing Xingqiaoluo's original opponents alone. So, he will need to fight two masters of the Black Warrior Palace at the same time. Not really. The punishment for going on stage without permission is more severe. This means going on stage without permission requires facing at least 3 opponents of the same level. Fighting on the same stage with 3 people from the Black Warrior Palace, when being besieged, is almost a certain death. This punishment method is a bit too harsh. If the punishment method is not a little more severe, anyone will dare to go on stage and disturb the competition. Wouldn't the bloody killing on the stage be a mess? But there is another way to punish him. It is true that he needs to fight against 3 people, but it may also be that 3 people will go on stage one by one. It's just that the initiative is on the side of the Black Warrior Palace. It all depends on which method they choose. Fighting 3 masters assigned by the Black Warrior Palace in a row, the punished person is not allowed to rest in between. This is almost the same as 3 people attacking together. At most he will die a little later. People in the audience were talking about it. On the stage, Xingqiaoluo escaped death, but there was no joy on his face. He came to Fang Sui with heavy breathing and said guiltily, "You saved me." Trapped in this situation. After a pause, his face showed a resolute look, and he said loudly, "Don't worry, if you die, I will never live alone." Fang Sui's whole body was cold, and he rolled his eyes at the big man in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Do you think you are a beauty? What you said makes my hair stand on end." He said, "Don't thank me, I came on stage to save you, and the main purpose is to use the current situation to train myself. Well, this should help me save a few months." Xingqiaoluo asked curiously, "What do you mean it will save you a few months?" Fang Sui thought, the tempering between life and death is the best stepping stone for cultivation. Although I'm close to the first level middle grade, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to make a real breakthrough. However, facing the punishment battle this time, the situation is quite dangerous, which will surely greatly stimulate my potential. Maybe after this battle, I can make another breakthrough, which will save several months of cultivation time. If others knew what Fang Sui was thinking at this moment, they would be very surprised. He actually regarded the current dangerous situation as a kind of training for himself, which shows his fearless character. In fact, before Fang Sui crossed over, he was willing to engage in extreme sports such as free climbing with an ordinary body, which shows his character. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he didn't explain much to Xinjialuo, just said, "Don't worry, although this punishment battle is severe, I won't die on the stage." Xinjialuo nodded, stepped down, and just said one more sentence at the end, "Don't worry, if you die, I will never live alone." This time, even Buster, who was lazily lying on Fang Sui's shoulder, was a little angry. He shrugged his ears and glanced at Xinjialuo fiercely. "You said before that you could kill me within half a quarter of an hour." Standing opposite Fang Sui, the black warrior who was forced back by him from the air, said in a cold voice with gloomy eyes. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Fang Sui to respond, turned his head, and said in the direction of the young leader of the black warriors, "Let me fight this battle." He said it decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. The leading young man frowned and said lightly, "It's a bit early." This was said without any reason, and others didn't understand it. But the black warrior on the stage understood and replied, "It's getting late. Let these people see how powerful the black warrior is." The leader nodded and said, "Okay, then you fight." He turned to the audience and said, "For this punishment battle, our Black Warrior Palace has chosen to let those who enter the stage without permission fight 3 consecutive games. Of course, the premise is that he can survive the first battle." Okay. Fang Sui, who broke into the fighting stage without permission, needs to fight 3 consecutive games. He is not allowed to rest, step down, or absorb energy crystals to replenish his consumption. A person from the Night Hall announced the start of the battle. The next moment, the black warrior on the stage, the one-piece black clothes that originally covered his body, suddenly disintegrated into a ball of black mist and disappeared. This black warrior revealed his true face for the first time. How can he be so terrifying? What kind of magic did he practice to make his face so creepy? As soon as the black warrior showed his true face, he immediately made the audience exclaim, and everyone was shocked. The black warrior who revealed his true face had half bones and half flesh. In some places, the bones were exposed, which looked bloody and even more terrifying than a ghost. The most shocking thing was that there were no pupils or whites in his eyes, but 2 dark cyclones. In the center of the cyclones, there were 2 strange spell symbols looming. This man practiced the most evil dark spell warrior among the black warriors. He sacrificed his own flesh and blood to obtain the dark power of the evil curse, which made him so terrifying. This is a black warrior practice secret technique that has long been broken. According to legend, the dark spell warrior is the god of the black warrior god and is extremely evil. It turns out that the Black Warrior Palace has regained the inheritance of practicing the dark black warrior. No wonder this time the action is so big and challenged the Night Hall everywhere. Someone in the crowd was knowledgeable and recognized the reason for the black warrior's terrifying face. He was shocked and shouted. The audience also suddenly understood that the black warrior on the stage and the young leader were talking nonsense. It was obvious that they were discussing whether it was appropriate to reveal the true face of the dark warrior in front of people. Just as everyone was discussing in shock, the dark warrior who revealed his true face had blood dripping on his terrifying face. Combined with the black air overflowing from his eyes, it enveloped his whole body. In an instant, he actually derived a kind of evil armor that looked like bone but was black, wrapping himself in it. The whole image was extremely fierce, like an ancient demon from hell. He opened his mouth and made a condensed sound like metal clashing and said to Fang Sui, "Do you still want to kill me within half a minute?" Even though the black warrior changed terribly, Fang Sui's face remained calm, but his eyes were bright, revealing a deep and firm light. He simply responded, "How do you know, if you don't try?" The next moment, the two sides fought fiercely. Please support me. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 162 A Phantom Moon. Subscribe. In the void, 2 figures rose up at the same time, and the first head-on collision occurred. The huge sound shook the whole audience, and everyone's eardrums were shocked. After the collision, the 2 figures did not stop at all, and they fought each other in the air. The fierce collision sound was as dense as a galloping horse trampling on the ground. After the Black Warrior transformed into a dark cursed warrior, his combat power was indeed amazing. Not only did his own strength and speed increase greatly, but the strange thing was that he kept chanting a kind of curse in the battle, making a high and low sound. As the curse was chanted, the dark power gathered around him became thicker and thicker. An evil wave turned into a dark river of cursed power, swelling around him and emitting a black mist that filled the entire arena. My dark curse mist can deprive you of your vitality and invade your flesh and blood. Let's see how long you can hold on. The dark warrior in the battle seemed to have some strength left and mocked. Fang Sui's eyes were firm and he didn't say anything. But the next moment, a dark and cold light emanated from his body. With a clanging sound, his black robe suddenly turned into a mighty and metallic armor of the underworld. On the chest of the armor, a colorful python was swimming, coiling, and roaring, looking unruly and ready to fight against the sky. On the back of the armor, there was a purple-black centipede, stretching and retracting, each joint flashing with a strange light, faintly showing the flickering of the spell. And on the forehead of the armor, a faint shadow of the moon appeared, spreading a clear light, and immediately dispelling the black fog spread by the dark warrior on the stage. During the fierce battle between the two, Fang Sui gave a light shout, and the divine earth in the sea of ki in his lower abdomen shook. The cursed snake on his chest and the centipede on his back poked their heads out of the armor together, opening their mouths to suck, like a dragon swallowing the sea. In an instant, the dark mist of cursed power that permeated the entire stage was swallowed up by the two cursed spirits and disappeared. In the eyes of the onlookers, at this moment, a python and a centipede sprang out from the front and back of Fang Sui's body, respectively. The image was ferocious and terrifying, just like a demon god in the world, and the momentum was even more powerful and unparalleled, looking down like a vast ocean, beating the 10 directions of the void. The dark mist of cursed power was easily dissolved, and the face of the dark warrior was covered in darkness and could not be seen, but his surprise in his heart could be imagined. He blurted out, "You can also drive the cursed power." Fang Sui sneered, "Why not?" As he spoke, his hands formed extremely complex and ever-changing hand seals like flowing clouds and water. The phantom of the bright moon on his forehead changed accordingly and actually appeared and hung above his head. This round of dark moon was very strange. When it appeared, the light in the whole venue not only failed to become brighter, but darkened instead, as if the surrounding light was swallowed by this round of dark moon. The darker it was, the brighter the dark moon itself was. This was a very strange opposite phenomenon that was incomprehensible and completely violated the rules of light and darkness. This round of moon was moving slowly, pressing towards the dark warrior on the opposite side. The speed was not fast, but it contained all of Fang Sui's spiritual power and locked the dark warrior tightly. At the moment when the dark moon appeared, the young leader of the black warriors on the viewing platform changed his face for the first time and said, "This round of moon shadow. Let me sense a strange fluctuation from it, as if it dominates death. This moonlight contains a power that kills all things. The dark warrior under your seat has not practiced for a long time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it." The person who spoke after the leader was actually the girl who Fang Sui had seen in the Mother of Life, and was now dressed as a servant. The fact that she could interrupt at this time was enough to prove Fang Sui's guess that she was not just a maid. While the people on the stage were talking, on the fighting stage below, under the illumination of the moonlight catalyzed by Fang Sui, the bone armor condensed outside the body of the dark warrior began to melt and disappear, as if some kind of power in the armor was deprived and absorbed by the moonlight, and the power disappeared, revealing the terrifying body of the dark warrior with white bones. He roared, and countless spells flowed out of his body, forming a tall and hazy spell magic shadow on the fighting stage, as if a projection of an evil god had descended to the world at this moment, grabbing the moon. However, this was useless. The hand of the magic shadow also melted as it approached the moon, and finally the entire magic shadow disappeared. The moon was still approaching, and it seemed to have swallowed up the power in the magic shadow, and the light became more prosperous. Ah! The dark warrior finally screamed, and was already covered by the moonlight. At this moment, Fang Sui, like a god who holds the power of death, appeared beside the dark warrior with a momentum that no one could see clearly. Crack. A cold front pierced out from the front of Fang Sui's fist armor. It was the Dark Earth Spear, which directly penetrated the Dark Warrior's protective aura and pierced his chest. The next scene was even more shocking. Two cursed spirits poked their heads out from Fang Sui's armor and actually tore and devoured the Dark Warrior, eating him cleanly in the scramble. After a moment of silence, the whole audience suddenly cheered and applauded. It was the cheers from One Eye and Xinjialo and others. Then the cheers became louder and louder, and more people joined in the cheering. Although this battle was not long, unexpected miraculous skills appeared one after another. First, the legendary extinct Dark Curse Power Black Warrior appeared, and then Fang Sui's means were even more amazing. The moon appeared, shining in the void, steadily restrained the Dark Warrior, and successfully killed him, winning cleanly. The amazingness of this battle is indeed worthy of applause from many viewers. The next moment, the strange phenomenon on the stage disappeared, and the ghost moon was taken back, and fell into Fang Sui's body, landing behind the Dark Mountain. Fang Sui stood in the center of the fighting stage. His eyes were still clear and firm, but his face was pale. Obviously, the magic of urging the ghost moon to come out and illuminate the enemy was a great burden for him, and it was not as easy as it seemed. Just when Fang Sui had just killed his opponent and had no time to catch his breath, a figure fell from the sky. It was another Black Warrior shrouded in darkness who had stood on the edge of the viewing platform where the people of the Black Warrior Palace were and demanded to punish Fang Sui. His falling method at this time was exactly the same as when Fang Sui rescued Xinjialo before, full of tit for tat. Tit for tat meaning, when the Black Warrior fell from the sky, he had already made a move. He sacrificed a cloud-like breath, like a wall, with heavy pressure, and like a dark land, pressing towards Fang Sui in the air. Boom. The Dark Earth Spear in Fang Sui's hand pointed obliquely toward the sky, evolving the true meaning of the weapon. The tip of the spear gathered a kind of true power of thousands of weapons, combined and intertwined into a sharp and domineering murderous aura that broke everything. Swish. The attack from the air was pierced by the murderous aura of the true meaning of the weapon at the tip of the spear. But after all, the opponent had the momentum of the main attack, and the remaining strength was inexhaustible. Fang Sui retreated, and finally resolved the destructive power contained in it, but his face became even paler. How does it taste? The Black Warrior who fell from the sky was full of confidence. He stepped onto the stage like a fallen leaf, and said to Fang Sui. When he spoke, the one-piece black clothes covering his body disappeared, revealing his true appearance. His appearance was very similar to the previous Dark Warrior of Darkness, both of which were half flesh and half bones exposed, but the aura was stronger, and the black mist surrounding him was thicker. The flesh on his body became less, and the exposed bones increased. Another Dark Curse Power Black Warrior, and he has cultivated to a very high level. The previous Dark Curse Warrior barely reached the middle level of the first stage, but the one in front of him is close to the late stage of the first stage. The flesh and blood around his body has decreased, and more bones are exposed. This is the result of successfully sacrificing more flesh and blood in exchange for strength. So, the Dark Black Warrior's cultivation is to constantly sacrifice flesh and blood around his body. When he finally turns into a skeleton with no flesh and blood, his power is the strongest? Well, it is true at the first stage, but as the stage increases, the skeleton body that has sacrificed all the flesh and blood will regenerate flesh and blood, but it is already a kind of cursed flesh and blood given by the Dark Warrior God, which contains endless evil power. It is said that, if a Dark Warrior can grow and sacrifice flesh and blood many times, and constantly change between the two forms of skeleton and cursed flesh, the curse power will eventually penetrate into the soul, and then he can touch the barrier of gods and demons. In a breath, he can devour all the lives on a life source star, and deprive himself of flesh and blood to complete his body. Countless onlookers were talking about it, each of them telling what they knew about the Dark Warrior. As the discussion continued, the changes on the stage continued. Suddenly, the Dark Warrior offered a number of spell symbols from his flesh and bones, spinning in the air, and actually evolved a slightly hazy dark door on the stage, which emitted an extremely violent power fluctuation. There was also a huge outline of monster looming behind the door. Boom. 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 Soon, the hazy dark door disappeared, but a monster that seemed to come from hell appeared on the stage, with black hair under its feet, trampling on the ground of the stage, with a series of rumbling sounds. This monster looked like the skeleton of a giant horse, but its body was made of black bones, as crystal clear as black crystal, and every inch of it was flowing with flickering spells. The Dark Warrior's terrifying face, neither human nor ghost, showed a hideous smile, and said, "My practice has reached the level of communicating with the god of Black Warriors, and being granted the Dark War Beast mount. Today, I will use your soul and flesh to feed my mount." As he spoke, he calmly climbed onto the back of the skeleton mount. At this time, an even more shocking scene appeared. The Black Warrior's flesh and blood fell off, and turned into a dark red plasma, flowing onto the skeleton of the mount under him. Suddenly, flesh and blood grew on the skeleton of the mount, blooming with an evil vitality, and 2 dark red blood lights were swallowed in his eyes. In contrast, the Black Warrior's flesh and blood faded away, and turned into a skeleton. The combination of the two, the exchange of flesh and blood, obviously made their strength soar, breaking through the original power limitations of each. Such a change is indeed unprecedented, and everyone is dumbfounded. The legacy of this Dark Warrior is truly astonishing, mysterious and evil to such an extent. This time, the young man from the Knight's Hall will surely be defeated. Not necessarily, you see, that young man also showed strange means. The discussion among the countless people below the stage became even more heated. Fang Sui on the stage had a solemn expression. He also sensed the power of his opponent, and the Book of Summoning in his hand appeared. "Please give me a monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Divine Land appears. The battle in the arena that night was full of strange changes. By now, everyone was watching with bated breath and fascination. The arena fell silent again. Suddenly, a ferocious scorpion more than 3 meters long appeared on the arena. Its tail was hooked like a dragon, raised high, and swung left and right. Its shell was black and shiny, and it was surrounded by dark energy. It was the demon scorpion summoned by Fang Sui. Crash. The demon scorpion's 6 legs moved together, and the dark energy surging like the tide rolled under its feet. It quickly approached the Dark Warrior and his mount. The demon scorpion's movement was extremely strange. Sometimes it moved in a straight line, sometimes it moved diagonally, making it impossible to grasp its trajectory. However, its speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it came in front of the Dark Warrior and his mount. Bang! The demon scorpion's claws swung like a heavy hammer to split the mountain, smashing at the opponent. But the Dark Warrior's mount was also extraordinary. Its hooves filled with magic were raised and fought back. The two collided head-on, and the sound was huge, shaking the entire arena. The result was a tear, and the strength was equal. Then the two beasts started fighting. The scorpion moved around the mount at an extremely fast speed, with a trajectory that no one could see clearly, like a stream of lightning, and its tail hook twitched from time to time to attack the mount. The scorpion's attack method was like a hunter, harassing the opponent while moving, and waiting for the opponent to show a flaw, then waiting for an opportunity to kill. Today is really an eye-opener. This punishment battle keeps showing new changes. I thought that the young man of the Knight's Hall might be in danger of defeat, because the Dark Knight showed such an amazing momentum. Now it seems that the situation has taken a turn for the better. Does anyone know what kind of beast the young man of the Knight's Hall summoned? The battle with the Dark Warrior's terrifying mount was a draw. Hey, can I still place a bet on this match now? I'm going to change my bet on the energy crystal. Amid the waves of cheering from the audience, there were also various discussions from time to time, and the scene was lively. In the center of the arena, on the viewing platform at the top of a towering giant pillar, several powerful knights from the Knight's Hall were sitting around, all watching the battle below with their eyes piercing. One of the old knights, who looked like a mad lion, had a beard standing upside down, and eyes as bright as fire. Seeing the scorpion summoned by Fang Sui, he said happily, "Is this beginner knight called Fang Sui? He has such a rare scorpion beast as a mount at the first level. He is a good material worth cultivating. Unfortunately, he is in danger now, and the situation is not optimistic. Well, the way he has a mount is very special. It is summoned by the calligraphy in his hand. It seems that he can achieve a perfect spiritual connection with him without capturing and cultivating. This is extremely rare. He should have practiced some powerful spiritual summoning magic that can communicate with different planes. In this way, as he advances, the growth of his mount is worth looking forward to." Another middle-aged knight also said with admiration. Then the knights changed the subject and talked about other things. This time, the Lord of the Black Knight Palace asked his son Lai Yan to lead the team to challenge the night halls of the major cities on our Purple Ring Star. It turns out that he has regained the inheritance of the Dark Cursed Warrior. This is really abominable. It seems that he is using us to test the combat effectiveness of the Dark Warrior. Moreover, this matter is quite strange. The practice of the Dark Cursed Warrior has disappeared for countless years. Recently, I haven't heard of any secret places left over from ancient civilizations appearing. How come the inheritance of the Dark Warrior suddenly appeared? In this vast universe, countless civilizations and species are intertwined. Although our Five Directions realm is known as the origin of everything and the gathering place of the most powerful civilizations in the entire universe, there are many things beyond our understanding. Some races that are born with superior civilizations have means comparable to gods and demons, just like some top forces in the central realm of the gods are rumored to have mastered the method of becoming gods and becoming immortal. From this point of view, it is not surprising that only the inheritance of a Dark Warrior has emerged. The situation is not good. Look, that young man is in danger. New changes were indeed occurring on the fighting stage at this time. Sitting on the back of the beast, the Dark Knight turned into a skeleton. Strange light flashed on his bones, and spells fell off one by one, eventually turning into a spell chain. The chain spread, carrying the evil power fluctuations, interweaving in the air, as dense as a spider web, entangled and locked the space around the scorpion. Instantly, the scorpion fell into a spell lock array, and its movement was greatly restricted. Crack. The scorpion waved its claws and cut off the spell chain wrapped around it, but the spell chain was regenerated as soon as it was broken, and the secret power flowed, forming a water-like cycle, self-repairing and indestructible. For a time, the scorpion was firmly surrounded. The Dark Warrior sneered and did not continue to entangle with the scorpion. Instead, he urged the beast under his seat to run on the ground, like a thunderstorm hitting the earth, approaching Fang Sui, who had not recovered after the previous battle, with an amazing momentum. At the same time, a light flashed in the Dark Warrior's hand, and a sharp blade, that looked a bit like a big guadao, but more slender, appeared in his hand. The blade was surrounded by dark flames, and with a whoosh, it slashed towards Fang Sui through the air. Fang Sui stood there, watching his opponent's momentum with a majestic look in his eyes. The Dark Earth Spear in his hand turned from virtual to real. With a shake of his strong wrist, thousands of cold lights fell on the spear tip, and the two sides began to collide and clash. Fang Sui soared into the air, stepping on the void, like a fallen leaf dancing in the wind, with a light posture and mysterious trajectory. The Dark Earth Spear seemed to come alive in his hand, showing magical changes. But the Dark Warrior was not weak at all. With a dark flame knife, he repeatedly blocked Fang Sui's offensive with magical skills. Time passed, and the killing and fighting continued. Gradually, both sides were injured and covered in blood. Fang Sui's continuous fierce fighting consumed more, and was more seriously injured, and he was faintly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the dark fire knife in the hand of the Dark Warrior in the battle rolled up, showing a spell like a group of stars, surrounding the blade, and slashing towards Fang Sui. He said sinisterly, "This dark flame-cursed sword is designed to kill the soul. With one cut, both the body and the soul are silent. Go to hell." With a hiss, a cursed snake jumped out from Fang Sui's armor, but failed to block the knife. The cursed snake was chopped into a wisp of black hair by the dark flame sword, and disappeared without a trace. However, Fang Sui used this delay to successfully retreat several feet away. The dark spear in his hand disappeared, and he held the summoning book with both hands. A surging dark air suddenly rushed out of the book. The undead mummy, that had not been born for a long time, appeared together with the death mosquito that spread disasters. The undead mummy was surrounded by black air at this time, and the evil power around it was at its peak. The fluctuation of its breath was no less than that of the cultivators in the Divine Fire Realm. The most important thing is that after Fang Sui advanced to the Divine Fire Realm, he summoned the undead mosquito again, and it was no longer just one. With a buzzing sound, in the blanket of the underworld, 4 disaster mosquitoes rushed out of the Book of Summoning at once, forming a small group, spreading out, and attacking the Dark Warrior together with the mummy. At the same moment, Fang Sui's expression was cold and calm. For the first time in the face of the enemy, he used all his strength to activate the core practice method of the Book of the Dead, which is the 9 mountains, 9 lands, and 9 moons. In his lower abdomen, the divine land shook violently. Suddenly, the entire fighting stage was filled with an ancient atmosphere, and everything became dark, as if the dark night had fallen. In silence, a piece of divine land appeared in the mortal world. This land is not real, but just a kind of magical vision, hazy and unclear. It can only be vaguely seen that the land is black and steaming with wisps of mist. In the center of the earth, there is an even more hazy sacred mountain, with a round moon hanging obliquely on the top of the mountain, shining brightly. This strange scene was like moving the scene in Fang Sui's Key See into reality. It was so shocking that people couldn't help but have the illusion that the world had changed. The phantom of the divine land appeared and sat on the fighting stage. The key seemed to be able to connect the heaven and the earth. At this moment, the earth within 1,000 feet around seemed to have life, and a strange wave surged. Mysterious things happened one after another. First, the scorpion, which was trapped by the dark curse chain, waved its claws and cut the curse chain with a snap. This time, a stream of ki steamed from the divine land covering the fighting stage, dragging the curse chain cut by the scorpion into the earth, making it unable to circulate and reorganize. The scorpion escaped. After that, the scorpion was carried by the strange scene of the divine land, as if ignoring the distance, and moving in time and space, and appeared between Fang Sui and the Dark Knight in an unpredictable way. Hey, is this divine land virtual image a divine image? Such a powerful force. Within its coverage, the distance rules on the ground are changed, and one can go from one end to the other in an instant. Someone saw the divine land pushing the scorpion and moving it out of thin air, and exclaimed in surprise. While the divine land was moving the scorpion in front of Fang Sui, another force pushed it in the opposite direction, and the Dark Warrior and his mount were involuntarily affected. They clearly wanted to get close to Fang Sui, but the divine land moved the earth like a moving force, and the distance between them and Fang Sui was pulled away. The dark flame longsword that attacked with great force could no longer attack Fang Sui. The next moment, the entire battlefield erupted in chaos, like a scene of fighting between 2 armies. The mummy summoned by Fang Sui actually jumped onto the back of the scorpion, waved the slender staff in his hand, activated the undead curse, and attacked the Dark Warrior and his mount. The 2 sides attacked each other repeatedly, killing fiercely, and the evil spell power offset each other, and the battle was in full swing. The 4 plague mosquitoes assisted, waiting for an opportunity to attack, sucking the flesh and blood of the Dark Horse. But the Dark Knight was strong after all. Under the siege of so many evil creatures, he was still able to break through the siege several times and kill Fang Sui. Unfortunately, every time he approached Fang Sui, the phantom of the divine land would appear and move him far away, so he could never successfully approach Fang Sui. The fierce battle continued. The Dark Knight, who was resisting the scorpion and the mummy, suddenly stretched out a cold claw from the void beside him and gently waved it towards the Dark Knight's skull. This claw was from Buster hiding in the dark, looking for an opportunity and attacking secretly. Crack. This claw came out suddenly, with a huge force like a mountain. The Dark Knight tried to dodge, but was finally swept by a force, and the bones all over his body were crisp and almost shattered. Before he could react to the next step, another golden light as sharp as a knife hit him in the void. The Horus Eagle also appeared, with light on its claws, and a breath that could break through everything, grabbing the top of the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight was horrified and dodged from his mount, thus avoiding the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. However, another lion's head appeared in the void. This time, the Dark Knight's skull was hit by the lion's mouth. With a cracking sound, the skull and neck were separated and swallowed by the lion. At the same moment, because of the Dark Knight's departure, the flesh and blood on the mount disappeared instantly, and the power was sharply reduced. It was besieged by the Scorpion, the Mummy, and the 4 disaster mosquitoes, and finally disintegrated into a ball of black gas, which was absorbed by the Mummy and the disaster mosquitoes. My god. The young men in the Knight's Hall have so many tricks, and they are endless. Beat this Dark Knight to death. Someone said in astonishment. At this time, the anomaly coefficient on the stage disappeared, and all the summons were taken back. Poof. Fang Sui's face was pale. Although he won, his mental power consumption was close to the bottom. In his Danshan, the Divine Land was almost gone, and it would take a long time to recover. Fang Sui even vomited blood, and had a splitting headache. At the other end of the arena, a light of a teleportation array was flashing. The third battle was approaching without a break. Please vote. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 164 Sun Thunderbolt. When the light of the teleportation array on the fighting stage condensed, a figure appeared on the stage, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Fang Sui calmly. This person was also wearing a black robe, and was the only mysterious person left among the Black Warrior Palace personnel who came to the Knight's Hall this time. However, just when all the spectators were watching with bated breath, thinking that this figure would also be a powerful dark warrior of the dark power, the figure on the stage slowly unveiled his black robe, revealing his true face. There was a slight agitation among the crowd. Unexpectedly, the person who revealed his true face was not the dark warrior with a terrifying face, but a normal young man. After he unveiled the black robe, he revealed a dark green armor with flashing patterns, which further set off his handsome figure. This person's eyes were shining, dazzling, and his face was cold and hard, giving people a sense of ruthlessness and silence, but also revealing a handsome style that transcended ordinary people. Although it was the first time he saw the young man, Fang Sui inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Frowning slightly, Fang Sui's eyes showed a hint of doubt. The young man showed a vague and slightly mocking expression on his face, looked at Fang Sui coldly and said, "Are you confused?" His voice was low, steady, and powerful, with an indescribable penetrating power. Fang Sui said indifferently, "Have we met?" The young man sneered, "Someone wanted to kill me, and you are one of them, so I'm here to kill you now." Fang Sui thought about it, and turned to look at the viewing platform where the Black Warriors were. There was a girl dressed as a maid, but she could be seen in the crowd at a glance. She stood there quietly, looking a little weak. Fang Sui had a flash of inspiration and said, "You are the old man who protected her, and jumped into the Great Rift Valley of Venus? Haha. You are not stupid." This young man was indeed the old man who protected the girl, and jumped out of the Mother of Life, and jumped into the Great Rift Valley of Venus. For some reason, he turned into a young man now. Seeing that the young man indirectly admitted his identity, Fang Sui thought to himself that the things he encountered on the Mother of Life seemed very strange. An old man of a foreign race turned into a young man. The universe is vast, and there are countless higher civilizations that transcend the existence of human beings. You look at the problem with the limited experience of human beings. There are countless incredible things. The young man who was originally an old man and now a young man seemed to be able to see through Fang Sui's thoughts. He spoke slowly, with a kind of implicit arrogance in his tone, unconsciously putting himself in a position higher than humans. Fang Sui's eyes were shining slightly, and he did not speak. The young man stood out, without even looking at Fang Sui, and looked over the open top wall of the fighting field to the vast and beautiful starry sky, and said, "You are growing very fast, and you also know our origins." Fang Sui's heart moved again when he heard this. The "we" in the young man's mouth was undoubtedly referring to him, and the mysterious girl. Their origins were from the Mother of Life. What secrets were hidden in this? Before Fang Sui could think deeply, the young man continued, "Because of this, you should have died long ago. Remember, my name is Mufu. The next moment, he retracted his gaze to the sky, and his figure disappeared suddenly like a ghost. When he reappeared, he came to Fang Sui's eyes very suddenly, stretched out a finger, and pointed at Fang Sui's eyebrows slowly but quickly. Even Fang Sui could not see the speed of this person's movement. When he was a little scared, the other party attacked in front of him. Just from this move, it can be seen that this young man who called himself Miufu was even more powerful than the previous two dark warriors. Fang Sui's face was still very pale, but there was a fire in his eyes. He did not retreat a single step, and slowly attacked, also with his finger, to meet Miufu's attacking finger. In the void, both sides raised a finger, facing each other, and kept approaching. Both fingers had a kind of aura that was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and was mysterious. The trajectory of the two sides' attacks gave people a feeling of clarity and slowness, but made all the viewers involuntarily have a hazy feeling, as if it was too fast to see clearly. Moreover, this feeling of speed was constantly changing, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Some bystanders tried to follow their fast and slow attacks with their eyes, trying to see the changes in the fingertips of the two, but they felt uncomfortable, and wanted to vomit blood, and were immediately shocked. Boom. The fingertips of both sides touched each other. Suddenly, the energy on the fighting stage collapsed, and the aftermath of the strong power spread out and impacted, like a strong wind, and like a tide, with layers of airwaves pushing and surging, and the entire fighting stage seemed to have become the center of the storm. Many people couldn't help but let out low cries, marveling at the destructive power of the collision between the two sides. Rub, rub, rub. After the collision, Fang Sui's body was unstable, and he retreated repeatedly. Blood choked at the corner of his mouth, and he was obviously injured. It seems that this young man from the Knights Hall has been fighting 3 games in a row, and is close to the limit of his physical strength. He is obviously at a disadvantage. The situation is not good. The spectators in the audience saw that Fang Sui was in a bad situation, and talked about it. On the stage, Miufu was also a little surprised. His previous finger seemed to be pointing directly at Fang Sui's eyebrows, but in fact, the attack of the fingertip was erratic and flexible. He didn't expect Fang Sui to be able to accurately intercept his fingertip in all kinds of changes, and use brute force to break his tricks, and collide with him. At this time, only he knew that Fang Sui seemed to retreat in a hurry, but in fact he was using the retreat to dissolve the destructive force rushing into his body. The injury he suffered was not as serious as it seemed. Miufu's mind flashed through his mind. He sneered secretly, shouted softly, and formed a strange hand seal with his hands, like a prayer for the gods. Instantly, a hazy image of a strange plant appeared behind him. The plant was emerald green, and had 3 leaves. The 3 leaves fell off, and Miufu pointed at them. The 3 leaves seemed to be able to blend seamlessly with the power of space, disappearing and reappearing, unexpectedly appearing beside Fang Sui in 3 directions, like a strange formation, surrounding Fang Sui. This was the first time Fang Sui encountered such a strange magical power. He felt bad, and tried to move or attack, but these 3 illusory leaves moved with it, and were not affected by the force at all, as if they were indestructible, always surrounding him in the center. At this time, Miufu's face showed a cold murderous intent. He stood in place and punched out, and a strange scene appeared. His fist force was projected out of thin air, passing through the 3 green leaves surrounding Fang Sui in an unpredictable way, and directly transmitted to Fang Sui's eyes. It was strange and difficult to defend. Fang Sui had no choice but to take it head on. For a period of time afterwards, no matter how Fang Sui dodged, Miufu's power could always pass through the 3 green leaves and attack him directly. In this way, Fang Sui's passivity can be imagined. He had fought 2 consecutive battles, which had already consumed a lot of energy. At this time, he was forced to fight hard, but within a few moves, he coughed up blood again. Xinjialo and others who were watching changed their faces. Miufu in front of them was so strong and his methods were so strange. Fang Sui seemed to be in a dilemma, that he might be defeated and killed at any time. At this moment, Miufu performed his magic again. A little seed-like light flashed between his eyebrows, emitting a green glow. Suddenly, the seed between his eyebrows was imprinted in the void and actually grew into a human-shaped phantom. It was extremely illusory, but it could be seen that it was the image of a woman carrying a bow and arrow. As soon as this scene appeared, someone said in a very surprised tone, the virtual image of the woman that Miufu showed actually has a kind of majesty that makes people dare not look directly at it, like a projection of a god. Yes, it is true, but if it is a projection of a god, how can it be seen in the first order combat level? If the young man from the Night Hall does not have amazing means, he will probably perish here. When the audience discussed again, Fang Sui on the stage suddenly stopped moving and stood still. He sighed softly, looked at Miufu across from him, and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect to fight 3 battles in a row. It's so hard. I didn't want to use some methods. After that, he turned to the viewing platform where everyone in the Black Warrior Palace gathered, glanced at the mysterious girl dressed as a maid, and said, why does the female phantom you summoned give me the feeling that it is a bit like her? She can't be a god. As soon as Fang Sui finished speaking, Miufu's expression changed immediately and interrupted him. Shut up. The sin of blasphemy will make you lose your soul. At this time, the phantom of the goddess he summoned held the hazy longbow behind her in her hand and quickly pulled it open. A crystal arrow feather with a light flowing, like a jade, automatically appeared and hummed gently. At this moment, a breath of shooting and killing everything permeated the arrow. The breath is so amazing that even I, a bystander, feel that my soul is almost shattered. The female phantom summoned by Miufu is so strong. Someone exclaimed. Whoosh. But a ray of arrow light left the bowstring, so fast that no one could react, and it flashed to the center of Fang Sui's forehead. The one-eyed green giant, Xinjialo and others shouted in their hearts, it's over. Everyone thought that Fang Sui was in a desperate situation, unable to break through, and was about to die. But in fact, the position of his eyebrows was about to be pierced by the arrow feathers, facing an unprecedented danger. But at the last moment, a brilliant light suddenly rushed out from the center of Fang Sui's eyebrows. The light was golden and extremely bright. As soon as it appeared, it had an unstoppable momentum of illuminating the world. Boom. The light turned into a golden lightning, and a thunderbolt exploded. With a sizzling sound, the void seemed to be pierced and shattered. At this moment, the center of the world was this lightning. The arrow shot at Fang Sui's eyebrows collided with the lightning, and it collapsed at the first blow, and was split into nothingness. Green smoke. The 3 strange leaves that had always been around Fang Sui were illuminated by the golden light, and also melted into smoke. The next moment, Fang Sui blasted out with his backhand, and there was another deafening thunderbolt, and the souls of the people in the audience roared. With a click, it seemed that there was a bright sun in the void, and it was struck into the mortal world with this lightning. But everything happened too quickly, and no one in the audience could see what happened specifically. They only saw a dazzling golden light passing by, and a sun seemed to roll out between Fang Sui's eyebrows, and the projection of the goddess summoned by Miufu was instantly ignited and burned into nothingness. Only curling green smoke remained in the original place. At the same moment, on the viewing platform where everyone in the Black Warrior Palace was, the mysterious girl dressed as a maid had a look of horror in her eyes. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, but she concealed it well. In addition, at this moment, the whole audience was shocked by the 2 mythical thunderbolts that Fang Sui had sacrificed in succession, so no one noticed her abnormality. Before anyone could even think, a third thunderclap sounded on the stage. This time the thunderclap was even louder. A golden lightning bolt turned into a pillar of heaven and penetrated the world. At this moment, everyone was blind, and all they saw and felt was the lightning bolt that penetrated the entire arena. This blazing thunderclap will be forever engraved in everyone's soul and will be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Still no one knows what happened when the lightning shone. When the lightning disappeared, Fang Sui was the only one left on the stage, pale and bloodless, but standing there like a divine spear. Miufu had disappeared without a trace. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 165. After the war. Please recommend. After a long time, the whole arena was silent. Where did Miufu go? Someone asked quietly after the shock. Another person stared at the stage. The shock in his eyes had not completely subsided and said, "Only the young man from the Knights Hall is left on the stage, and there is nothing else." Miu Fu was naturally burned to death by the thunderbolt that was so powerful just now. Gradually, the many onlookers in the arena became noisy again. For a while, there were voices everywhere asking what kind of magical power was the thunderbolt that just pierced the sky and the earth. More people were excited and admired the wonderful punishment battle on the arena today. Under the attention of the crowd, Fang Sui stood on the stage for a long time without moving. It was not that he didn't want to move, but that his strength was exhausted. At this time, he was weaker than an ordinary person, and he had a splitting headache and unclear injuries. Therefore, he slowly adjusted his breath on the spot. After a while, he felt a trace of weak power in his body and started to work again. At this time, there was a deafening cheering. It was Xinjialuo, the one-eyed green giant, and a group of people from the Knights Hall who shouted in unison, happily calling Fang Sui back. Fang Sui let out a sigh of relief, his eyes flashing open and closed, and then he stepped towards the teleportation area of the fighting stage and turned his head to look at the location of the people from the Black Warrior Palace. Their faces were livid, and they had already stood up and walked out, ready to leave the Knights Hall. Undoubtedly, their challenge to the Knights Hall this time was a complete failure. In the team of the Black Warrior Palace, two people felt Fang Sui's gaze. One of them was naturally the leader youth named Lai Yan, and the other was the mysterious maid. Lai Yan turned his head, and a trace of undisguised murderous intent flashed across his narrow and cold face, and he glanced at Fang Sui coldly. He led his men to challenge the Knights Hall, and now he lost 3 games in a row, and all 3 of them died. It can be said that he suffered an unprecedented defeat. Naturally, he hated Fang Sui, who was the direct cause of his failure this time. The other mysterious girl who sensed Fang Sui's gaze did not look back, nor did she behave in any unusual way. She followed the team of the Black Warrior Palace and left together. At this time, Lai Yan took a last look at Fang Sui, and then led the people of the Black Warrior Palace, and disappeared in the light of the teleportation array, the exclusive viewing platform of the Knights Hall. Xinjialuo and others cheered and welcomed the return of Fang Sui. My god. Fang Sui, you are really surprising, so powerful to such an incredible degree. What kind of magical power is the golden lightning you released at the end? The power is so amazing that Miu Fu was killed without any power to fight back. The people of the Knights Hall in the seats near and far gathered around and spoke one after another. Fang Sui pointed to the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. I'm covered with injuries now. Don't come close to me. I will fall down if I touch you. Everyone laughed. Fang Sui added, Miu Fu was not completely powerless to fight back. It was just that the phantom of the goddess he summoned was connected to his soul. My second thunderbolt wiped out the phantom of the goddess, and his soul was injured. So his reaction was a little slow in the end, and I took advantage of the opportunity to use the last thunderbolt, which blasted into his body and killed him. No matter how he died, anyway, you won 3 games in a row. This time you became famous in one battle and everyone knows it. In my opinion, the young strong man from the Temple of the Gods who appeared earlier may not be your opponent. Listen to what people around you are talking about. Xinjialuo said excitedly on the side. At this time, the surroundings were indeed boiling, and many people's excitement had not stopped, and they were still talking about Fang Sui's brilliant record of 3 consecutive battles. In the previous 3 competitions, Fang Sui used an amazing magic in each battle. In the first battle, he used the Dark Moon to illuminate the world, and in the second battle, he used the Divine Land. The summoned creatures under his command appeared in an endless stream. The fiery thunderbolt in the last battle was so powerful that it was even more jaw-dropping. There were constant discussions in the arena, and everyone enjoyed it. After Fang Sui sat down, he thought to himself, this battle has exposed almost 70% of my cards. In the short term, it is definitely not a good thing. Yun Qianji and his ilk are hiding in the dark. Based on my performance in this battle, they can find out my true combat power, and it will be much easier for them to deal with me. It seems that I need to go into seclusion, strive for a breakthrough, and accumulate new means and cards. While Fang Sui was thinking, the arena below had already started the next fight as usual. After a period of time, the fighting on the arena continued. Fang Sui no longer had the heart to watch it. He thought about the next plan, so he returned to his residence on the pretext of healing. As soon as he entered his residence, Fang Sui sat cross-legged and communicated with Buster in his mind. Fang Sui said, when we were on the fighting stage earlier, Mu Fu summoned the goddess's phantom. You said you sensed a trace of divine power flowing at that time. Buster said, I sensed a strange fluctuation from the goddess's phantom at that time, which caused the divine power from the body of this divine cat to react. The source of the power of the goddess's phantom seemed to come from the maid, so I suspect that the woman also has a trace of divinity in her body, just like me. Her identity is really strange. She is not like me, a god's dharma body in the world, right? Fang Sui pondered in silence. Buster suddenly changed the subject and continued, show the Lord something interesting. After that, she showed the body of a young girl's wisdom. Her figure wrapped in black light armor was graceful and light, but she had a terrifying cat head. Her big black eyes glowed, reflecting a black curtain like a quiet lake, stretching out and turning into a video picture. Needless to say, this was another scene of connecting to the big grey cat's soul and monitoring Yan Xianji's brother and sister. The face changing was very stable, and it was obvious that the big grey cat was being held in the arms of its owner, motionless. The next moment, the voice coming from the screen cheered Fang Sui up. Lai Yan, your Black Warrior Palace has regained the ancient heritage of the Dark Warriors. It should be no problem to deal with the increasingly declining Knight's Hall. Have you seen Fang Sui, whom I asked you to pay attention to? This voice was made by Yan Xianji. He actually knew Lai Yan, the young leader of the Black Warrior Palace who challenged the Knight's Hall. Lai Yan's face appeared in the screen. He was sitting upright on a chair in a palace somewhere. His face was slightly gloomy. He said, I saw Fang Sui, the one with a cat on his shoulder. According to the challenge rules of the fighting stage, if you can kill your opponent, you can take the opponent's things for yourself. You asked me to find an opportunity to send my men to the stage to challenge Fang Sui, kill him, and then bring the cat back. Fang Sui's heart moved when he heard this. In this case, even if he did not take the initiative to go on stage tonight, he would be challenged by the opponent. Yan Xianji was hiding in the dark and was unwilling to be lonely. He instigated others to take action, which was even more despicable. Continue to watch the picture projected by Buster. At this time, Yan Xianji also appeared in the picture. He was wearing a light blue soft robe with a calm temperament and bright eyes. He sat opposite Lai Yan. Buster was obviously afraid that the big grey cat would look directly at the two people and cause them to feel it, so the next picture was dark. The big grey cat was controlled by Buster and had closed his eyes but pricked up his ears to listen to their conversation. Another voice was heard in the screen. Yan Xianji said, Lai Yan, you look unhappy. Did something unexpected happen during the challenge to the Knight's Hall? Lai Yan snorted. I did see the young man with the cat on his shoulder. He took the stage on his own without waiting for me to send someone to challenge him, and he fought 3 rounds in a row. Have you studied Fang Sui's combat power? You rashly asked me to send someone to fight, and I suffered heavy losses. There was a hint of surprise in Yan Xianji's voice, and he said, could it be that Fang Sui's combat power is unexpectedly high? Lai Yan said gloomily, well, he killed 3 of my people in a row, winning 3 rounds out of 3, and the 3 he killed were the 3 strongest first level warriors under my command. Ah. Another unexpected low cry sounded. It was Yan Xianji's sister, the woman whose name Fang Sui did not know at this time. She was obviously also a little surprised at Fang Sui's combat power, and said to herself, I thought he was just a wild man who didn't know good from bad, but I didn't expect he still has some combat power. Lai Yan added, Fang Sui is only a first level warrior after all. Although his fighting power is not bad, it is not enough for me to take seriously. The key is that the several magic arts he has shown are all extraordinary. If he grows up, he will be a big threat. This person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yan Xianji's calm voice sounded, and he said lightly, since it is confirmed that he has good potential and is already an enemy, it is better to get rid of him as soon as possible. The next moment, Young Xianji's sister interrupted and said, if you kill Fang Sui, remember not to hurt his cat, save it for Hui to bring back. Young Xianji laughed dryly twice, and did not speak. Basta waved his hand to end the projected picture, and the dark light in his eyes disappeared. Fang Sui sneered in his heart, pondered for a while, and then put aside the matter of Yan Xianji and Lai Yan, closed his eyes, and entered the state of cultivation. Although he won the final victory in 3 consecutive battles this time, it was a standard case of hurting the enemy 1,000 times, and hurting himself 800 times. At this time, both mentally and physically, they were close to the lowest points in their cultivation, and they really needed to practice to recover. When Fang Sui closed his eyes to practice, a faint golden light slowly appeared around him, illuminating the darkness in the room. The blazing sun in his sea of consciousness swallowed up the divine fire and gradually became stronger. At the same moment, the sun was rising outside the sky. At the end of the distant horizon on the east and west sides of the purple ring star city, a sun rose into the sky at the same time, forcing back the darkness of the long night. The morning light shone on the earth, dyeing everything with a layer of golden halo. A new day began so beautifully and vividly. As the 2 blazing suns rose into the sky, the blazing golden fireball in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness interacted with the blazing sun outside the sky, swallowing up the true mechanism of the universe, and the light became more and more prosperous, and finally a crystal golden fire flowed out and rushed in his body. Time flies. Gradually, a golden light flashed at the center of Fang Sui's eyebrows, turning into a sun shadow, rolling out, and circling around him. As the sun came out, a golden light visible to the naked eye seemed to be drawn from the sky, scattering brilliant divine light, illuminating the room, and covering Fang Sui. Instantly, Fang Sui's body seemed to be bathed in flames, wrapped in dazzling golden light, and his body and mind became crystal clear, like a god or a demon. In his sea of consciousness, the sun golden sutra broke through the scorching sun and slowly appeared. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 166, Months of Training. With the appearance of the Golden Sutra, the mighty power of the sun, that was drawn in from the sky, became even more magnificent. There was a golden liquid light circulating in Fang Sui's body, like the Yangtze River, majestic and magnificent, burning every secret orifice in his body with an unparalleled firepower, circulating endlessly. The injuries Fang Sui suffered from continuous battles were now burned and repaired by this burning power, and his body became more and more crystal clear, like a glass treasure body. The day passed, and the night fell. Fang Sui's body rotated day and night, the sun went out, and the moon appeared, and the light was bright. After that, many days passed, and Fang Sui always sat cross-legged without saying a word, forgetting himself and the world. Until this day, the power flowing in his body finally began to weaken. Fang Sui opened his eyes again, and 2 rays of light in his pupils lit up like the moonlight dispelling dark clouds. His eyes were deep and flickering, and he whispered, the power of the sun and the moon in my body is in harmony with the secrets of heaven, and my injuries have recovered faster than expected. Although this punishment battle is dangerous, it is also a great help. After recovery, the strength in my body has increased significantly, which is equivalent to the work of an ordinary 10 or 2 months. Fang Sui then closed his eyes again, circulated the power in his body, and began to attack the first level middle grade barrier. However, after many days, the power in his body surged, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, but unfortunately he could not really break into a new level. Fang Sui temporarily stopped practicing and frowned, saying, in the same realm, it is not easy to break through from the early stage to the middle stage. It seems that I have to accumulate the power in my body and wait until it rises to a peak before trying the next attack. At this moment, Fang Sui noticed that there was someone outside his residence. It seemed that he had been waiting for some time while he was practicing. Fang Sui immediately opened the ban that was closed before practicing and let the person in. It turned out to be a middle-aged man dressed as a servant. Although this man was dressed as a servant, he had an imposing bearing and a gentle temperament. It was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary servant. The man walked into the room, nodded to Fang Sui and said, I have been waiting outside for some time. I saw that you were practicing and could not bear to disturb you. After the two sides were polite, the man said his intention, I'm here to give you the reward for the punishment battle. Fang Sui was surprised and said, what other rewards are there for the punishment battle? The middle-aged attendant smiled and said, in theory, the punishment battle is not allowed to be like a normal fighting arena battle, where the winner can get 1/10 of the energy crystals of the entire bet. He paused and continued, but your situation is a little different. First of all, you broke the rules and entered the arena in order to save your teammates in the same team. This is in line with the spirit of chivalry. There were many high-level people in the palace watching the battle at that time, so they naturally saw it. Secondly, your battle actually represented the duel between my Night Palace and the Black Warrior Palace, and we won all 3 battles. This result, haha, was beyond the expectations of many people and made our Night Palace more glorious. Therefore, after the war, our palace made an exception for you. In your punishment battle, you can still get the reward that the winner of the normal fighting arena should get, which is 1/10 of the energy crystals of the bet in each match. This is really a pleasant surprise. No matter how talented or diligent a cultivator is, this auxiliary means outside of their own can always add icing on the cake. Energy crystals are an important item that every cultivator cannot do without. They can be absorbed or used to buy things. Fang Sui thought happily, the fighting arena can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. Even if 1 out of every 50 people bets, 1/10 of the energy crystals is an astonishing amount. This time, we have escaped poverty overnight. It turns out that the feeling of suddenly becoming rich is not bad. He asked, how much? The middle-aged waiter smiled and said, in fact, your 3 punishment battles were not favored at the beginning. After all, your opponent was the legendary Dark Warrior. Who knew that you would win in the end? Therefore, more people originally bet on you to lose. So after you won, the odds went up, and the energy crystals you could get would be more than you thought. Lucky boy. He took out 2 rings that seemed to be made of ancient silver and continued, these 2 space rings, one contains 40,000 first level energy crystals and the other contains 3,000 energy crystals, but it is second level. Which one do you choose? This amount was indeed beyond Fang Sui's expectation. Fang Sui had never bought anything, so he still had no specific comparison of the specific value of 40,000 first level energy crystals. However, he knew that, if he bought these crystals, he could immediately become a wealthy person. He really became rich overnight. Generally speaking, the value of energy crystals increases by more than 10 times every time they are upgraded to a higher level. Therefore, although the second level crystals are more than 10 times less, it is still more appropriate to choose second level crystals. Fang Sui chose the second level ring without hesitation. As soon as he got the ring, it immediately combined with the ring transformed from the identity nameplate on his finger when he entered the city and merged into one. As a result, a glittering energy crystal pattern appeared on his identity nameplate, which looked quite unique. The 2 rings combined together, and they also had the storage function of storing crystal stones. They still turned into a virtual imprint that matched the bloodline wrapped around the finger. It was usually as light as nothing, but it could be summoned immediately by thinking. The middle-aged waiter then left. After he left, Fang Sui sat cross-legged again in the room. With a thought, a water blue coin-sized crystal-like thing appeared in his hand. This was the energy crystal, and water blue was also the most common color of energy crystals. As soon as the crystal appeared, Buster on Fang Sui's shoulder sat up from his deep sleep, his nose twitching like a cat smelling fresh fish, and said, Lord, in fact, since I came to you, you haven't fed me yet. Fang Sui was stunned and said, when you first appeared, I sacrificed and carved ghost witch totems every day to summon little ghosts to feed you. Later, every time we fought any opponent you liked, I ate their heads first. You have the nerve to say that I haven't fed you? I ate the opponent's head, but I was fighting for you, okay? You have the nerve to say that you fed me? Buster's cat eyes moved and said disdainfully. Fang Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, you mean you want to eat energy crystals now, right? Yes. Buster admitted it frankly. Fang Sui sighed, Fortunately, there is only one of you, otherwise I really can't afford it. Buster didn't say anything, but thought to himself, it may not be just me. In the Book of Summoning, some guys can't wait to revive. This divine cat came out first, and many people are jealous. Fang Sui suddenly became rich, and he was a little proud. He took out a handful of energy crystals without hesitation, and Buster ate them with a smile. Fang Sui muttered, energy crystals are used for absorption. Isn't it a waste to chew them like candy beans? Buster got the energy crystals, so he didn't care about him, and ate them in silence. 3 days later, sitting cross-legged in the room, Fang Sui, who tried to absorb energy crystals into his body for the first time and transform them into internal power, had a surging breath around him, and the energy fluctuations in the room became turbulent and dense. With each breath, Fang Sui's body kept crackling, as if there was a shackle level of some secret realm, which was finally broken at this moment. A few more days passed. The aura of power surging inside and outside Fang Sui's body gradually calmed down, and the energy overflowing in the room was like gurgling water, being absorbed into his body with his breathing. He opened his eyes again, his face showing joy. The barrier of the first level intermediate grade was broken, as if it was a matter of course, and the strength in his body increased by at least 30%. Fang Sui stood up happily, but he felt that what he saw in front of him, even the colors of the world seemed to become richer and thicker, and the whole world gave people a more vivid and real feeling. The sensitivity of his spiritual consciousness also increased greatly, perfectly matching the surrounding world. After carefully experiencing the changes brought about by the breakthrough, Fang Sui stepped out. At this time, it was the moment when night fell outside. The deep and vast night sky, after the endless darkness, was even deeper darkness, which seemed to have no end. No one has ever known where the edge of the universe is, and what is beyond its edge. All of this is so mysterious, far beyond the scope of human cognition, as if there will never be an answer. Fang Sui walked out of his residence and headed straight for the fighting arena in front of the Knights Hall. Entering the arena, shouts immediately came like a tide. It was as lively as ever, with dense crowds of people and hundreds of races gathered. It happened to be another bloody night. Fang Sui kept moving forward and headed straight for the central fighting stage. When the two combatants on the stage decided the winner and ended the fight, Fang Sui quickly touched the teleportation array. The next moment, he appeared on the stage. With a bang, a boiling sound wave instantly rose in the arena. Look. It's the young man who won 3 games in a row in the Knights Hall a few days ago. He's here again. There's something exciting to watch tonight. Quick, go and place your bets. This young man is at the first level. I think as long as the people under the command of the top forces such as the Temple of the Gods and the Hunting Alliance of the Civilizations of the Heavens do not come out, no one can compete with him. In the following months, Fang Sui spent his time in the Knights Hall, never leaving the house. Every 3 days on the bloody killing day, he would appear on the fighting stage, fight against killing, fight to support fighting, which is to train his combat ability, and also to use fierce fighting as motivation, and regarded as a kind of practice. The rest of the time was used to practice the inheritance of the Knights Hall, as well as the magical spells recorded in the Golden Scripture of the Sun and the Book of the Dead. Fang Sui's practice thus entered the first period of rapid progress. After he officially understood practice, he could feel his strength improving bit by bit almost every day. One day, in Fang Sui's residence, an astonishing evil spirit rushed out, but when he stretched out his palm, a spectacle appeared on his palm. He summoned the only remaining centipede and scorpion in his underworld armor, reduced their size, and restrained them in his hands. He then activated a curse power recorded in the Book of the Dead and injected it into their bodies. Suddenly, the two fierce creatures used his palm as a battlefield and fought fiercely, showing no mercy to each other. It was obvious that Fang Sui was using the curse power magic in the Book of the Dead to refine the two fierce creatures. After a while, the scorpion was stronger and more vicious, and actually ate the centipede alive. At this moment, Fang Sui formed a mysterious hand seal on his hand, and offered a number of curse power symbols out of thin air, injecting them into the scorpion's body. In an instant, the scorpion's body emitted a faint light, and the pervasive underworld energy became a little thicker. When Fang Sui collected the scorpion, He said to himself, according to the Book of the Dead, refining this spell can eventually be of great benefit to the underworld armor supernatural power, but the process is quite complicated and requires the assistance of many secret objects and evil creatures. Why not go to the All Things store to see if there are any strange things recorded in the Book of the Dead? After thinking it over, Fang Sui walked out of the night hall and went straight to the All Things store. Please vote for me. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 167. Collecting Wonderful Objects. As soon as he walked out of the main gate, he saw Zinjialuo, Dujana and other 4 big men from the number 1 night squad, who were arm in arm with each other, and came back from outside. When these big guys saw Fang Sui, their eyes lit up, and they ran over, and asked from a distance, "Hey, Fang Sui, don't you have to bury your head in hard training today? Where are you going?" After several people approached him with great vigor, Fang Sui said as he walked, "I'm going to the Wanwu store to take a look. Let's go too." Several people said in unison. There were a total of 5 people in the number 1 night squad, and they immediately walked together. This was the first time Fang Sui had walked out of the night hall in several months. He looked around and was in a good mood. At this time, the sun was about to set, and it was a time when the day was about to end, and the dusk was getting thicker. Suddenly, a snowflake fell gracefully and lightly from the sky, quietly hitting Fang Sui's face. "It's snowing." Fang Sui thought silently. This was the first snow he had seen since he came to Zihuan Star City. The snow here was also light and elegant, falling silently, and the whole world became a little hazy. The weather was not too cold. Snowflakes melted as they fell and gathered on the ground into winding streams that gathered when it rained. Thousands of streams gathered to form small puddles, showing the inclusiveness of water. The Everything store was not far from the Knight's Palace, and it took about a quarter of an hour to get there. Even on snowy days, the Everything store was not deserted at all. People were coming in and out of the door, and there were all kinds of carriages parked there. Some were ancient and noble in shape, and some were gorgeously decorated with brilliant colors. The ones pulling the carriages were all strange creatures that Fang Sui had never seen before, with low roars that were eye-catching. Fang Sui was the first to step into the main entrance of the Everything store. Coincidentally, a beautiful waitress came to greet him. It was the waitress who received Fang Sui when he first arrived at Zihuan Star a few months ago and entered the Everything store. At that time, Fang Sui was penniless. He asked around and took the opportunity to understand the overall situation of the 5 Directions realm. In the end, he didn't buy anything. When he was about to leave, the waitress stood at the door and looked at Fang Sui from afar with a look of resentment. She actually still remembered Fang Sui. When she saw Fang Sui walk in, she immediately curled her red lips imperceptibly. It was hard to tell what it meant. It was just a subconscious action. Her attitude towards Fang Sui was as enthusiastic as the first time. She raised a professional sweet smile on her pretty face and asked crisply, "What do you need, strong man?" Because everyone here practices, strong man is a respectful title. Fang Sui is now very different from the last time he came. He has a full load of energy crystals in his arms. He feels rich and powerful. In addition, he left in a rather shameful way last time. After thinking about it, he quickly snatched a 2nd level energy crystal from Buster on his shoulder and handed it to the waitress in front of him. He pretended to be a big spender and gave a reward when he entered the door. Meow. Buster was attacked and immediately raised his claws. However, thinking that he had to give face to his master Fang Sui in front of others, he endured it and did not really move his claws. The waitress then saw clearly that the beautiful black cat on Fang Sui's shoulder was eating up the 2nd level energy crystals one by one. Even though the waiters of the Everything store were well informed, they rarely saw such a spendthrift. How rich must one be to feed a cat with 2nd level energy crystals? The waitress immediately became attentive. Under the envious gaze of the other waiters around, she smiled charmingly and showed a sincerity that had never been seen before. She did not continue to ask Fang Sui what he needed. She led the way and took him to the inner hall. The so-called inner hall is the back hall of the Everything store, which means the VIP hall. The items displayed and sold there are all fine products, which are different from those in the front hall. Led by the maid, Fang Sui and his companions passed through a wide corridor with beautiful scenery along the way, and then they were able to enter the back hall of Wanwu shop. As soon as they entered here, Fang Sui and his companions felt a slight light in front of their eyes. This inner hall is also very wide, more than a few hundred feet in radius, and there are several open style small halls separated from it. The utensils sold in each area are different, and the style also changes accordingly, creating infinite artistic conception changes in a limited space. The entire inner hall is decorated exquisitely, but there is no trace of vulgarity, but a fresh and natural elegance. There are far fewer people here than in the front hall, and it seems a bit quiet. Regardless of age, the customers walking inside are all extraordinary and have a good background. The most important thing is that these people are as rich as Fang Sui. After Fang Sui and his companions entered, they glanced around and naturally noticed a graceful figure in the center of the hall. It was a young woman wearing a lavender long skirt and a soft white fox fur coat. Her fair and flawless face contrasted with the fox fur on her slender neck, making her face even fairer and smoother, which further highlighted the depth and clarity of her eyes. This woman looked graceful and charming, with a white lotus-like ankle revealed between her fluffy boots and the hem of her skirt, which aroused people's reverie. She had finished shopping and was walking out with a light gait, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her beautiful eyes made people feel a throbbing of the soul. In the whole hall, both men and women were attracted by the woman's every move, and they would secretly glance at her from time to time. She had to go through the main gate to go out, and she happened to pass by Fang Sui and others. She glanced at him with her watery eyes, and saw a black cat squatting on Fang Sui's shoulder. She couldn't help but look at him twice, and thus had a brief contact with Fang Sui's eyes. In an instant, the woman stopped, a look of interest rose in her eyes and said, "Hey, I saw you fighting in the Knight's Hall. You have maintained an undefeated record in the bloody arena for several months, which has attracted some people I know to want to compete with you. Haha." After a pause, she said politely, "My name is UK King. You should be careful. The people I know are not easy to deal with." After that, she nodded to Fang Sui as a greeting, and then walked out under the guidance of a waiter. The one-eyed man's big eyes flickered with a strange light, and before UK King walked away, he suddenly said, "Fang Sui, I think this woman is a good match for you. The size is right." Puchy. The size is right here undoubtedly refers to the fact that Fang Sui and UK King are both human in appearance, and their heights can match, but he said it in a rough voice, which completely changed the meaning. The beautiful waitress next to him couldn't help laughing. UK King in the distance also obviously heard the voice of Diana, and a smile seemed to flash across her face. What does this woman do? I can't even sense what level of cultivation she is at. Xinjialuo smacked his lips, and when UK King walked away, he turned back and asked the waitress, "I don't know. She came to our place several times, but she always bought something and left. I don't know where she came from." The waitress replied. Then Fang Sui reported a series of things he wanted to buy, and the waitress wrote them down one by one. At this time, the magical power of the All Things shop was revealed. Some of the things Fang Sui reported, even he himself didn't know the specific appearance, only the characteristics and names. After describing them, the waitress was not surprised at all. Obviously they were all within her knowledge. After writing down Fang Sui's needs, she asked Fang Sui and others to wait for a while, and she became busy like a butterfly, helping Fang Sui collect all the things he needed in each area. Fang Sui and his companions were bored, so they walked around the inner hall and looked around. They saw many new and precious things, including raw materials that had not been refined, and various finished products that had been refined. The fields involved were surprisingly wide, which opened Fang Sui's eyes. In a short while, Fang Sui had spent crystals like water, making thousands of second-level energy crystals, and collecting a lot of things that could be used in his practice. Fortunately, he not only got 3,000 second-level energy crystals from the punishment battle, but also experienced fighting on the stage for several months. Every victory would get 1/10 of a bet energy crystal. Accumulated, his current wealth is so rich that he can really be called the fastest rising new generation of local tyrants in Zhuan Star City. He doesn't care about the cost of more than 1,000 crystals. Instead, the waitress saw this scene and her big eyes were full of admiration. Half an hour later, the waitress came to Fang Sui and smiled sweetly before speaking. She said softly, "We are still short of a few materials and poisonous beasts and insects. There are none in the inner hall. I'll go ask the steward. I think we can get them all. We just need to wait a little longer." Fang Sui said, "What are you short of?" "The blood of the voodoo demon, the third layer of copper skin of the old red fire tree, the hair and scalp of the human-faced sea monster, poisonous insects and monsters that have been heated for more than 500 years and reached the first level," the waitress replied. Fang Sui nodded and said, "These few things are the key things. They are indispensable. Go and have a look." Half an hour later, it was completely dark and the snow was falling heavier. Fang Sui and his party left the Hall of All Things, and everyone held something in their hands. Fang Sui himself held a crystal clear bottle and looked at it carefully as he walked. The bottle was like a crystal sculpture, with spells flowing and flickering on the surface, and mist flowing and steaming inside, as if it was enclosing an independent little world. Looking closely at the bottle, there was indeed something unusual. There was actually a piece of land sealed inside, with vegetation, mountains, and streams, and a swamp. In the swamp, poisonous insects could be seen rampant. There were beasts similar to scorpions, and creatures with slender bodies that looked like snakes and crocodiles. These various poisonous creatures were wreaking havoc on the land inside the bottle, and the scene was terrifying. Fang Sui looked at the bottle with great interest, and he was amazed. This five-sided heaven realm was really too wonderful. It sealed a piece of heaven and earth in a bottle, with all the internal organs, everything miniaturized, and poisonous insects and beasts scattered. It was really mysterious to an unimaginable degree. Of course, this sealed bottle that sealed 300 poisonous insects and beasts was extremely expensive, costing Fang Sui half of his worth. But fortunately, this sealed bottle can be used repeatedly. After buying it once, you don't need to buy it again. It is equivalent to having an extra space device that can seal creatures below the second level, which is not lazy. Xinjialo on the side was holding a lot of things, and each of them looked very scary. There was a bloody demon skin with green eerie hairs on it, and a bottle in the other hand, but it was full of thick blood plasma. The one-eyed man was holding a giant dark green egg about 10 feet in size. The surface of the egg was covered with natural spell patterns, which shimmered and emitted an amazing cold power that was breathtaking. The other two people also had a lot of things that Fang Sui bought in their hands. They were already eye-catching when they walked on the street, and now they were holding foreign objects, and the rate of turning heads was even higher than that of beautiful women going out, and everyone was vying for attention. The one-eyed green giant walked with the egg in his arms, muttering, "You bought so many things, and since the storage space of the identity nameplate can't hold them all, why don't you ask the store to deliver them later? You have to take them back yourself." "And what? You don't look like a knight at all, but a dark wizard. What are these evil things? What are you going to do with them?" Before the one-eyed green giant finished speaking, Fang Su's face suddenly changed slightly. He actually sensed a chilling murderous intent on this crowded street. The next moment, without any signs, a sudden change occurred. "Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you for your support. Happy reading." Chapter 168 Attack. Fang Sui only had time to shout, "Be careful. The shocking change has already come." Under the cover of the dark night with falling snow, on this noisy long street of Zihuan City, a figure rushed out from the ground. The ground opened and closed silently like the surface of water. The figure appeared at an indescribable speed. A fellow Night Hall companion who was traveling with Fang Sui was caught off guard and fell to the ground without even a chance to resist. The surrounding people, including Fang Sui, had no time to see what kind of damage he had suffered. A series of shocking changes followed. At the same moment, two more shadows rushed out from behind the buildings on both sides of the street. Together with the figure that appeared from the ground, there were three people, one below and two above, interweaving into a triangular killing formation. The speed of these three figures was extremely fast and agile. They were like a small team dedicated to hunting. The directions taken by the three people, the way they appeared, and even the movements of their attacks were all as smooth and impeccable as flowing water, as if they had practiced countless times beforehand. Suddenly, Fang Sui and his party were in great danger. The two people who appeared later sprinkled a blue mist like a big net in the air, covering the pedestrians within a few feet around. It can be seen that this group of killers are reckless and will do anything to achieve their goals. When the blue mist fell, the surrounding void seemed to be frozen and became extremely sticky. Fang Sui and others immediately had difficulty moving. This was the first time Fang Sui encountered such a carefully arranged and interlocking killing method. But often the more critical the time, the more it tests a person's mind. At this time, Fang Sui showed his unique mentality. No matter who encounters the situation in front of him, the normal first reaction should be to retreat from the opponent's ambush range at full speed first, and then think of countermeasures. At this moment, Fang Sui thought that, since the opponent had carefully set up a killing situation, there was absolutely no reason for people to escape easily. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that there was a fourth killer hidden in the darkness. This was a great unpredictable factor. If he retreated rashly, he would most likely fall into the trap of the opponent's hidden person, and the situation he would face would be worse than now. This thought flashed through Fang Sui's mind like lightning. He showed a calmness far beyond that of an ordinary person. Not only did he not retreat, but he also went against the trend and chose to face the killer who had jumped out of the ground and was rushing towards him after injuring a person. Fang Sui used his hand as a knife. In an instant, the edge of his palm transformed into the phantom of thousands of weapons, and then merged into a supreme blade containing the true meaning of weapons, and swung it out. Fang Sui did not retreat but advanced. His first reaction, after being in danger, was to choose to meet the opponent and fight hard. This move seemed to be brave but not wise, but in fact, it contained great wisdom and bravery. Obviously, the opponent was very surprised, so that when he was about to fight with Fang Sui, the opponent who was shrouded in darkness made a faint howl. The next moment, the offensives of both sides collided, and the two forces strangely annihilated relative to each other, without a trace of diffusion, but a deafening roar was heard. After this collision, according to Fang Sui's bravery and fearlessness, his most likely reaction would be to continue to rush forward to attack. But he made an unexpected choice again, and suddenly took advantage of the situation to drift back, with a mysterious trajectory, as light as snowflakes falling in the sky, drawing an arc that conforms to some kind of heaven and earth truth, with an unpredictable landing point, a body movement like bad tracks and fish tracks, breaking through the heavy resistance around, and finally landing several feet away. Fang Sui relied on the continuous changes in the moment of the attack, and used a response method beyond ordinary people, to win a precious moment of respite for himself. After a brief contact with the opponent, Fang Sui was also slightly shocked. At the moment of collision with the opponent, a dark force had invaded his body. This force that entered the body contained a powerful lethality, and under one blow, Fang Sui almost vomited blood and was injured. In the end, the scorching sun in the sea of consciousness continued to vibrate, flowing out supreme firepower, circulating in the body for several weeks, before this power was dissolved. This opponent was the strongest one Fang Sui had ever encountered since his debut. However, Fang Sui was resolute and fearless. His eyes flashed with a terrifying edge and war. With 5 fingers lightly lifted, a dark light intertwined in the air, and suddenly turned into a dark moon rising into the sky, shining on the earth. Fang Sui's counterattack was about to be launched in full swing. Ah! At this moment, a scream sounded from the other side. It was another fellow companion of the Knight's Hall, who was strangled by 2 black shadows falling from the sky, and jointly sacrificed a thin and sharp black light like a fishing line. His head rolled to the ground, and he died with his eyes open. The burly body without a head fell to the ground with a bang, and blood gushed from his neck. It was a terrible sight. In this short contact, that was less than a breath of time, 2 people from Fang Sui's side had died. Moreover, this sudden battle took place on a long street, surrounded by a large crowd of people. In addition to the 2 people from Fang Sui's side who were robbed, several other unrelated people on the street also suffered unexpected disasters, and fell in a pool of blood in the chaos and died tragically. At this point in the battle, the opponent never revealed his true face, and no one knew which side he was from, and how cruel he was. With 2 people from his side dying in a row, Fang Sui's anger can be imagined. While a round of Dark Moon appeared in his hand, he also used more powerful means with his standing place as the center. But the surrounding land was quickly covered with a layer of dark atmosphere, and the shadow of a sacred land appeared. Obviously, Fang Sui was going to use the means of the sacred land to control the surrounding land, prepare for a big fight, and fight bloody battles with the attackers. However, at this moment, the 3 attackers, surprisingly, rose up in unison, suddenly rushed to the buildings on both sides of the street, and left as abruptly as they came. They missed the target with 1 strike and immediately flew away, which showed the essence of the assassin's way. Suddenly, Fang Sui, who was using magic continuously, felt sad that his punch hit nothing. At the same moment, he also sensed the breath of the assassin who was hiding in the dark and never really appeared, and he also quietly retreated like water. Fang Sui was not willing to give up. He shouted loudly, and the power around him burst out. A golden lightning suddenly appeared in the void, and the light cut through the darkness of the night. It was extremely accurate and the pursuit was amazing. It fell on one of the attackers who was already more than 10 feet away. The attacker was also amazing. He reacted very quickly and dodged without any pause and continued to escape. But then there was another golden flash in the void. This time it was the Horus Eagle, which ignored the obstacles of space and distance and appeared without warning beside the attacker, grabbing his head with its claws. The assassin had no choice but to remain silent and pierced a beam of light from his fingertips to attack the Horus Eagle. But at this time, Fang Sui had already prepared a Dark Moon, and a little light split out and then broke through the air to attack. Crack. When the assassin was in danger, a surging black fog filled his body, successfully blocking the moonlight, but the Horus Eagle took advantage of the situation and pressed down, piercing his forehead with his claws like swords. The assassin was finally killed by his claws. The next moment, the Horus Eagle flapped its wings and disappeared. Fang Sui's eyes were fierce, and he let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the people on the street had time to react to this series of lightning-fast changes, and exclamations of horror rose one after another. Fang Sui turned to look at Xinjialo and Uaina, and was about to speak when his face suddenly changed again. A hand suddenly appeared in the void in front of him, and slapped him on the head. Fang Sui immediately realized that the person hiding in the dark had never left. He had just deliberately given off the illusion that he had left, but in fact he was still lurking in the dark. It was not until Fang Sui thought that the crisis was over and he relaxed a little that the person in the dark seized the opportunity and attacked again. It must be said that the person lurking in the dark had a precise and sophisticated grasp of the timing. The hand that attacked was full of unparalleled vigor and power that faintly surpassed a level. The tendons and bones in the hand were entangled like a dragon and contained the mighty power to smash mountains and crack the earth. As soon as this hand appeared, it immediately filled Fang Sui's entire vision and consciousness, as if it could cover the sky. Obviously, this hand also contained a very strong spiritual power, which locked Fang Sui tightly and could not be avoided. This blow was a sure kill. At this critical moment, Fang Sui's eyes reflected a calmness and composure as cold as ice. His brows suddenly lit up, and the light was magnificent. If someone could see through Fang Sui's sea of consciousness at this time, they would definitely find that the golden sun in his sea of consciousness was emitting an unprecedented wave of light. A ray of flame spread out from the sun, which was like a bright and burning stream of lightning, and also like a long river of flames. With a bang, the flame rushed out from Fang Sui's brows, turned into a newborn sun, shining in the clear sky, and hit the attacking hand. Crack. As if something was broken, the attacking hand was resisted by the sun, and the huge pressure of it sealing the void was slowly weakening. There was a trace of burning on the palm, which was charred and cracked, and emitting light smoke. Fang Sui took the opportunity to retreat 10 feet away at lightning speed, completely avoiding the range of the giant hand that attacked him and contained the killing force. There seemed to be a cold snort in the void, and the palm slowly disappeared into the void, leaving no trace. The crowds on the long street became noisy, and the soldiers guarding the Purple Ring Star City, led by a middle-aged general, were rushing over quickly. Fang Sui only then felt that his back was covered with cold sweat. Looking at Xinjialo and the one-eyed green giant again, these two guys were also injured, with blood flowing on their bodies, but fortunately it was not fatal. Looking at the other side, there were two corpses lying on the ground. Not long ago, they were walking and laughing with Fang Sui. Fang Sui was furious in his heart. Who was this secret attacker? He looked at the only body of the assassin left, after being hunted by Horus Condor in the distance. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Please recommend. Thank you all for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 169 Altar of the Dead. Subscribe. Before the Purple Ring Star City guards arrived, Fang Sui transformed the corpse into a black gas and put it into the Book of Summoning. After an hour, Fang Sui, Xinjialo and Uyena returned to the Knights Hall after making a record with the city guards. Fortunately, although they were attacked, the things Fang Sui bought from the All Things store were all strange and strong. At that time, the situation was urgent, and most of these things were scattered on the ground. Afterwards, they were found, and there was no damage. After entering the Knights Hall and placing the things at Fang Sui's residence, a fierce light flashed in one of the eyes of the one-eyed man, and he said hatefully, "The duty of the city guards is to protect the safety and stability of the city. Since the perpetrator was not caught at that time, they will not be very strong in tracking down the real murderer afterwards. It is impossible to find the perpetrator by relying on them." Xinjialo continued, "In addition to the Knights Hall exerting pressure and tracking down the murderer, we ourselves must not let it go easily." He looked at Fang Sui and said, "You finally collected the body. Are you going to use it to track down the murderer?" The ground was filled with black air, and suddenly there was an extra body. It was the body of the attacker that Fang Sui had collected before. Although the body was dead, a layer of black air still lingered on the surface of the body, making it difficult to see its true appearance. Xinjialo reached out and brushed away the black hair on the corpse, looked at it, and immediately uttered a startled howl. It turned out that the true appearance of the corpse had somehow become a dry skeleton, and the flesh and blood had melted away silently after his death, leaving no trace. It was almost impossible to obtain more information about the attacker based on a skeleton. After all, most intelligent races, judging from their skeletons alone, look similar to humans, and it is very difficult to trace relevant clues such as their race from them. Fang Sui had already noticed the strange phenomenon that only the skeleton remained after the assassin's death, and was not surprised. He said lightly, "Don't look at it." The same moment he died, a breath circulated in his body, causing the flesh and blood to melt away, leaving only the bones, cutting off the clues for further investigation. He added, "You two go back first, and I will notify you if I have any clues. The opponent's power is obviously very strong, so don't go out alone to look for clues." When Xinjialo and the one-eyed green giant left, Fang Sui's face sank. He looked at the assassin's skeleton in front of him, his eyes burning, not missing any details. He whispered, "They acted so cautiously that even the remaining corpses were turned into bones, erasing all information that might reveal their identities. This in itself is a clue. Only an organization that specializes in killing can come up with such strict anti-tracking measures. The Black Warrior Palace seems to be taking over the business of killers." Fang Sui changed his mind and thought, "The previous attacks were clearly aimed at me. Then the range of killers is greatly narrowed. Judging from the motive, Yan Xianji and Lai Yan are the most suspicious. Even the mysterious girl who disguised herself as a maid and was with the people in the Black Warrior Palace is a possibility, but we can't conclude that they were definitely responsible." It should be noted that Fang Sui has been going on stage every 3 days for the past few months to carry out bloody killings. He was ruthless and had killed countless opponents one after another. Among them, the number of people he indirectly or directly offended was too many to count. Therefore, although Yan Xianji and Lai Yan are the biggest suspects, when he was suddenly attacked, it is impossible to conclude that they were definitely responsible. When recording in the city guards, the general of the city guards also judged that it might be the shadow creatures driving their subordinate races to hunt down potential figures of the major intelligent races. Moreover, they dared to attack on the long street, which was consistent with the shadow creature's usual reckless and cruel killing. Fang Sui has been very popular recently and has been undefeated in the arena for several months. It is not impossible that he was targeted by the shadow creatures and listed as a target for killing. With this analysis, the situation became complicated again. Fang Sui sorted out the clues in his mind, like unraveling a cocoon. He came to the window of his residence in deep thought and looked up. The snow that had fallen in the middle of the night had stopped. The night sky seemed as clean as if it had been washed. The sky was full of stars, and the bright moon was shining with clear light. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. The magnificent dome was infinitely vast, which made Fang Sui, who looked up and looked at it, feel her mystery even more. The vast universe was like a dreamlike mythical world, which made people feel confused and involuntarily fascinated and yearning. Is it true that only the boundless universe itself is truly eternal, while everything in the universe needs to be born, die, change, and reincarnate endlessly? Is this universe just a huge prison, and her prisoners are these hundreds of millions of races and countless intelligent creatures? At this moment, Fang Sui's thoughts seemed to merge with the vast universe, and his mind spread infinitely, wandering and galloping. After a long time or just a moment, he slowly exhaled, retracted his thoughts that had merged into the world, and thought to himself, one day, I will walk into the deepest part of this universe to explore its edge. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void in front of Fang Sui, and Buster appeared silently. His cat's eyes turned, and he said coldly, one of the 3 assassins who fled separately was killed by you, and I quietly followed the other one. He finally escaped under the earth. His breath disappeared, and no other clues were obtained. Judging from the way this assassin disappeared, it looks very much like a vassal of the shadow creatures, the earth transforming demon clan. Fang Sui frowned and said nothing. At this time, golden light flashed again in the void, and it was the trace of Horus. It turned out that, after piercing the skull of a sneak attacker, it was also sent out by Fang Sui to track down another assassin. At this time, it returned and transmitted its thoughts to Fang Sui. The assassin it was tracking also disappeared inexplicably in the end, and there was no further gain. In this way, the clues that could directly track the assassin have disappeared, but Fang Sui's eyes were shining, and he thought, these killers dared to commit crimes on the street, decisively and without scruples. This is very similar to the style of shadow creatures attacking the elite of various races, but then they acted cautiously and secretively, too careful. Such inconsistent actions just show that this attack was definitely not done by the shadow creatures. They are just using the shadow creatures to confuse the public and cover up their true identities. The Book of Summoning of Horus Condor was taken back. Buster squatted on Fang Sui's shoulder, fiddled with his ears lazily, and said, who do you suspect? Fang Sui said, although there are no clues at the moment, it is not really impossible to track who it is. The clues are in the remaining bones of the assassin. After I prepare a little, I can use the bones to track down the real murderer. As he spoke, in one hand appeared the sealed bottle that sealed a small world and contained countless poisonous insects and ferocious creatures. In the other hand, black gas was filled, and the Book of Summoning appeared. The next moment, the pages of the book turned, and the scorpion climbed out of one of the pages with its tail raised high. Fang Sui opened the sealed bottle, and the scorpion crawled into the bottle through the mouth of the bottle. In a blink of an eye, there were drastic changes in the bottle. The scorpion entered the bottle and began to fight and devour the creature sealed in the bottle without any hesitation. The battle in the bottle soon became extremely lively, with mountains and trees falling and banging. Fang Sui turned his attention to the many materials he had purchased from the store of all things, and then he took a scalp of a voodoo demon and other fierce things such as thick blood, and refined them into the bottle. In an instant, the sky in the bottle actually changed. It was raining blood in the sky, and there were lightning strikes, which cut off the plants in the bottle, and ignited the sky fire. The whole bottle was, as if the world was about to be destroyed. All the poisonous insects went crazy, hunting and devouring each other, like crazy. Finally, Fang Sui brought the one-eyed green giant back, and used the power of the spell to shrink the giant egg, which was several feet in size, and put it into the bottle. As soon as the egg entered the bottle, it was discovered by other poisonous insects, who swam close to it and wanted to eat it, but the lines on the surface of the egg flickered, and it turned the approaching poisonous insects into a wisp of black air and absorbed them. The whole bottle was in chaos, with killing everywhere. Fang Sui focused on the scene, and a satisfied look flashed across his face. Finally, he put the bottle aside, turned his head, and focused his eyes on the Book of Summoning in his hand. Basta suddenly exclaimed, as if he had realized something, with these remaining materials, do you want to build an altar for the Book of Summoning? But you don't have the most important base material for building the altar. Fang Sui nodded and said, the materials purchased from the All Things store can only be used as auxiliary materials, not as described in the Book of the Dead, to become the main materials for refining the altar of the dead. The main material has extremely high requirements, and the most basic one is that it must be indestructible. Haha, but I have something that is just right. The next moment, black air filled his body, and his black robe instantly turned into a mighty and unmatched underworld armor like a demon armor. Suddenly, Fang Sui stretched out his hand and waved lightly, and the black air in the armor swirled, and a wisp of breath rolled out like a black dragon in the sky, wrapped in a green thing that looked like jade. That thing was a small piece of bronze-like fragments, which was once on the 8th floor of the Mother of Life, where the corpses of mythical figures such as Kai and Hoang stayed, and Fang Sui picked up a small piece of copper. On an empty corpse display platform, the lair where the corpses of mythical figures such as Kai and Hoang stayed. At that time, Fang Sui suspected that the copper block was a broken fragment of the armor of a mythical figure, so he dragged the copper block into his netherworld armor, hoping to refine it and increase the power of the armor. However, many days have passed, and he has never been able to refine it into one with the netherworld armor. This shows how solid this thing is. Buster asked, have you figured out what this material is? Fang Sui shook his head and said, I have recently checked many ancient books in the Knight's Hall to find the origin of this copper block. I have found many similar materials, but none of them can completely match the copper block. Buster looked at the small copper block and found something different. The copper block was emitting a faint green glow at this moment, and the precious energy was flowing. After being refined by the netherworld armor for these days, it not only did not shrink, but seemed to have grown a little bigger. This is strange. Could it be that a dead object can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth and grow independently? Fang Sui said, when I first put the copper block into the armor, it was old and rotten. It was as heavy as a mountain, but there was nothing special about it. But these days, the copper block has been nourishing each other with the dark energy in the armor, and it seems to have regained vitality. Under the refinement of the armor, it has grown instead of shrinking. Such a strange thing should be very suitable for building the altar base in the Book of Summoning. After Fang Sui finished speaking, the Book of Summoning in his hand was filled with black air, and wisps of black air gushed out of the cover of the book, like a demon's big hand, dragging the copper block into the book. The next moment, wonderful changes began to occur in the Book of Summoning. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Altar Prototype, Tracking the Culprit, Subscription Request. In the armor of the underworld, the copper block, that had not been refined for several months now showed an incredible scene. It seemed to have a spirit. The moment it was drawn into the book, the glow suddenly became stronger, like a green moon of divine light. While blooming with glow, it blended with the breath of the Book of Summoning and slowly dispersed. It was obviously softening and becoming more and more crystal clear. The Book of Summoning itself also underwent corresponding changes. Countless spell symbols, such as stars in the sky, emerged in the book, surrounding the copper block of divine light. This scene appeared against the dark background of the Book of Summoning, as if a starry sky appeared on the surface of the book, which was indescribably brilliant and magnificent. Fang Sui looked solemn, and with the mysterious hand seals formed on his hands, he put the rare materials piled up in the house, and purchased from the Wanwu store into the book one by one, pushing a secret force in the book. to dissolve and absorb these materials. Gradually, as more materials were added, the Book of Summoning suddenly became larger and floated in the air. Time passed, and several days passed in a flash. During this period, Fang Sui stopped and started to sacrifice countless curse powers to the book, and the many materials purchased from the All Things shop were also consumed. Finally, the copper block in the book completely turned into a ball of green light, like a pool of liquid, recondensing on the surface of the Book of Summoning, gradually shaping and manifesting a prototype. The new prototype was square, like a divine platform, with a copper green main body. Although it was just born after being sacrificed, it was full of antiquity, with rust on the surface, like a foreign object that had existed for eternity. Although the prototype of this copper platform was formed, the changes did not stop. It gradually bulged and grew taller, and its shape became somewhat similar to that of a pyramid. It condensed the stability of a square, had the momentum to suppress all directions, and had the sharpness of a triangle and a sense of indestructibility. However, on the top platform, a circular dent appeared, like a pool. In this way, this ancient bronze platform, which was born on the Book of Summoning, and made of copper blocks of unknown origin, combines the three root shapes of square, circle and triangle. From the appearance alone, this bronze platform has occupied an indescribable aura, perfect and flawless, which shows its extraordinariness. In the round pool on the top of the bronze platform, there is also a dark and extremely dark aura, as cold as ice water, and faintly emits a mysterious death aura, as if connected to the deepest source of the underworld. Fang Sui's eyes were shining, staring at the extra bronze platform on the cover of the Book of the Dead, and said to himself, "Is this the altar of the dead?" Bast's eyes were deep, and he looked at the pool of underworld on the top of the bronze platform, as if he could see the mystery of the origin of the underworld in it. Suddenly, Bast called out. His cat body did not change, but the call was the voice of Seem in the form of a lion, full of endless power. Instantly, the black light on the altar boiled, and there was another awe that was so violent and indescribable that it came from a mysterious space and time connected to the altar, as if responding to Buster, and there was also a kind of urgency in it. Buster stopped shouting, pursed his lips, and suddenly chuckled, muttering, "It is indeed the altar connected to the root power of the underworld, HMM. Once the altar comes out, those guys will not be far from revival. The one who responded to my call is." Fang Sui glanced at Buster and said, "What are you mumbling about?" Buster's cat eyes smiled into a slit, like a fox, and changed the subject. "Lord, your practice chapter of the Bible of the Dead should describe that when you are at the first level, in addition to your own practice, the most important thing is to build this undead altar in the Book of Summoning. And it has another use. Can it create low-level undead?" Fang Sui glanced at Buster, and did not ask the previous question again. He responded, turned his head to look at the skeleton of the attacker on the ground, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a wisp of black gas flew out of the Book of Summoning, rolled the skeleton into the book, and threw it onto the newly constructed undead altar. The altar immediately started to operate, with spells flowing on it. The skeleton was swallowed up in the black gas pool on the top of the altar and disappeared. Fang Sui was somewhat curious about the changes in the altar's initial operation. He immersed his thoughts into it and sensed it. He realized that after the skeleton was thrown onto the altar, it seemed to have entered another dimension of time and space. In a moment of reality, the skeleton seemed to have passed through the altar into the depths of the underworld, and had spent an extremely long time. This scene was very similar to when Fang Sui entered the underworld world in Egypt with the soul of fair omens. At that time, Fang Sui fought endlessly in the underworld, and felt that he had spent many years. But after coming out, he heard from the holy priest that only a few days had passed. At this time, Fang Sui was staring at the altar on the Book of Summoning. After just a few breaths, the skeleton reappeared on the top of the altar, but it had changed greatly. It seemed that it had spent endless years in the underworld, connected to the altar. The aura of death permeated the skull of the dead bones, like a burning black flame. The deathly aura lingered around it, and it had actually become a ghost. Of course, it was still a new ghost, and did not have much combat power, but even so, the ability of this altar to create a ghost out of a skeleton was still amazing. After all, the undead was also a kind of life to a certain extent, and the altar could create the undead, which was equivalent to a miracle, and it was indeed amazing enough. Fang Sui's eyes were shining, and he turned to look at Buster. Buster's original cat god was the guardian of the undead. After the skeleton became a ghost, Buster had a way to communicate with it. This was exactly the purpose of Fang Sui's construction of the altar and the transformation of the attacker's skeleton into a ghost, which was to track down the murderer who attacked him earlier. Buster shrugged his ears and said, "The newborn undead that has been transformed through the altar has no memory of its previous life. The gods mainly want to ask about its identity in its previous life, so as to track down who the attacker is. It can't get any information. If you want to know its identity in its previous life, there is only one way for this divine cat to absorb it." Fang Sui sneered. "Then why don't you hurry up?" Buster rolled his eyes at Fang Sui lazily, looking like he didn't like absorbing undead. 2 streams of air slowly spread out of his nose, but he saw that in the head of the new undead on the altar, there was immediately a breath of the origin of death. Under the pull of some irresistible force, Buster easily sucked it into his nose and absorbed it. Crack. The skeleton of the new undead lost the source of power in the head, and disintegrated into ashes, leaving no trace. After absorbing the dead soul power of the undead, Bast used some unpredictable means and, based on it, to start pursuing a wisp of ethereal energy in the dark, exploring and peeping into the imprint memory of the skeleton before his death, tracing back his origin. After a while, Bast had gained something and said, "The attack on the Lord is indeed related to the Black Warrior Palace, but what is strange is that it is not just Lai Yan or Yan Xianji who wants to harm you, but someone commissioned the Black Warrior Palace to attack you, so Lai Yan and Yan Xianji fell into their trap and set up a trap to kill you. The previous ambush trap, the one who hid in the dark and finally stretched out a palm, was Lai Yan himself." Fang Sui's eyes were cold, and the murderous intent flashed. So he said with some surprise, "Do I have so many enemies? Is there anyone else commissioned to kill me? Who is this person?" Bast replied, "Who is behind the commission? I'm afraid I have to ask Lai Yan to know." Fang Sui shook his head, and turned to look at the sealed bottle on the side. At this time, the killing in the bottle was coming to an end. Only a few powerful monsters that had become particularly ferocious and bloodthirsty after devouring other poisonous insects were still fighting. The evil power that Fang Sui had refined into it with his spell power was still raging in the bottle, with violent storms and blood-colored lightning interweaving continuously. Among the several evil creatures still fighting in the small world in the bottle, the most powerful ones were undoubtedly the scorpion and the strange egg that Fang Sui had put in. The egg had not yet hatched, but the patterns on its surface seemed to have come alive, turning into something like tentacles, wrapping around and binding the monsters that approached one by one, absorbing and digesting them, and looking frightening and fierce. Baster looked at the fighting in the bottle, and said with relish, "When I bought this egg, the waitress at the Wanwu store introduced it as an egg laid by a starry sky swallowing moon demon snake. Do you want to float it out? What's it for?" Before Fang Sui could speak, the battle between the monsters in the bottle ended as the scorpion strangled and devoured the last evil insect that looked like a praying mantis. Fang Sui quickly performed a hand seal, and the blood rain in the bottle and a powerful energy coefficient evolved into a number of spell power symbols, which fell into the scorpion and the snake egg respectively. Suddenly, the scorpion and the snake egg were taken out of the bottle by Fang Sui at the same time. After this ritual, the scorpion continuously absorbed the essence of many poisonous insects in the bottle. Not only did it soar a surge, but the most amazing thing was that it began to steam with an unprecedented strong spell power, breathing out smoke, and the whole body looked foggy. It looked very strange, as if it had the strange ability to change from virtual to real. The next moment, the scorpion crawled in the air and turned into the underworld armor that Fang Sui was wearing. It was squatting on the chest and breathing out, matching the aura of the armor, replacing the position of the cursed snake in the armor. On the armor, where the scorpion was, a ferocious relief pattern appeared. Especially since this relief was a living creature, moving and swimming on the surface of the armor, one can imagine how frightening it was. At this time, Fang Sui did not stop, but pointed again. The snake egg spun around, was collected into the Book of Summoning, and landed on the top of the newly created altar of the dead. When Buster saw this scene, his cat's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized the Lord took great pains to sacrifice this egg. It turns out that he was not going to hatch it, but to sacrifice it to the altar. Is he going to awaken a high-level undead summon? Fang Sui smiled, took the Book of the Dead, turned around and walked out, saying, well, it will take some time to sacrifice to the altar of the dead. Shall we go out for a walk first? Fang Sui said this calmly, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his voice. Basta was shocked when he heard this and said, Yunqianji and Lai Yan are both at the second level now. You don't want to cause trouble for them now, do you? That would be like committing suicide. Thanks for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 171 Infiltration. Subscription request. After a pause, Buster continued, and the place where they are is heavily guarded. With your current level of mid-level first rank, it's not easy to get in. Fang Sui walked out of his residence. The cold moonlight in the sky shone down, covering the earth in a layer of light silver light, dreamy and blurry. I'm not going to rush in and kill people rashly and expose myself. It's just that, after combining the scorpion with the armor has a new ability of transforming into the night, and is good at hiding. Let's go and explore the opponent. Let's just try out the new ability of the armor. Fang Sui glanced at Buster and continued, it is precisely because the enemy is strong, and I'm weak, that no one expected that I would dare to come to the door. It is safest for me to go now. Even if I do something, no one will suspect me afterwards. Different stages have different ways of fighting. If my level of cultivation is higher than theirs, what fun would there be in fighting with them? It is because they are currently stronger than me that it is particularly exciting and interesting to play with them. Buster silently covered his cat face and made a human expression that he couldn't bear to watch. He thought to himself that this guy was showing the characteristics of a bold and crazy psychopath, and he couldn't stop him, even if he wanted to. At the same time, he had to admit that what Fang Sui said was indeed true. Going deep into the opponent's lair at this time was indeed unexpected and beyond the opponent's imagination. It was definitely particularly exciting and thrilling. At this moment, the armor on Fang Sui's body had already changed, releasing a layer of black mist. He uttered a low voice, like a mysterious spell, and formed several spell power hand seals with his hands. The scorpion also raised its head and exhaled in the armor. Suddenly, a spell power spread from the armor, like a mist flow, and had the strange ability to blend into the dark night. Fang Sui was still standing in the same place, but visually he gradually became illusory, until he disappeared completely. The whole process had a magical effect of going from real to virtual, which was hard to believe, even if you saw it with your own eyes. It was very wonderful. The light near him seemed to be swallowed by the armor. Fang Sui was invisible and completely turned into a faint shadow that almost disappeared. This change was different from the way of deliberately hiding by moving. It was more concealed and traceless, and it was somewhat like a spell power illusion that deceived the vision. This visual illusion technique is what Fang Sui said that the armor and the scorpion merged to produce the power of night transformation. In the spell power chapter of the Dead Book, this is called the night magic spell. Fang Sui just walked forward. The effect of night transformation was running, and the hiding effect, while moving, was excellent. He met several people from the Knight's Hall along the way, but they were all unaware that Fang Sui had passed by. An hour later, at the northern end of the Purple Ring Star City, outside a magnificent mansion, Fang Sui stood in the shadow of a building, his eyes calmly looking at the continuous buildings in front of him. That is, the place where Lai Yan and Yunqianji settled in the Purple Ring Star City. Just when Fang Sui was about to go deeper into it, he suddenly felt a sense in his heart, stopped moving, and stood still. At the same moment, in the shadow of another building a little further away, a ghostly figure appeared, and another person appeared, also looking at the continuous mansion where Lai Yan and Yunqianji settled. Fang Sui narrowed his eyes, restrained the brilliance in his eyes, and quietly looked at the companion who had just arrived. The man was lurking in the dark, and his figure was a little hazy and illusory. Although Fang Sui knew he was there, he found that he could only vaguely judge his approximate position, and could not see him clearly. This was very strange. The figure seemed to be constantly moving in a small range, and his figure was erratic. In fact, of course, the other party could not really move constantly, but was a means of perfectly blending with the surrounding environment and hiding himself with the power of heaven and earth. From this, it can be seen that this person who suddenly appeared was extraordinary. Fang Sui secretly looked at the figure. Although the figure was hazy, it could be vaguely seen that her figure was ups and downs like famous mountains and rivers, full of curves. It was actually a woman. Suddenly, the woman seemed to have a sense of Fang Sui's gaze and turned her head like a whirlwind to scan the surroundings. In the dark night, she showed a pair of deep and clear beautiful eyes. Fang Sui's heart was slightly startled, and he became a little alert to the sharpness of the woman's senses. It should be noted that when he was looking at this woman before, he had already restrained all his aura, including the fluctuations in his eyes and mind, as well as the blood circulation in his body and even the beating degree of his heart, all of which were in a weak and undetectable state. In such a situation, the other party was still able to sense it, which shows how powerful this woman is. From the extraordinary sensing ability shown by this woman, Fang Sui can also roughly infer what level she is at in other aspects. Fang Sui quickly came to a surprising conclusion. That is, the woman opposite is very likely to be a strong person who has surpassed the first level. This made Fang Sui pay full attention and dared not move at all. He thought to himself that if he had not come here first and was in a state of hiding and not moving, he would have been discovered by this woman at this time. The woman's eyes moved, exploring the surroundings, as if she had seen through everything, and examining her with a burning gaze. But in the end she did not find Fang Sui, who had closed his eyes, stopped all the aura around him, and stood still. The woman withdrew her gaze with a little doubt in her eyes. At this moment, Fang Sui had another idea in his mind. When the woman turned her head, and he closed his eyes, Fang Sui recognized the woman. She was Yu Keiking, the beautiful woman he had seen in the Wanwu store not long ago. What was she doing here? At this moment, Yu Keiking's figure suddenly disappeared. It seemed that after her investigation was fruitless, she entered the mansion, where the people of the Black Warrior Palace were, but Fang Sui still hid in the original place like a rock, without moving at all. After a while, Yu Keiking's figure reappeared at the same place just now like a ghost, with a more doubtful look on her face. She whispered something, and then disappeared again. Only then did Fang Sui secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that if he had not felt a sense of induction in his heart a moment ago, and stood still without moving, he would have been discovered by her at this moment. Fang Sui pursed his lips and smiled, and began to go deeper into the mansion opposite. His way of moving was different from others. He used the old skill he used to use in Egypt, which was to use the connection between the divine soil in his body and the earth, to make the ground under his feet open and close, and he could disappear into the ground without being noticed by gods and ghosts. Fang Sui's ability to sneak underground was used again, now that he had broken through the divine fire realm, and it was very different from before. As soon as he entered the underground, he immediately had a mysterious feeling of being integrated with the earth. It was as if he had turned into a tiny part of the vast earth, like a grain of sand. He even heard a powerful pulse surging from the depths of the earth. It was the core power of a star. In front of this majestic power, everything was so small that it almost did not exist. The next moment, the divine soil in Fang Sui's body vibrated, and he began to move under the earth. During the process, he could not feel the resistance in the soil at all. Instead, he inexplicably felt a sense of returning to his mother's arms, with the entire vast earth as his fetus, and he himself was the spirit in the fetus. Fang Sui had a wonderful idea. Next time, he should try to practice in seclusion under the earth. He just walked forward like a fish in water, moving forward at a speed similar to that of walking on the ground. Wherever he passed, the earth waves parted, leaving no traces and no sound. Not long after, Fang Sui went deep into the mansion, where the people of the Black Warrior Palace were. At this time, even underground, a kind of array-like restriction appeared, interweaving into a net, flashing from time to time, preventing anyone from breaking in. Fang Sui smiled secretly, and his figure did not stop moving forward. When he walked to the net of the restriction, the scorpion stretched out two large claws on the chest of his armor, clamping the restriction in front of him like a pliers, and at the same time, a kind of secret power was released, preventing the array restriction from sounding an alarm. After Fang Sui passed, the position where the restriction was cut was reconnected and restored to its original state. It was really unnoticed by gods and ghosts. Without causing any ripples, Fang Sui successfully broke through this underground restriction and went deep into it. Half a quarter of an hour later, suddenly, Fang Sui, who was walking several feet underground, heard a voice from above. "How many missions have you taken recently?" Another voice replied, "I took the mission of staying behind, and I haven't been out for several days." When Fang Sui heard the first voice, his whole body trembled slightly. He had heard this voice a few days ago. At that time, this voice only made a slight exclamation. It was one of the people who assassinated him on the street. Because he chose to fight back at the moment of being attacked, the assassin of the Black Warrior Palace was a little surprised, so he made a slight exclamation. It was this slight exclamation that made Fang Sui remember it deeply. When he heard this voice, he immediately recognized it. He stopped moving underground, weighed it in his heart, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his face. At this time, above the ground, in a dark hidden place, there were two Black Warrior Palace guards whispering. Both of them were wearing black clothes and hiding in the dark. If they were not talking in a low voice, even if someone passed by here, it would be difficult to find that they were hiding here to defend. It can be seen that the Black Warrior Palace, where they settled, not only has many masters, but also has sentinels everywhere, and is heavily guarded. However, it is precisely because of the heavy guards and the layers of protection that the two men are less alert to the surroundings, and they seemed quite relaxed when talking to each other. After a few words, the two men stopped talking and stood silently in the dark, like grass, trees, bamboo, and stones. However, just behind their hiding place, a terrifying scene was happening at this moment. A pair of huge scorpion claws stretched out from the ground like ghosts. This pair of scorpion claws is like the hands of a demon, ferocious and cold, full of killing power, but without a trace of murderous aura. The two claws slowly but firmly probed not far from the back of the necks of the two guards, and slowly opened, like the huge mouth of a man-eating beast. One of the guards seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly turned around. Unfortunately, it was too late. A flash of cold light, the two were caught completely off guard. Their tibias were broken by the scorpion's claws. They didn't even have time to scream. Blood splattered. Their heads fell to the ground, and they died instantly. The bodies of the two were held up by a layer of black hair that spread from the ground, and then disappeared. The pair of scorpion claws disappeared into the ground again. This killing in the dark was silent and clean. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 172 A Thin Line of Difference. Subscribe. After successfully killing two people, Fang Sui thought to himself, this man attacked me a few days ago, and now he has died in the attack. It is really a tit for tat, no regrets. He continued to sneak deeper underground. After more than 100 feet, Fang Sui's face was slightly condensed, and he keenly sensed the danger. Guards began to appear under the ground in front of him. In Fang Sui's continuous induction of the Earth's energy, he clearly felt that there were many places in front of him, with dark and cold auras lurking. They were guards arranged underground by the Black Warrior Palace. Even the underground was guarded so strictly, indicating that Fang Sui had begun to go deep into the core area of this mansion. Fang Sui thought about it, and did not continue to move underground. He rose back to the ground, and chose a dark corner under a building, to break out of the ground. At this time, Buster on his shoulder suddenly sat up, and his cold cat eyes looked into the depths of the mansion. He jumped into the air, and disappeared into the darkness. Or Thought came back and said, I'll go find the big grey cat. Fang Sui was stunned. What did this guy find? Then Fang Sui carefully used the night transformation ability of the armor to devour the light around his body, always hiding himself in a strange state where he could not be seen, and continued to go deeper into the mansion. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Sui went deeper into the vast mansion for a distance. The distance was not long, but he walked with fear at every step. As a powerful force, the Black Warrior Palace also engaged in assassination, a profession that walks in the dark. Naturally, there are many enemies. They are always on guard against people coming to seek revenge. The defense is strict. Fang Sui went all the way to this point, and he felt that, if he went deeper, he might be exposed. He had no predetermined purpose for this visit, and he did not have to go deep into this mansion. Killing a person who attacked him not long ago, and collecting some interest for the 2 dead companions of the Knight's Hall was already an unexpected gain. Therefore, when he found it difficult to continue to go deeper, he thought about it, and began to retreat quietly, but did not leave. Instead, he wandered outside the core area of the Black Warrior Palace and boldly began to hunt the Black Warriors on duty. After killing several people silently, Fang Sui suddenly saw a ghostly figure flashing in front of him. When he passed a temple, he was moved. It was UK King who entered here at the same time as him. What on earth did she want to do here? Fang Sui was secretly curious and quietly chased in the direction where UK King disappeared. UK King's skills were amazing. She moved forward as lightly and silently as the breeze, and at a very fast speed. Her figure appeared and disappeared. It was obvious that she also had a set of unique invisibility methods. No wonder she could go deep into this dangerous place layer by layer. Fang Sui followed far behind and lost UK King's trace several times. Fortunately, he had a unique ability to sense the earth. He could listen to a kind of message from the earth. Even if he lost it for a while, he could always find the right direction soon and reconnect with UK King's trace. Walking and walking again, Fang Sui was muttering to himself that if he went any further, he would enter a heavily guarded area, and then he would not accompany him. At this time, he saw UK King in front of him, running into an independent palace courtyard and disappearing. Fang Sui followed and looked into the courtyard where UK King disappeared. Suddenly, a warning sign arose in his heart, and he saw a faint light as thin as a hair shot out from the darkness, strangling him. Fang Sui was suddenly attacked, but he did not panic. He stretched out his finger and pointed, and the tip of his finger swallowed and spit out a sharp edge mysteriously. Both sides deliberately restrained themselves, and no sound was made after the collision of their strength. The next moment, a figure rushed out of the darkness and attacked Fang Sui like a ghost. In an instant, 2 equally hazy figures intertwined and fell, and without making any sound, they had collided dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Fang Sui was secretly shocked. The opponent's strength was sometimes light and sometimes heavy. When it was heavy, it was like a mountain, and sometimes light, like a drizzle. It was unpredictable and flexible. It was really not easy to fight against. Fang Sui also had a feeling that, if the opponent was not trying to hide his tracks, and failed to let go, he would have been worried about losing. At this time, he had already identified the opponent as UK King, which aroused his desire to win. The dark energy flowed through his fingertips, and a ray of the moon's divine light evolved into a cold knife. He held it in his hand, and chopped it twice. Fang Sui's 2 knives had no fixed landing point. The moves were like an antelope hanging on a horn, and the sky was flying in the sky. The trajectory was extremely mysterious, and there was a kind of unstoppable momentum like the Yangtze River. His 2 consecutive moon-rayed knife marks broke through the air, creating ripples in the surrounding void, immediately reversing the decline, and forcing UK King back a little. It turned out to be UK King also recognized Fang Sui, whose figure had been illusory since the start, and immediately withdrew to stop the fight. Fang Sui then stopped, and the 2 of them had a tacit understanding, and hid in a dark shadow. UK King was wearing a soft black dress that fit her body very well, which made her figure more charming and well proportioned. It was hard to look away after focusing on her. This kind of temperament, under the cover of the night, has a more mysterious feeling, and is more attractive. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Fang Sui, and she smiled and said, "You are so bold that you actually sneaked into the branch hall of the Black Warrior Palace in Zihuan City." Fang Sui whispered, "Same here." UK King looked around vigilantly and asked, "What are you doing here?" Fang Sui's answer was also strange, "I will do whatever you do." UK King was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. This scene happened to be captured by Fang Sui's eyes. Thinking that UK King heard that my purpose of coming here was the same as hers, she was slightly stunned. Obviously, at that moment, she naturally thought of her own purpose of coming here. This shows that she came here for a clear purpose, not just to hang out like me. UK King's eyes turned slightly and suddenly said, since we met here, how about we cooperate? We can also take care of each other. Fang Sui replied, how to cooperate? Tell me, he said, but a trace of vigilance rose in his heart. Since UK King, who had a mysterious origin, dared to go deep into this place alone, it can be seen that she is skilled and bold. At this time, she proposed to cooperate with Fang Sui, who had only met once. It was a bit strange, and it was indeed necessary to guard against it. UK King's pretty face, which could not hide the brightness of the dark night, flashed a trace of hesitation, and continued, I won't hide it from you. I came here because I received a message and came to find something. I want to go into the courtyard next to it to explore the truth. You can stay outside to support me. If I really get something, I will naturally give you benefits when I come out. With her division of labor, Fang Sui's danger was greatly reduced, and she herself took on the unknown risks that might be faced by going deep into the courtyard. It was obviously used to show her sincerity in cooperation and dispel Fang Sui's doubts. Fang Sui's mind turned slightly, and he simply said, okay. The two of them decided on a secret code to contact each other in case of any accidents. UK King then smiled and disappeared into the darkness. The surroundings became quiet again. Fang Sui carefully hid his tracks and waited quietly. For some reason, as time passed, he slowly felt a little uneasy. Fang Sui has always been a bold and heroic man, and rarely felt uneasy. Therefore, when this feeling came out, it attracted his attention. Fang Sui went through every step. After going deep into here tonight in an instant, a light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He thought to himself, is it possible that I have been discovered when I sneaked in here tonight, or that something went wrong with Buster? The process of going deep into here tonight seems to be a little too smooth. And after UK King entered the yard, there was no movement. As he spoke, he immediately moved, and the ground under his feet opened and closed silently. In an instant, Fang Sui disappeared from the ground and went back into the ground. At the same moment, when he disappeared from the ground and entered the underground, Fang Sui's heart was alarmed. He sensed that someone was on the ground, approaching his previous position quickly from a distance. Fang Sui tried to summon Buster in his mind, but there was no response. His telepathy with Buster was also cut off by an unknown force, and they temporarily lost contact. Fang Sui suppressed the waves and uneasiness in his heart. His eyes were deep and calm, and his brilliance was shining. The divine soil in his body shook violently, and the key connected to the earth. At this moment, the earth seemed to be an extension of his body, making various inductions on his behalf. In his earth body induction, his previous position on the ground had been surrounded. Sure enough, the analysis just now was correct. After entering the mansion of the Black Warrior Palace, his whereabouts were discovered by the opponent by some unknown means. After the opponent learned of his location, they set a trap to kill him. If he had not woken up a moment earlier, he would have been surrounded by enemies. Sometimes, life and death are just a matter of this line. Fang Sui thought it was a close call, and then calmed his mind, circulated the power around his body, and his consciousness was like chaos, revealing the secrets of heaven. His connection with the earth became closer and closer, and they were inseparable. His thoughts were like a lake, reflecting everything, and presenting the scene on the ground in his mind. His body was still sinking into the ground. The power of the earth tightly protected him, avoiding one after another underground Black Warrior Palace guards, and all the changes on the ground were seen by him in detail. He saw many Black Warrior Palace masters appear on the ground, surrounding his previous location layer by layer. This feeling of insight into everything was something Fang Sui had never experienced before, but at this moment of danger, the potential in his consciousness was triggered, and the power of his spirit was sublimated, far beyond the ordinary, extremely clear, flawless, and took the opportunity to perfectly fit with the nature of heaven and earth, entering this unprecedented mysterious state. At this moment, the divine earth in Fang Sui's body seemed to have established a subtle connection with a vast force deep in the center of the purple ring star, and the two were connected to each other. Faintly, the divine earth in Fang Sui's body seemed to be nourished and cultivated by divine energy, and the dark energy was steaming, showing signs of growth and rising. That Fang Sui was here before, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The voice above the ground was heard by Fang Sui through the pulse of the earth, and the scene that was unfolding on the ground made his face slightly gloomy. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 173 Purple Ring Sky. Subscription request. The sky was full of stars, the moonlight was as cold as water, and the light was bright. In the palace complex of the Black Warrior Palace in Zahuan Star City, in front of a house, people gathered and were surrounded by people from the Black Warrior Palace. Lai Yan, Yun Qianji, and Yun Qianji's sister stood proudly in front of the crowd, checking the place where Fang Sui disappeared before. Lai Yan's slightly narrow but well-defined face examined the surroundings with a sharp gaze, and said to Yun Qianji, Fang Sui's stealth method is really surprising. If you hadn't sensed his traces, he might have successfully sneaked in, and came and went freely. He also discovered our arrangements in advance and hid first, which should not be underestimated. Fang Sui lived deep in the earth. When he heard Lai Yan's words, he thought to himself that it was Yun Qianji who discovered my traces by unknown means. Yun Qianji responded to Lai Yan calmly, this is the heart of your Black Warrior Palace. Even if Fang Sui can escape for a while, he will always be found. Lai Yan said proudly, of course. He suddenly disappeared before we arrived. There are only two possibilities. One is that he has a treasure and can hide silently in the void without leaving any trace. But this possibility is very small. The space barrier of our 5 stars is different from other places. It is extremely solid. With Fang Sui's first level cultivation, even if he has a treasure, it is unlikely that he can hide in the void without being discovered by us. He said this decisively and firmly, and was obviously full of confidence. He continued, I remember that I saw Fang Sui perform a magical power in the Knight's Hall arena that connected the phantom of the divine soil with the Earth's aura. From this, we can know that he has the ability to control the Earth. So his biggest possibility at this time is undoubtedly to escape underground. Yun Qianji agreed, that's right. I think before we arrived, he realized the crisis and broke through the ground and hid deep underground one step ahead of time. Both of them were outstanding masters of the younger generation. Although Fang Sui temporarily hid his tracks and disappeared, these two people's analysis and judgment were accurate, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. They did not take Fang Sui's disappearance seriously at all, showing their strong confidence that everything was under their control. Lai Yan glanced at Yun Qianji and said, I'm very confused about one thing. Our strength is far greater than Fang Sui. Why didn't you rush over and take action when you found him, but instead took so much trouble to capture him now? Fang Sui clearly heard the voice from the ground through the pulse of the earth, and then he pondered. Yun Qianji deliberately delayed, and he might be using this time to set a trap for Buster. His ultimate goal is naturally to deprive Buster of the trace of divinity hidden in his body. Then he thought again, Yun Qianji's ability to see through my tracks may be related to Buster's control over the big grey cat. He should have noticed Buster's control over the big grey cat a long time ago, but he kept silent and secretly used the connection between the big grey cat and Buster to spy on my location. If this inference is correct, then Buster's current situation may not be very good. He may have been trapped by Yun Qianji. At this time, the voice was heard again on the ground. It was Yun Qianji's sister who was giggling. Her fair face was full of energy. She seemed to think that the action of chasing Fang Sui tonight was very interesting. She responded to Lai Yan's question with a smile. My brother often does things that make people feel puzzled, but in the end he is always right. I'm used to it. You'd better do it quickly. Otherwise Fang Sui will run away. Lai Yan sneered. I have activated the ceiling formation here. It is easy for Fang Sui to come in, but it is impossible for him to get out. He has no choice but to be trapped underground. His tone turned grim, and he said, he came to kill many of my people tonight. When I catch him, I will torture him and make him regret coming to this world. Then he issued a series of orders to the people of the Black Warrior Palace beside him to search for Fang Sui. In the deep night sky, a dark cloud floated across, blocking the starlight and the moonlight. The ground suddenly became darker, and the night was as deep as water. No one could have imagined that in the vast void outside the sky of Zahuan Star, a jaw-dropping and astonishing scene was also happening at this time. Somewhere in the boundless void outside the sky, a meteor-like light suddenly streaked across. It was an ancient and gorgeous chariot, surrounded by a hazy divine light, and was pulled by a creature that looked like a famous fire phoenix among mythical creatures, and it was rushing in the void. Surprisingly, this ancient chariot, which seemed to be ridden by gods and demons in the world, was actually a little panicked as it moved forward, like a prey that was quickly escaping from the pursuit of some evil creature. The direction of the ancient chariot was the purple ring star, which was surrounded by purple light, and in the deep night, many black warriors received strict orders from Lai, and took action with clear division of labor. Some people used the art of sneaking into the ground to directly escape under the earth, to pursue Fang Sui's traces, while others controlled the array patterns and sensed silently, also exploring Fang Sui's traces. The most amazing thing was that another person came to Lai Yan and handed him a mirror-like object. The array pattern on it flickered and formed an image, which reflected the scene of the underground. Lai Yan explained to Yun Xianji and his sister, "This mirror is the forbidden hub of the Black Warrior Palace here. It can activate the power of the array pattern and search every corner of the underground." After speaking, he activated the mirror, and the divine light on the mirror was bright. Immediately, a ray of light broke through the mirror into the ground, like mercury pouring on the ground, and began to search inch by inch. And every inch of the position that was washed by the divine light would appear on the mirror in turn, with no details and extremely clear. Yun Xianji's sister was in high spirits, and walked forward to watch with a smile. Deep in the earth, after Fang Sui continued to sink, he did encounter an obstacle. A complex and thick array pattern of light appeared below him, as thick as a dragon tendon. Fang Sui frowned secretly. He had sensed that the people from the Black Warrior Palace were approaching quickly from above, and it would not take long for them to discover his trace. A great war seemed to be coming in a flash. Fang Sui was not afraid, but he did not want to start a war rashly when he was surrounded. He began to activate the divine soil in his body, feeling the power surging from the depths of the vast earth, and tried to shake the network of array patterns. Rumble. At this moment, a soul-stirring vibration suddenly sounded under the earth. Bang. It was as if a mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked, and the array pattern that blocked the road was instantly broken by a heavy mountain-like pressure. Fang Sui himself was a little surprised that the road-blocking array pattern was broken so smoothly. The power of the earth pulled by the divine soil seemed to have a far greater power than ordinary in this place far away from the ground. At the same moment, Lai Yan, who was standing calmly on the ground, shattered the array pattern hub mirror in his hand with a click, and the picture of exploring the earth projected in the mirror disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lai Yan was first slightly stunned, and then his face became fierce. Yun Xianji, who was standing beside him, was also somewhat surprised. He said that Fang Sui actually has the talent to draw the power of the source of the earth and break your forbidden array. This is really unexpected. Lai Yan snorted and said, "So what? He must die here today." After that, he stomped his foot on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked. His figure disappeared in an instant, and he personally went underground to chase Fang Sui. After that, there were several vibrations under the ground. It was obvious that Lai Yan had caught up with Fang Sui deep underground, and the two sides had a fierce collision. However, half an hour later, Lai Yan emerged from the ground with a look of annoyance on his face. He said that Fang Sui used the power of the earth to increase his combat power underground, and he was able to mobilize the soil to turn it into a tide, surging and blocking my pursuit. He took advantage of the situation to sink, and now the depth he has reached underground is far beyond the depth that the first or even second level can go. Yun Xianji frowned and said, "So, we can't capture Fang Sui for a while." Suddenly, Yun Xianji's face changed before he finished speaking. He turned his head and looked in one direction, with a startling and fierce look in his eyes, which was very different from his usual calm face. The next moment he had already flown up and quickly went away. His voice came back from afar, saying, "Lai Yan, you continue to hunt Fang Sui, and you must not let him escape." Deep in the earth, Fang Sui had sunk to a depth far beyond the tolerance of the first and second level cultivators. There was silence around him, and the pressure was heavy and unmatched. Even though Fang Sui had the divine soil to connect with the earth's key, he could no longer sink. A wonderful change was happening in his body. The ethereal divine soil appeared on its own and spread out in the depths of the earth, turning into a divine platform like a domain. The faint light flowed, covering Fang Sui and protecting him. Fang Sui sat cross-legged in the center of the divine soil, silently, concentrating all his strength, calling the Book of the Dead in the Sea of Ki. The Book of the Dead slowly emerged from the dark moon, receiving all the mental power of Fang Sui. It differentiated into the Book of Summoning. The pages of the book turned, showing a hazy picture, but it was the image of Bast who disappeared without a trace. This guy seemed to be in a hall. The strange thing was that in the hall, there was an ancient mirror floating in the air that was as clear and crystal as a lake, but with obvious signs of broken and damaged. Bast transformed into the fighting form of the lioness Seam, trapped in a mirror-like space in the mirror, walking around anxiously. At this time, Fang Sui pushed the dead book with all his strength, and Semui was able to re-establish a spiritual connection with him. My lord, be careful. Yunqianji has seen through my connection with the big grey cat, and has used the fragments of the hunting mirror to trap me in it. Fang Sui responded, and the power in his body became more and more powerful, and he poured it into the dead book. At the same time, the sun in his sea of consciousness also showed mysterious changes, slowly sinking for the first time, and finally entered his lower abdominal sea of Ki. At this moment, his lower abdominal sea of Ki became bright and clear, showing a magical scene of the coexistence of the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon, together with the vast energy of the earth, emitted a dazzling light, merging into a powerful and arrogant force, pushing and pouring the dead book. Boom. A wonderful scene happened. Just as Fang Sui was urging the dead book of the undead underground to try to rescue Bast, changes were also happening outside the sky of the Purple Ring Star. The magnificent ancient carriage that was galloping from a long distance was very close to the Purple Ring Star. In the distance behind the carriage, a colorful light appeared faintly, surging like the sea, chasing the ancient carriage with overwhelming power. The two came to the outside of the Purple Ring Star together. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 174. The three-party fight for who will win. Subscribe. Soon, the gorgeous ancient carriage and the light tide chasing, after it broke through the extremely dense atmosphere of the Purple Ring Star, and rushed into the high altitude inside the Purple Ring Star. A powerful shout suddenly rang out from the ancient carriage, and the sound spread across the earth and rivers. The 100-winged sky-devouring beast is attacking. It has already slaughtered countless lives on our source star. I have come all the way to report it. Please ask the strong men of the Purple Ring Star to exorcise it. Before the voice in the carriage fell, the colorful light tide chasing behind him was approaching, and a wave appeared out of thin air. In a flash, the mythical carriage frame was completely engulfed in it and swallowed silently. In the night sky, the magnificent colorful light was suspended, and it was gradually revealing its true appearance. It turned out to be a terrifying creature that had never been seen before, huge and boundless, covering half of the sky, and extremely fierce. In an instant, the Purple Ring Star was boiling, and many places burst into exclamations. Quick! Be on guard. The starry sky beast under the seat of the shadow creature, the sky-devouring 100-wings beast is coming. Oh my god. This is a disaster. Quickly set up the city ceiling formation. Exclamations were also heard in the Purple Ring City. Lai Yan was originally preparing to go underground again to track down Fang Sui, but when he suddenly saw the changes in the sky, his narrow and ruthless face also showed an unprecedented horror. The giant beast in the sky has now revealed its full appearance. Its body is bright and colorful, like a patchwork of colorful pictures. However, such gorgeous colors appearing on this giant beast do not make people feel half pleasing to the eye, but instead a kind of shocking horror and a terrifying infectious power that is hard to forget even in dreams after seeing it once. Its body and head are extremely ferocious, like the evil dragon or giant snake in myths and legends. The size of its body is far beyond human imagination, with a length of several thousand feet. Looking from below, it is like a gorgeous river of light embedded in the bright starry sky, which is dazzling. The most amazing thing is that this dragon-like beast is covered with more than 100 pairs of colorful film-like flesh wings, which are flapping in turn according to a certain unique rhythm and frequency. What an amazing creature this is. Just the appearance alone has the characteristics of many legendary mythical species in an indescribable way. On each pair of its giant wings, there are warriors who look like humans, but are extremely tall and strong, with curved horns on their heads, like demons. These warriors are the Night Demon Clan, one of the foremost powerful vassal races under the command of the shadow creatures that Fang Sui has been hearing about since he came to the five-sided star region. And the mythical beast is called the 100-winged sky-swallowing dragon beast. This sky-devouring dragon is so huge, and its colors are dazzling. How many levels has it reached? It's too scary. This evil creature came suddenly without any signs. A dark blue light curtain rose in the Purple Ring Star City, covering the entire city. People screamed in horror, but they did not panic. It seemed that this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. Indeed, in the Five Directions heavenly domain, there are countless foreign objects. Everyone is practicing, and battles are happening all the time. Although today's scene is shocking, after the initial panic, people quickly reacted and began to actively prepare for war. The next moment, the war broke out. On the huge ground of the Purple Ring Star, there are countless cities scattered around. At this time, strong men in these cities took off one after another. As they ascended, they began to blast out the power, to shake the stars and shatter the void, and shot out beams of light, to fight the attacking night demons and sky-devouring beasts. The entire Purple Ring Star seemed to be shaken by this battle, and the shouts and screams became fierce, and rushed to the sky in an instant. Countless creatures of the Night Demon Clan leaped down from the sky-devouring 100-winged beast, and fought with the strong men of various clans. The colorful lights of mana intertwined in the sky, and people from both sides were constantly killed and fell. For a moment, the scene under the night sky was like the azure hell, with life withering deep underground. Fang Sui also sensed the sudden change from the sky, but he only shifted his thoughts for a moment and quickly retracted them. His Book of the Dead Souls was infused with power by the Dark Moon and the Golden Sun, and was undergoing mysterious changes. The entire surface of the Book of the Dead Souls was filled with infinite black air, and the Book of Summoning, which was differentiated from it, was suspended outside Fang Sui's body in the midst of a huge earthquake, forming a dark void channel. The channel crossed the barrier of distance, and the other end was connected to the hall where Buster was imprisoned. A wisp of black hair rolled out of the channel, entangled with the broken ancient mirror that imprisoned Buster, and bound and dragged it into the channel. However, the next moment, the accident happened again. In the hall, another figure appeared out of thin air, and also made a move like lightning, grabbing the mirror that imprisoned Buster. This figure was UK-King, who had proposed cooperation with Fang Sui in the Black Warrior Palace before, but had died after entering a courtyard. Fang Sui's face immediately sank. He had figured out the cause and effect at this time. This woman was really calculating. When she proposed cooperation with Fang Sui before, she had obviously known that Fang Sui's whereabouts had been discovered by the people in the Black Warrior Palace. Therefore, she pretended to propose cooperation, but in fact she wanted Fang Sui to wait there, in order to attract the attention of the people in the Black Warrior Palace, so that she could act secretly. Her plan was indeed successful, and she was able to go deep into the core area of the Black Warrior Palace layer by layer, and come to the hall where Buster was imprisoned. From this, we can see how vicious this woman is. She plotted against Fang Sui without changing her expression. Fortunately, Fang Sui did not trust her wholeheartedly. He had doubts in his heart for a long time. He reacted in time and escaped. Otherwise, if it was someone else, he would not know that he was harmed by UK-King until he was in a dead end. Now, Fang Sui, UK-King, and Yanshai can be seen as three parties, each with different positions. The three parties have their own plans. UK-King's ultimate goal was only exposed at this moment. It is obvious that she wanted to seize the broken ancient mirror that imprisoned Semi. Yanshai is very good at forbearance and his means are not touched by fireworks. He used the power of the Black Warrior Palace to set up a killing game silently, almost putting Fang Sui in a desperate situation. Semele was also successfully detained by him, which shows how powerful he is. Yan Xianji's goal is to deprive Bast of his divinity. In a split second, the broken ancient mirror that imprisoned Semele was bound by the light of the dark passage transformed by the Book of Summoning, and UK King's jade hand with condensed light, forming a stalemate for a while, and the battle was unstoppable. The broken and incomplete ancient mirror suddenly froze in midair. At this time, there was a loud bang, the door of the palace was smashed, and another figure rushed in from outside like a whirlwind. This figure was Yan Xianji, who hurried over. As soon as he entered the hall, he swept his eyes and shouted, "UK King, you dare to come and take my hunter's mirror fragment? You don't have to leave today." UK King's hand strength did not decrease, and she was still fighting with the black light transformed by the Book of Summoning for the hunter's mirror. But she did not show weakness, and said with a sweet smile, "After obtaining the fragment of the hunter's mirror, we all abandoned our original cultivation, and rebuilt our foundation. Now you and I are both second level. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fang Sui thought to himself. It turns out that UK King also has a fragment of the hunter's mirror. At this time, Yan Xianji looked at the situation in the hall clearly, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. It was obvious that he did not expect that in addition to UK King, there was another black light that was also trying to take away his hunter's mirror. Suddenly, Yan Xianji showed a strange smile on his face and said, "UK King, what do you think this is?" After speaking, a cold light burst out from his forehead and floated above him. It turned out to be another broken ancient mirror. As soon as his fragment of the ancient mirror came out, the ancient mirror that UK King and the Book of Summoning were fighting for immediately vibrated and had the tendency to fly towards Yan Xianji. UK King blurted out, "So you have found the second fragment? No wonder you left one of them in this hall. Did you set up a trap to lure me here?" Yan Xianji sneered, "No, I put the fragment of the hunting mirror here to set up a trap for hunting, but the prey was not originally you. But now that you are here, you are the prey." UK King's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit, flickering and closing. At this time, she suddenly heard a voice in her ears, "UK King, you are in a very dangerous situation now. Once the two pieces of Yan Xianji's ancient mirrors merge into one, his power will increase greatly. It goes without saying that his first goal must be to take your piece of the ancient mirror fragment. You only have one choice now, which is to try to destroy the integration of Yan Xianji's two pieces of ancient mirrors." This voice was Fang Sui's quick reaction when he saw that the current situation had an opportunity to take advantage of it. The voice was transmitted to UK King's ears through the channel formed by the Book of Summoning. In fact, UK King was very smart and could understand what Fang Sui said. Her mind was full of thoughts. She was a little surprised because she heard Fang Sui's voice, but she could not hesitate any longer. The fragment of the ancient mirror that was imprisoned by her and the Book of Summoning was struggling more and more fiercely and was about to fall into Yan Xianji's hands. At that time, the first person Yan Xianji dealt with was undoubtedly UK King. On UK King's pretty face like white jade, a worldly smile that seemed to be untainted by dust suddenly appeared, but with a hint of sarcasm, she glanced at Yan Xianji. Yan Xianji realized what she was going to do, and his face changed drastically and said, "UK King, you dare." UK King still looked smiling, but she and the black light transformed by the Book of Summoning suddenly loosened their hands, not only gave up the fight, but also flipped her hands and slapped the ancient mirror in the direction of the passage derived from the Book of Summoning. Suddenly, the ancient mirror that imprisoned Semele was quickly swept by the black light of the Book of Summoning, and was about to disappear in a flash. Yan Xianji roared fiercely, and flew towards the ancient mirror. The other ancient mirror fragment hanging above his head shone brightly, trying to pull back the ancient mirror that imprisoned Semele. "Yan Xianji, I'm leaving. I hope you can find the mirror." "Well, Fang Sui hiding in the dark, you got it." UK King laughed tenderly, flashed out of the hall and disappeared. Yan Xianji had no time to respond. His eyes shone brightly, staring at the fragment of the ancient mirror collected by the Book of Summoning, and reached out to grab it. "No." The next moment, Yan Xianji shouted in panic. He was a step slower and did not catch the fragment of the ancient mirror. The void passage was closed, and the ancient mirror that imprisoned Semele disappeared without a trace. Yun Xianji fell to the ground. His face was pale and blue, and he was lost. He planned and arranged this time, but not only did he not gain anything, but he also lost a piece of the hunter's mirror that he had found with great difficulty. Yun Xianji's usually gentle face was full of ferocious and fierce expressions, and he was obviously in a rage. There was a murderous intent in his eyes, and he flashed to chase in the direction where UK King disappeared. In the deep night sky, the war continued. Countless strong men were fighting with the Night Demon clan and the 100-winged dragon beast, which was radiating colorful light all over its body, ferocious and invincible. This war lasted for many days, and the sky of the purple ring star was dyed bloody. Drops of crystal blood beads were imprinted in the void, condensed and did not disperse, like blood-colored stars shining, and the scene was horrifying. Deep in the earth, after the fragments of the ancient mirror were rolled back by the Book of Summoning, they were washed by a wisp of black air emanating from the Book of the Dead, and finally fell into Fang Sui's hands. The forbidden space on the mirror was broken, and Semele walked out of it. Thank you for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 175 Hunting Mirror. Subscribe. The fragment of the hunter's mirror is oval in shape, with a circle of prismatic bronze frames inlaid around it. This should be the decoration added by a certain holder after the treasure mirror was broken. The entire fragment of the ancient mirror, on both sides, has no words or patterns. The shape is strange and ancient, conveying a sense of simplicity. The most amazing thing is that the mirror surface is actually dynamic, like the surface of the sea blue water, clear and translucent, with a little crystal. Visually feels very soft, and there is a forbidden space in the mirror. Semele was trapped in the forbidden space of the mirror before. If it weren't for the black air of the Book of the Dead to cleanse it, Fang Sui would not have the ability to crack this forbidden space. This alone shows that it is a rare treasure. Semele walked out of the mirror and shook her head. She did not change back to the appearance of Bast, but manifested the form of a girl with a body of wisdom. Bast, or rather Semele, had never suffered a loss since he appeared beside Fang Sui. This time, he fell into Yun Xianji's trap and was imprisoned in the mirror. This was his first setback. Now, as soon as he came out, he explained in the first sentence, I saw this mirror from the perspective of the big grey cat, which was released by Yun Xianji alone, and placed in an ancient temple to absorb the moonlight and nourish the spirituality. I thought that, since there was no one guarding it, I went to get it first. Who knew that, as soon as I approached the ancient mirror, it was a trap. Yun Xianji appeared immediately and offered another lens. The two mirrors were combined, and it was another sneak attack, which imprisoned this divine cat in the mirror. The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became. It was obvious that she felt ashamed. No matter how she explained, she was always caught. It was very embarrassing for her, a divine cat. In the end, she was a little dejected and embarrassed, which made people howl. Fang Sui was very happy, thinking that this guy was actually very proud. It was obvious that he wanted to get the mirror alone and come back to show off in front of him. He couldn't help smiling as he said, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me about the origin and function of the hunter's mirror. Bast was placing Seam's lion head on the girl's body. It looked very ferocious and cold. Seeing Fang Sui asking, he said, all artifacts in this vast universe can be roughly divided into mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, legendary artifacts, and divine artifacts, which can also be called immortal artifacts. There are 4 major levels, and there are higher level artifacts above these. They are divine artifacts that have transcended the constraints of rules and are not something that practitioners can control or touch. Mortal artifacts are artifacts that ordinary practitioners can see and use, but have no spirituality. Most practitioners below the 3rd level can control artifacts of this level. Fang Sui nodded and said, I have seen records about artifacts in the classics of the Knight's Hall recently. Spiritual artifacts refer to artifacts that have been refined and spiritualized. They have greatly increased power and are rare in the world. They are mostly used and mastered by cultivators above the 4th level. Legendary level artifacts have even reached the level of indestructibility. They are treasures passed down by some ancient families. Once they are born, they will cause scramble from all sides. There are not many introductions about artifact level artifacts in the classics, and I know only a limited amount. You continue. Buster continued, artifacts and immortal artifacts are two different names for the same level, and both contain the power of rules. Some artifacts among the artifacts are famous for their offensive power. Once they fully unleash their power, they even have the power to destroy galaxies and turn everything into nothingness. They are so powerful that it is unimaginable. He added, the above are the 4 major stages of artifacts. In addition to these 4 levels of artifacts, there is another type of artifact called an alien artifact. This was the first time Fang Sui heard this, and he was slightly perked up. Some strange weapons may be as powerful as divine weapons, or they may only have the power of ordinary weapons. This is because most of the foreign weapons are innate, not acquired through sacrifice, so their power is completely beyond prediction and control. They are all naturally formed, so the difference is huge. After Buster finished speaking, he looked at the ancient mirror in Fang Sui's hand with his soul-sharpening eyes, and continued, according to my inherited memory, this hunting mirror was a treasure of divine level countless epochs ago. It is said that it was made of the soul of the main god worshipped by an unknown powerful civilization as the material for sacrifice, and then it was infused with a mysterious energy between heaven and earth and finally took shape. It is not only powerful, but also has a special feature, which is the ability to hunt. Legend has it that there was even a former holder of the hunting mirror who used it to hunt gods and demons. Without waiting for Fang Sui to ask, Buster continued, the so-called hunting ability means that the hunting mirror can find and mark prey within a certain distance, which means that once this precious mirror is activated, it can sense, display, and mark the information of the selected prey, and even set traps to attract prey to help the holder hunt the selected prey. Buster pursed his lips and muttered, now that I recall it, I must have been attracted by the inexplicable aura emitted by the hunting mirror, which lowered my vigilance, made me move closer, and was eventually trapped in the mirror. This is a kind of hunting trap set by the hunting mirror. That Yan Xianji is really hateful. He actually marked this divine cat as his prey by saying this. I will let him know how powerful I am when I have the chance. After mumbling a lot, he turned the topic back to the hunting mirror and continued, the targets chosen by the hunting mirror are usually elites with great potential. If they can be successfully hunted, the holder of the treasure mirror can deprive the hunted of a kind of talent or even luck that exists in the dark, and transfer it to himself, making his talent more and more powerful, with a solid foundation, and his achievements are naturally limitless. Finally, he said, this treasure mirror has other functions to assist hunting. Since the Lord has obtained a piece of the treasure mirror, he can slowly experience it himself. As Bast revealed the magic of the treasure mirror, Fang Sui's eyes became brighter and brighter, emitting a blazing light, and his heart was quite restless, with layers of ripples. This treasure mirror can actually search for hunting targets, and deprive them of their talents, potential, and even luck. What a tyrannical and evil ability. It can be imagined that, if multiple targets can be successfully hunted, the potential talents of the holder of the treasure mirror will accumulate to a jaw-dropping level. Bast also said that this treasure mirror had hunted gods and demons, which means that even the talents and potential of gods and demons can be transferred to oneself, which is even more amazing. It is equivalent to opening a gap for the path to becoming a god that hundreds of millions of practitioners are diligently pursuing. No wonder UK King and Yan Xianji were willing to abandon their original practice and rebuild their foundation after obtaining the treasure mirror. With the help of the treasure mirror, their rebuilt foundation will be so solid that it is terrifying, and they have the potential to chase the footsteps of gods and demons. This is indeed an irresistible attraction. Fang Sui thought for a moment and frowned. Do I have to start over after I get this mirror? I would rather not use it than rely entirely on the power of an artifact for my own cultivation. It's too extreme to abandon my own cultivation and start over again. Buster transformed into a cat again and jumped onto Fang Sui's shoulder. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, UK King and Yan Xianji were originally 3rd level cultivators. They abolished their foundation and became 1st level cultivators. You are only 1st level. Why do you need to abolish your cultivation and start over? Fang Sui said with a change of worry and joy. I see. Since you don't have to abolish your cultivation, you might as well use this mirror. How do I refine this mirror? Buster said, it's incomplete now and broken into pieces. Its spirituality has been greatly reduced. It's much easier to refine. It was previously refined by the Book of the Undead, which has erased Yunshianji's spiritual imprint. The Lord only needs to use his spiritual power to imprint his own soul in the mirror, and he can naturally gain initial control of it. One day later, Fang Sui, who was practicing underground, sat cross-legged in the sun and moon, with a solemn appearance and no thoughts. The scene in his body at this time was wonderful. Not only did the dark energy and the power of the sun circulate, but there was also a mirror with a cold light in the sea of ki in his lower abdomen. It was as if a spiritual spring transformed by the mirror was born on the land of the gods, reflecting the dark moon in the sky and the majestic dark mountain, emitting sparkling waves, just like a painting, quiet, beautiful, and comfortable. At this moment, the mirror had been initially branded with a spirit by Fang Sui, and a wonder appeared on the mirror. There was a spiritual creature like a swimming fish, swimming around on the mirror like water. This was a trace of spirituality left by the hunting mirror, which was once a precious artifact. It can be regarded as the damaged artifact spirit of the artifact, and this artifact spirit is called the hunting fish. After Fang Sui finished practicing, his thoughts were transmitted, and the hunting mirror and the sea of ki turned from real to virtual, like a stream, flowing out of the world, and then from virtual to real, and fell into Fang Sui's hands. He held the treasure mirror, and looked at it carefully. On the lake-like mirror, the hunting fish swam happily, agile as if it were a real life with wisdom. Fang Sui said hurriedly, "At this time, the war in the Purple Ring City on the ground has not stopped. A powerful race from the Shadow Creature camp has invaded. Let's go up, and try the hunting ability of this hunting treasure mirror." Basta was drowsy on Fang Sui's shoulder. Hearing this, he was refreshed, and sat up immediately, urging him. Fang Sui was about to start, but suddenly he felt something in his heart. It was the center of the altar of the dead in the Book of Summoning. The starry sky demon snake egg placed on it a few days ago was flickering, and it was obvious that changes were about to occur. After Fang Sui hesitated for a moment, Buster said, "Let's ignore the egg on the altar. Let's go out and fight. We can use the hunting mirror to deprive the potential talents of the killed and transfer them to this egg. Then we can activate the altar of the dead and sacrifice this egg. The effect will definitely be far better than now. Maybe something wonderful will happen." Fang Sui looked at Buster in surprise. The last sentence seemed to have a hint. What did the wonderful thing refer to? When Fang Sui ascended from underground, he took an oblique rise, so the position where he appeared from the surface was not in the Black Warrior Palace, before entering the underground, but in a corner of a long street in Zihuan Star City. As soon as he came out from underground, there was a harsh shouting and killing, which turned into a sound wave, and rushed into his ears. The air was filled with the iron blood of war and the smell of death of life withering. Fang Sui looked around calmly, and the scenes he saw shocked him. The change in the battle situation was far beyond his expectations. Thank you very much for all your support. Happy reading. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.